International declared Israel to be an apartheid regime.
Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking, you baboon in a suit! The chef is in! About to give you a fucking Chelsea Green, you donkey! Donkey!
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply.
Patronizing.
I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about how both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay?
Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink?
Dissolve the apartheid.
So what would you like to see happen, Hasan?
Do you not understand the English language?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan in this and I'm broadcast coming to you live from rainy California, Los Angeles, folks, on stolen land, CONVO land. We're live, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is going to be a rainy day, and you already know it's going to be a rainy day because I've effed already. I've actually lost connection a couple times. But I'm alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one regardless. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. It is February 19th, 2026. And yeah, we're live. We did the land acknowledgement. We did it all. It's 11:24 a.m. Thursday, 19th February 2026. But I hope everyone's having a fantastic one regardless. Through the F's, we're going to make it. We're going to survive. We're going to thrive. we're going to have a wonderful time. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi February in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's precisely what I'm going to do. Recovered from getting mocked by Bernie Sanders. I could never recover from getting mocked by Bernie Sanders. And personal news wise, I went to Todek's 30th birthday last night. My little baby cousin is now 30 years old. It's kind of crazy because I feel like when I first met him, he was like he was a little baby, and now he's like a grown adult man. It's pretty crazy. So, but I did a little bit of tasting the rainbow. I had a pizza. This is what is known as a Korean pizza, apparently. Shouts out to Tina Kitten for ordering it. Yeah, it was very interesting. It's got potatoes, corn, and the most like fake sour cream I've ever tasted in my life. And yeah, no, the soundbar's still here, by the way, obviously, and some chives as well. Is it as nasty as it looks? It actually wasn't that bad. It's like it's embarrassing to admit, but it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. But yeah, I had that, and then it was obviously my man's birthday.
Fuck yeah.
He said Adamson. Yeah. Peter knows Turkish. But, you know, is this person a streamer? Yes, he is. Not even a streamer. He's a legend, dude. W. Peter Park, the Spider-Man. Yeah. Is Peter a secret Turk? Yes. Koreans are secret Turks. In any case, folks. That's what I did. And then I woke up this morning early, and I did an interview with Semaphore. I did an interview with Semaphore about media and media-related issues and stuff like that. So that'll be out. But that's the reason why I'm a little late, because, you know, we just kept chopping it up. We kept chopping it up. That's all I got. That's all I got for today. As far as personal news goes, nothing else going on in the world. I've just been like I have noticed myself getting to that point where I'm tweeting too much. And I think you guys might have noticed this as well. And I'm probably going to have to delete Twitter from my phone again. Let's be real. I have the playlist, but thank you, Themasius, for the playlist, regardless. Because it's just, I've been tweeting up a storm. Okay. I mean, look at this. Like, I woke up at 5 a.m. this morning, and the first thing I do is tweet. That's bad. That's not good. I mean, I've tweeted so much this morning. Like, people are apparently, this clip really exposed what libs on Twitter have been complaining about. Bernie clocked that Hasan was trying to bait a clip from him, bashing Newsom to support his recent crash out this past week. Like, these guys unironically can't see the world as anything but like their own personal drama. But like, you know, I shouldn't be fucking 5 hours ago. I'm tweeting 5 hours ago. I got to log off. It's not good. First step is admitting you have a problem. How dare you ask a journalist a question? I know. When you get addicted on Twitter, it ruins my For You page for like a week, and I start seeing the most unwell freaks on my timeline. I've had to block like 10 people already. I know. Because like, I duke it out with some of the worst people. out there, and you don't want to see those people. You know what I mean? You don't want to see those people on your timeline. You don't want to know that they exist. I'm tapping the glass left and right. I mean, I had a you know, back and forth with Brian Tyler Cohen last night as well. He was mad at me because I criticized one of the chorus guys. I said, like, chorus funded creators need to stop doing shit like this. Shut up, Israeli asset. I wasn't saying all chorus creators are shut up Israeli assets. Just this particular one is like very clearly behaving like an Israeli asset. And Brian Tyler Cohen got really mad at that. Obviously, we'll talk about that as well. But you know, that's neither here nor there. Let's blast off. Let's get right into it, and then I'll talk about that a little bit, and we'll move on because there's a lot of news to cover in general. We got Israel surveilling, or Israel setting up the surveillance for the Epstein Manor. New drop side reporting shows. Didn't even get to talk about Tucker Carlson getting detained in Israel. We have that as well. The PEDOCABAL wants Iran. Prince Andrew arrested. Epstein had Israel doing surveillance on his manor. Adam MOCKLER CONVO on where we go from here. That's another one that we're obviously going to be talking about as well. Hold on. Yeah. Adam MOCKLER CONVO on where we go from here. Where we go from Adam MOCKLER CONVO on whether libs and left can unite against fascism, and where we go from here. Get in now. www.twitch.tv/HasanAbi. What is this? We can't onboard the working class. A critique of GDC stated the SA25 report. I saw this. I don't know what the I don't know how big of a problem this is. Anyway, do we have a blast off meme? Do we have a blast off meme? Or do we not blast off meme? That question. Oh, am I dropping a little bit? My internet is ass. Okay, we'll use this one. Oh my God, it's like not even downloading fucking clips. That's crazy. I'm having a hard time downloading shit. Little brief stutter. It's raining. You just know that it's going to happen. Just know that it's going to happen. Know that there's going to be some Fs here and there. It's going to be patchy. Just get used to it. Get ready for it. It will come for you no matter what. You know what I mean? Anyway, here is the blast off. One drop of rain. I mean, it's not even one drop of rain. Let's be real. It's actually much worse than that right now. It's raining pretty bad. And you know what that means. That spells doom for LA infrastructure. ID on the hat is from the same company that did the Rooted GW puff piece on... Oh, GQ puff piece on Clav. Is the ADL going to say something? The ADL is not going to say anything on Clavicular until Clavicular says something about Israel, okay? That's... You know, it's just what it is.
Liberal. Happy fun, la la la. Human smuggling, fentanyl deaths, forced government euthanasia, chopping up children's genitals, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la.
That's where we're at with the state of affairs. Yeah, we will be talking about the Epstein files, just like outright say the surveillance system in one of his New York apartments was feeding directly to the Israeli consulate. We're going to be talking about that. It's pretty crazy. But my current vocal stim, by the way, yeah. Bro, if you look at the bottom left corner, it says 47, and light rain is not light. The rain is pretty crazy. Meme from yesterday. Before we get started, last time I was supposed to give you a Japanese Communist Party pin that I got in Japan, and I still forgot to bring it today. So I'm instead going to give you an evil eye. So I'm going to give that to you. I'm having a hard time taking this off.
All right. Well, you give it to me later. All right.
Okay. Oh yeah, let's take a photo.
Nope.
All right, we'll leave.
Okay, great. All right. Keep
Okay.
up the good work.
All right, thank you.
Nope.
Before we get is a real clip. This is close. This is as close as the real interaction as you can get. I'm gonna be honest. Like, nailed that social interaction. I did not nail that social interaction at all. Let's be real, okay? Unc was not impressed. Grand Unc. Bernie had enough of you, fam. Yeah, he's never doing a fucking long one. He's never doing a long one with me. It's cooked. It's cooked. It's cooked. It's cooked. You were nervous and off balance? No, it wasn't. It wasn't that I was nervous. You missed the hot mic after the interview where he's like, I'm not wearing that. No, I didn't miss it. I was there. He said, I'm not wearing something I don't know what it is. I don't know why he hates you so much. He doesn't, dude. It's Bernie. He's a curmudgeon. Like, I was there. I heard him say it. I feel like the Bernie team wants to keep you at an arm's length. I'm sorry, man. No. You had like 5 minutes, dog, every time. I know. It's frustrating. It's frustrating because I want to do you think he should have went harder on Newsom? I was a bit disappointed. I mean, look, he's just not going to go hard on anybody. He doesn't do that ever. He doesn't do that ever. And can we stop doing 5-minute interviews? What do you want me to do? Fucking not have a conversation with him? Like, I have a method here, okay? Like, there's something that I'm trying to achieve here. And there's not like there's a pathway here that I'm trying to build up to. But yeah, Bernie Sanders didn't even attack Biden, okay? Like, as a matter of fact, one of my biggest criticisms of Bernie was that he's unfortunately not aggressive enough against the establishment Democrats. So do what you think is best, but I love you. Push him on Israel next time. First of all, dude, like, it's not going to happen in a 7-minute format, in a 6-minute format, okay? That's the whole point. I'm trying to do a longer sit down with him where we can tackle some ideas more broadly. Anyway, can you do a dial-up sound when an F happens? You won't be able to hear it because when an F happens, the stream Fs. So it doesn't matter if I play a dial-up song or not, a sound or not. You just won't hear it. You got Trey Eastman retweeting your stalker yeet now. I sent your management invite for Bowden Socialist. Yeah, that's not happening. Okay. I do think your questions were too long and they are bad when it leads to a yes or no answer. Give him the opportunity to explain. I think it's funny to imagine Democrats are waiting in line to talk to you, but you want to talk to Bernie and he only gives you 30 seconds. This is the second time he wouldn't give you more than 5 minutes, and it seemed to be so uninterested in your questions. If you make time for Schultz, Theo Vaughn, and others, and be nice and invested, then he can make time for you too. In my honest opinion, politicians should be coming to you to ask to be on your stream. Politicians do come to me to ask to be on my stream. I think Bernie Sanders sees it as preaching to the fucking choir. That's what the problem is. Like, his team is all HasanAbi has. That's not a problem at all. But as far as as far as his goals goes, I think like he sees more utility in talking to the broad audiences of like not leftists, which I totally understand. I mean, I do something similar as well. It's just that, like, for me, that 5-minute format is almost exclusive for like the same sound bites that we've heard a million times over. Chatter, you're being parasocial. Bernie does not hate Hasan law. He doesn't really do live streams, and he likes to talk to less established left audiences. Yeah, exactly. So like that 5-minute format is not conducive to a long, well thought out, comprehensive agenda conversation, right? And as much as I respect Bernie for everything that he's done and what he means for the modern socialist movement, and have my criticisms regardless on my differences with him, especially when it comes to like foreign policy, things of that nature. The reality of the matter is, like there's still utility in those conversations. Rural red state citizen here. Any advice for young socialists stuck in the armpit of America to make this world a little bit more liberal? Make this world a little bit more liberal. I feel hopeless out here. Join a local organization. Anonymous, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. There could be a number of other strategies to do this interview, but there is an opportunity. But is there an opportunity? Yes. But he would rather sit 30 plus minutes with anyone other than you. Okay, you guys are literally doing the exact opposite of what my parasocial stalkers do. You're literally assuming the absolute fucking worst. It's not like that at all. You need to calm the fuck down, okay? Jesus Christ, chatters. You're 83-month subscriber. We're talking about an 80-year-old man. Okay? Chatters are being annoying. What? A political figure, and wonder why he said political figures like to be on stream for the same chatters. Biggest contention was him saying Trump wasn't business as usual, in my opinion. Yeah. The only issue that I have with his commentary from that interview is like literally that he doesn't like he will take the fight to establishment Democrats without actually having those moments that will drive conversation. And I think that there is yes, 85-year-old Senator Bernard Sanders does not have a personal vendetta against HasanAbi February. Yeah, you guys are being fucking stupid. The issue is that even with Bernie Sanders' runs in 2016 and in 2020, if you recall, one of my biggest criticisms was that he was not aggressive enough towards Democrats, towards like establishment Democrats, at a time when like a little bit more heat, a little bit more, if he was a little bit more contentious, I think that would have opened up media opportunities. Young Roll, if you spam the same exact Geese Mag article one more time, I think I'll definitely read it. Okay? I'll definitely read it like right now. I'll stop everything that I'm doing and I'll just read the article. Keep spamming it though. Keep spamming it. DSA chatters, keep spamming this article, okay? I want to see it at least like 61 more times. I want to see it maybe like at least 50 more times, okay? I need to see it. Keep spamming it, please. I'm not seeing enough movement in the chat. No one is spamming the article. Anyway. Yeah. Where was I? I think it was a fine interview in general. The takeaway from the internet liberals is obviously idiotic, and they'll try to make like controversy out of it as they have, and then that controversy will drive discourse regardless. And hopefully we can make that controversy more productive by talking about like when it's appropriate to actually call out Democrats, or how it's appropriate to call out Democrats that are doing fuck shit and standing in opposition to the goals that we have. Because the reality of the matter is like there is a real battle taking place within the Democratic Party right now, and I think it serves no one's interest to refuse to call out people every now and then. And Bernie does call out people from time to time. He'll just like broadly call out establishment Democrats. He just won't, name names in general. But obviously, like he's doing a fucking. I saw some people say Bernie didn't fuck with you, wanting to tax the billionaires more, and I didn't know what to say to that. Yeah, those people are fucking stupid. Like, those people are stupid. You don't need to take them seriously. They're incredibly dense people. And their focus is just drama, right? Like, their focus is like advancing a cause. It's more so just like them telling on themselves. Hasan has 5 minutes to interview Bernie Sanders and decides to use that time to try to get Bernie to trash Gavin Newsom. It gets awkward with Bernie's credit. He kept it civil. I hope Hasan learned a lesson here. This guy fucking hates Bernie Sanders, by the way. These guys literally hate Bernie Sanders. So they are now defending Bernie Sanders because they hate me more. Like, for them, it's all drama. It has nothing to do with like what Bernie is doing there at all. Okay? Which is so fucking nutty. This clip really exposed what libs on Twitter have been complaining about. Bernie clocked that Hasan was trying to bait a clip off him, bashing Newsom to support his recent crash out this past week. Yeah, my recent crash out this past week is what I was trying to fucking bait a clip off. Bernie clocked that Hasan was trying to bait a clip. Fortunately, Bernie's equipped and shot down this childish attempt. El Hasan W. Bernie. So what's crazy about this is like, what's crazy about this take in general is that like, I'm trying to hear him say, you know, what he thinks about like Gavin Newsom attacking the fucking billionaire tax that he's advancing. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Of course I'm going to ask him about Gavin. Like, I'm sure CNN did the same thing as well, right? To which I replied with, he's in the state of California doing a rally to tax the billionaires. I wonder why I asked him that question about Gavin Newsom, the Democratic governor of the state, who is currently trying to strike down taxing billionaires. You people have the brain of a worm. Okay? And of course, like, the Searchlight Institute is out. The knives are out with the Searchlight Institute. Like, it's, I can't tell if it's like, I cannot figure out if these guys are doing it specifically because they see like the left flank as a real threat to their establishment power, or if they genuinely have deluded themselves into thinking that like left flank candidates in general are actually presenting a real problem in the elections and they're actually going to lose to the fucking Republicans or something. Because maybe some of them are just like ideologically deluded. Or if it's just like petty grievances in general. Because like, this is insane. The amount of people that do this kind of shit on Twitter, it has increased in size, in frequency, in magnitude. Not gonna lie, I wondered that myself because Bernie didn't mention or allude to Gavin Newsom by name or title. If you had been paying attention to the oligarchy tour stop in LA, you'd know that and would have framed the question differently. It sounded just like you wanted Bernie to join in on the petty axe grinding. Brother, I don't know if you understand something, but I was there at the fucking oligarchy tour in Los Angeles. Okay? Kamala Stan, Hillary bot, all this shit. Like, these guys just, they don't understand why Democrats keep losing. And I think it's tough for me to look at what these guys are doing as anything but like wanting the Democrats to lose. But as long as they maintain their influence amongst the establishment Democrats. Oh yeah, I saw this one too. But anyway, as long as they maintain their grip within the party infrastructure, they're fine. They're fine with losing, it seems. Right? That's what it feels like to me. Because like they just cannot live in a world. They cannot live in a fucking world where you know a more left position is viable electorally. And it's ironic because that is actually what I talked to with Bernie Sanders. Like the left flank candidacies becoming more electorally viable. The script flipping on itself, right? Because one of the arguments against Bernie Sanders always has been falsely smearing him as someone who has no electoral viability. His worldview being non-viable electorally, right? And that's precisely what we talked about. That was one of the major points in the conversation that we had, which was that the electoralism argument has actually flipped on its head. If you go out in the real world, you see a lot of people from different backgrounds of like lifelong Democrats actually saying people like Bernie Sanders are the people who can defeat the Republicans, right? And Bernie agreed with that. Like the electability argument has totally flipped for regular voters, for the regular Democratic Party voters. But these guys are still running on the old methods. I don't know how you can simultaneously complain journalists don't ask hard questions and also yell at HasanAbi when he's a person who's just in a position to ask questions journalists won't. I think Bernie cherishes working relationships, which is also why the electability thing was bullshit and also why he answered the Gavin question that way. Yes. Trey Easton is literally being paid by billionaires to maintain the status quo, and others are just defending sex-best kick streamers. I think it's part people who literally are maintaining the bag for themselves by holding up the oligopoly from within the Democratic Party, and then part of it is people that have like a personal agenda. Looks like the chorus back, Hasan. I don't think these guys are all chorus backed. I think they're just like, I don't think these are chorus content creators. Some of them might be. But I think these guys are just like straight up delusional. Like they are ideologically invested in third way neoliberalism. It's like baked into their identity. It's like at the core of their argument. They legitimately think that like something as basic as Democrats have to run for things, they are not identifiable as a fucking party on policies, is actually a bad election mechanism, like a bad mechanism to win elections. It's fucking nuts. I think it's cult-like. I think it's parasocial. I think it's cult-like. I think a lot of what their anger and resentment towards someone like myself is actually pure projection when they say like, oh, you're just a cultist. But then they get mad when I'm not a cultist and I actually have moments of criticism for the politicians that I admire, right? When they're like, how dare you fucking criticize a politician on the left that I've criticized for years and years from the middle. It's very strange. It's a very strange way to operate. Have you encountered these people in real life? I mean, Brian Tyler Cohen I've encountered in real life. He's very cordial in the real world. And I think he's even cordial on the internet too, towards me. He's just like frustrated that I criticize Chorus a lot. But I mean, I do sometimes feel like I'm a fucking, island out here, but someone's got to press a little bit. Someone's going to have some tough conversations. Shit lips, forget the politicians are literal animals that need to be whipped to our liking. You're informing them where the people are at, that the base is not fuck with corpo and wishy-washy Dems. It's not only for a no for Bernie, but also staffers around him. You can disagree or ignore it, but that doesn't change the facts. I don't think Bernie Sanders is going to change his opinions anyway, and it doesn't really matter. I mean, he is a very powerful and very influential figure in American politics at this point. And most of the people that are in his movement that identify as like Bernie Bros or became politicians, like even Zohran Mamdani, are like outflanking him in their understanding of the world regardless. And Bernie is at least nice enough to not get in the way of that. Like he does not shy away from endorsing and working with people who are significantly further to his left on foreign policy, further to his left on like, anti-Zionism, stuff like that. Like that's something that I've always appreciated about Bernie Sanders, regardless of our differences in opinion, right? Like he understands that this movement is larger than he is. And this is something that he's been committed to his whole life. And even if he has very stubborn positions that are unshakable, that he refuses to budge on, he recognizes the space that he occupies as someone who is a figurehead in this movement, and he wants to push the country further and further to the left towards a vision that we all agree on, towards a vision of a better future that we all want to achieve. You know? I hate you. Okay. Bernie's still young. He'll figure it out. I like this take. Might be, bro. It's all good chatter. What is this? Did you see the Mehdi Hasan Zohran interview? He asked about some of the same critiques you have of Zohran. This was before. This was like fucking 4 months ago. I think Bernie major flaw like Corbyn is he's too nice for his foes, sends a mixed message. Yeah, I don't think he should be going like super hard against Gavin Newsom at all, but I think he shouldn't shy away from calling out establishment Democrats that are offering a significant setback to his agenda, to our agenda, to all of our agenda, not just me as a fucking content creator on the left. I mean, like literally the agenda of the working class. And that is a criticism that I've had for him, even during the 2016 primaries and certainly in the 2020 primaries as well. Not to say that he shouldn't fall in line and like endorse the candidate after the fact, unless at that point you either have to shit or get off the pot. So if he's not going to do a third party move and do like a dirty break or something or a clean break at a time when it's like most opportune, then yeah, of course he's going to fucking endorse the Democratic candidate. Like that's expected. That's totally normal. If he's not going to use the momentum and the popularity he has to build a third party movement in 2016 or in 2020, then it makes sense to endorse the candidates. But I'm talking about like in the primaries. In the primary system, when he was, very clearly being unjustifiably attacked nonstop, there is definitely an alternative way of dealing with that, and that alternative way revolves around like sometimes using the media's appetite for clash and drama to your advantage to get your word out. You have a worldview that's well-defined, you've explored it, and have a solid understanding of what you want from your politicians. Just because Bernie and AOC have a lot of overlap with your driving desires doesn't really mean that they're a perfect fit. This is how it should be, but instead you see a lot of liberals just tying their worldview to politicians regardless of overlap they may or may not have. Yes, because their primary focus is to ensure that Republicans don't win. And I understand that because I care about that too. Which we will be addressing and talking about with Adam Mockler. Okay? Anyway, but the interview overall is like the same old, which is part of the reason why it's not like it's for you guys. It's not like all that interesting. There's so much more room for exploration with like I want to know about Bernie's ideological journey. I want to talk to Bernie about American foreign policy, how we more effectively tie back American foreign policy to American domestic policy. I want to talk about the left flank momentum in a much more consequential way, in a much longer, better thought out version of the conversation that we briefly had for 5 fucking minutes. So that's what I want to do, and I suspect that we've done a longer interview in the past. I want to do an even longer version of that, and I think I'd be down to just do it for my YouTube page, like a sit down, rather than do it in like a live stream format, which I think he might not be super comfortable with. If we're talking about if I am to try to figure out exactly why why we haven't done like a longer interview. You and the guy in the suit before the interview were exchanging angle maxing pose, and I can't believe you came out on top by frame, mogging him despite his height mog. Thank you. You mean Alex? The Dems have one main goal, which is to suppress the left. I don't think they have one main goal. Not all Democrats operate in the same way. Sounds like you want a strategy and tactics interview and want to build the relationship and trust further, which makes a ton of sense. Yes, that is like a big part of what I want to do. Anyway, where was I? I don't like the lack of soundboard going on. Yeah, he just cares about unity and treats us like the edgy bread. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. I'm getting it a little late. Have you talked about the fit yet? No, I have not. But where was I? What was I going to talk about? Yeah, so like so there was no real opportunity to have like a longer conversation. Gavin Newsom won't be a problem in the next few months. Selling tax for the wealthy will be. He'll ask you to lock in for that interview. Yeah, I think that a lot of these guys are just like not really invested in anything but drama on the internet, and it's not. I mean, it's fine. It's good. It's good that they're just invested in like petty drama on the internet. That they think like everything that I'm doing is specifically to advance like some sort of like own on fucking Jose can't tweet or whatever, as though that is like even remotely consequential or even remotely a part of my calculation. It's not a part of my calculation, just as like Squirrel's assessment is not a part of my calculation. Like I have a goal here. I want to accomplish something, and in an effort to get there, I have to do what I have to do. So I think people are going to chirp. There's not really much you can do about it. Sometimes the chirping can be constructive criticism. Sometimes it could be like hysterics, right? Sometimes it could be petty drama and unproductive. And other times it could be like hysterical approaches to a long, well thought out conversation in the future. In any case, yeah, centrists are mad you even asked about Newsom. Leftists are mad you didn't physically assault Bernie for his stance on Israel. Exactly. But it's the position that I am comfortable being in. If you are to my left, or if you're ultra or anything like that, and you're yelling at me, it is what it is. More power to you. I think you're gonna accomplish your goals. If you are a centrist who's yelling at me because I even brought up any sort of friction within the establishment in the left flank of the party, then, sucks to suck for you guys, I think. Another month goes by. What is this? You have no fuck you, libtard, imperialism, apologist, Democrat, ass-licking grifter, says Ja Fikira. You have no principles and you are insecure and want to be white and ashamed of your Turkish background, which explains your imperialist apologism and ass-licking. This is true. I'm ashamed of being Turkish. That's why I am an imperialist. What do you mean? Turkey is the second largest standing military in NATO. So I wouldn't be ashamed of that. I'd be riding for it, don't you think? Anyway. Do you have a heat lamp on Kaya? Yeah, like a rotisserie chicken. This chat is a bottomless pit of dumb fucks? I don't think so. I think a lot of people are just memeing. Anyway, so that's like the Bernie side of the conversation, and what the brain rotted fucking internet, the brain rotted internet memesters and centrist Democrats are like hyper focusing on. I'm one of the organizers in the billionaire tax and saw you for a quick sec, but was too shy to say hi. Oh, you should have said it. Hey, just a heads up, something's in the water and chat is being uniquely chat today. Okay, good to know. I mean, I kind of sense it, but it's all good. What else was I gonna say? What else? Oh, yeah, and then there was also the chorus side of the equation. That was before the Bernie interview, but apparently I've pissed off Brian Tyler Cohen a little bit. And it all started when this one chorus content creator was saying some ridiculous shit on the timeline. For those of you who don't know, Chorus is a dark money funded, DNC adjacent operation. There are leftists. There are people who are progressive. There are people who are to the left of the centrist liberals that are a part of this like organization that offers financial support, but they are funded. They are funded by some big donors, right? Do with that information what you will, but basically the conversation started when I responded to Zachary Kirk, who I didn't know who he was, and he was like talking about how like the far left used to love Jasmine Crockett, now they hate her because they're racist, all this stuff, which I wholeheartedly think is like unproductive infighting, right? I think it's an ineffective way to campaign in general. It's what has led to the Bernie flank constantly being undermined. The Bernie flank constantly being undermined with like cynical deployment of identity politics, even if like Bernie Sanders' message was supposed to be a uniting one, rainbow coalition style, as he also talked about as well. Shouts out to Jesse Jackson. And then I found out that he actually someone called him out. Someone said, I'll bet this is about ideology. Asking if Zachary Kirk had ever talked about Ilhan Omar or ever talked about Cori Bush. And he replied to that with, I didn't support either one. And for the record, I strongly support Wesley Bell. Now, Wesley Bell is notoriously one of the worst Democrats and is directly an Israeli operation, right? This is... If we're analyzing this as like someone who wants what's best for the Democratic Party, supporting Wesley Bell is completely unacceptable, right? If we're looking at this as class war, this person is an antagonist. This person is truly, truly not invested in the interests of the working class at all. But that much is obviously, that is obvious, right? If we're thinking about this from the perspective of defeating Republicans, it's a poisonous, toxic, cancerous thing to be in support of. Because Wesley Bell, for those of you who don't know, one, because of AIPAC's $20 million funding in the primary campaign against Cori Bush, AIPAC punished Jamal Bowman and Cori Bush for being pro-Palestine and being anti-genocide early on, a position that now the majority of the party, 80% of the Democratic Party now agrees with the principles that Cori Bush was defending at a time when it was inopportune for her to do so. AIPAC punished Cori Bush for being right too early. AIPAC punished Jamal Bowman for being right too early, right? And AIPAC punished Cori Bush specifically by spending $20 million in that primary race against Cori Bush by putting up Wesley Bell. Wesley Bell is one of the worst, if not the worst Democrat in office right now. Okay? Truly, truly poisonous. And AIPAC's influence is obviously still very important to address and discuss. For those of you who don't know, AIPAC is obviously the major lobby for Israel. And basically, yeah, he got $8.5 million from Israel. Fuck this dude. Zachary Kirk's sack of shit. So was Wesley Bell. I hate living in Missouri because of them. Wesley Bell, for those of you who don't know, actually he's been very, very unpopular. And he literally had his last town hall like a year ago at this point. And he stopped doing town halls because at his town halls, people would be like, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you so pro-Israel? What the fuck's wrong with you? And he basically brutalized his constituents at his last ever town hall. And he hasn't done town hall since then, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, and Wesley Bell's going to be out this year regardless, but it's crazy to me that this guy is like openly saying like, I am associated, I have no issue associating myself at a time when like the anti-Israel position is unfathomably popular, especially in the Democratic Party's base. This guy is openly saying like, I am in favor of corporate-backed, Israel-backed, purely propped up by Israel candidates like Wesley Bell. To which I responded with, chorus-funded creators needs to stop doing shit like this, straight-up Israeli asset. And this doesn't mean like every chorus-funded creator is an Israeli asset, but this guy certainly is presenting himself as that. That was my argument here, okay? And this, of course, frustrated Brian Tyler Cohen, who runs Chorus. I think I'm going to have a longer conversation with him at some point. Like I want to have a conversation with him about like Chorus in general, like what Chorus is seeking to do, what Chorus is trying to do in general. But like any association with AIPAC is like electoral poison, even by centrist liberals. So I think like this is not even a question, right? So he said, the funny part is that there are tons of Chorus creators who like, retweet, follow, support Hasan and his preferred candidates, but he would rather shit on the program because it's convenient to have a boogeyman and feel like a victim. I don't feel like a victim at all. I don't feel like a victim at all. But I even understand the necessity for a media infrastructure to develop in the independent media side of things. I wish the funding structure wasn't so opaque by design. I don't like paying people for their opinions in general. By principle, I think like commentary, especially on the independent side of media, should remain independent, right? And so even if I don't agree with this on some of the aspects of Chorus, I understand why there is at least someone out there trying to. Hasan loves lying about Chorus. What? Yeah, I don't love lying about Chorus, but my point is, I understand why there is a media coalition out there that's trying to get funds to match up with like the fucking the Daily Wire, right? Because the reality of the matter is that's what Chorus is supposed to fight back against. Chorus is supposed to be like a somewhat decentralized version of like what the Daily Wire is, right? Because the Daily Wire is like an institution, an instrument of the party, an instrument of the Republican Party. Chorus is supposed to operate as an instrument of the Democratic Party, okay? So I see utility in that in general, especially in this current media landscape, because someone's got to fucking combat the Republicans. But the difference here is that some of the fucking Chorus content creators are less invested in combating the Republicans and more invested in pushing out the left flank. And unfortunately, the Democratic Party's consultant class also has this same exact interest. So if the people that are giving the notes to some of the Chorus content creators have this ideological commitment to pushing out the left flank, not only like the left flank candidates, which Brian Tyler Cohen doesn't have this ideological predisposition. He interviews left flank candidates all the fucking time. And there are plenty of Chorus adjacent and Chorus funded creators who also like, for example, James Tallarico and prefer James Tallarico over Jasmine Crockett. So I don't necessarily disagree when he says that there is like ideological division amongst Chorus content creators, but I'm saying as an institution, as an institution, or as an instrument of the party, if it's so predisposed with the goals of the establishment wing of the party, okay, if it's so predisposed with like dishing out or fighting the battles of the establishment consultants of the party, the establishment wing of the party, then it's going to be unproductive. And this is one of those moments. Like Wesley Bell is a grifter. Wesley Bell is AIPAC backed. You don't want that stink associated with the rest of the Democratic Party, especially at a time when AIPAC is almost as unpopular as crypto is, right? Like, two things you should be staying away from if you're a fucking Democrat who wants to defeat Republicans is, I don't fuck with crypto, I don't fuck with Israel, right? So when you have chorus creators that are reflecting these values, it basically plays this role of making the entire institution look like that's what they're doing. Okay? Felix responded to Zachary Kirk. I didn't agree with you when you were alive, but it's disgusting that your widow and quote-unquote friends are making AI videos of you pretending you would have supported Jasmine Crockett months after your tragic death in front of millions. That's funny. So I hope that makes this clear, right? I hope this helps people understand. Like, I have a much more reasonable position than people understand. And as a matter of fact, because I have a much more reasonable position than people understand, a lot of people on my side, on my left flank, will consistently yell at me, and they'll say, you're too naive, you're too stupid, you don't treat people that are working with the establishment wing of the party as like enemies. Okay, I'm somewhere in between. I'm not anywhere near as conciliatory to the establishment Democrats as Bernie Sanders is, because I still understand that, but I still understand that you have to work with Democrats as a whole and caucus with the entire party to get some sort of comprehensive agenda across. Okay? Brian Tyler Cohen says, what's to stop you from building a program to that supports creators in the ecosystem? You love about chorus, which includes leftists, liberals, and apolitical creators. No time to be a part of the solution, just want to endlessly complain. To which, I mean, that was the part that I think was like the most ridiculous, so I did respond to that. I said, I work with a program. As a matter of fact, I work with multiple programs. I work with the DSA, PSO, labor unions, and anyone that will advance the interests of the working class. Whether it be community organizing, mutual aid, even electing representatives that advance the agenda. And that's because, like, for me, it's not about like the push is not on the content side. The push is on the organizing side, right? I understand everybody plays a different role, right? But the role I like to play, or the role I try to play is to foment an interest in organizing in general, create not groups within the Democratic Party, but create groups outside of the Democratic Party to push the Democratic Party in the appropriate direction that addresses the needs of the working class. Okay? That's my goal. And I'm pretty open about that as well. But it's really interesting that like my haters will still go, odd that you never mentioned these programs on your streams. It's like there's no better indication that this person has not watched a single fucking second of my live streams. Like, this guy said, I don't talk about these programs. Your streams are about 30% grievance against perceived enemies and about 70% anti-USA, anti-Democrat, anti-Israel. That last one is understandable. I said, I just interviewed Bernie Sanders like 30 minutes ago. Congrats. I consider this an improvement over your telling trans people that Democrats plan to shoot them in the head. Like, it's fucking insane. Like, what the fuck? The difference is that most leftist content creators aren't really motivated by bags of money, so our principles wouldn't be thrown away with a paycheck. I mean, I understand that there is a major structural hurdle. There is a major structural hurdle to launching any sort of media operation that people on the left cannot overcome. It's very difficult to like keep pushing through. It's very difficult to like keep pushing through and creating an infrastructure for yourself that is self-funded, that is fan-funded. Okay? That is the reality. And it's virtually impossible to combat the faucet of misinformation coming from the right. but I don't think that the most effective way that people advance their political goals, political agenda is by going to big donors in the Democratic Party and trying to recreate Turning Point USA, but Democratic Party style. I know it's effing. It's raining in LA. It's effing. It's raining in LA. It is what it is. But on that note, so why make an org to do this? Seems like grassroots is the only real option. Fight the right by not fighting the left. Yeah. Like, by the way, that account is obsessed with you. Every post is directed in your worldview. I know. There's a lot of people. There are, unfortunately, far too many people that just like spend every waking moment dishing out their political opinions as an expression of like combating against me. Like these guys, like this Hillary Clinton, like they're doing the bro tip shit now. You know what I mean? They're like, they're out here like doing the exact same lines of attack that the right have tried for years and years to use against me. Things that I've addressed a million times over. It's totally parasitic. It's totally unproductive. It's not something that I have hidden at all. So I don't really know why this is the only this is the only thing that they know, which is, I mean, look at this guy. This guy is just like consistently fucking talking about only a sociopath will apply aversive, painful shock to a sweet dog during a live stream and then make a joke of it after viewers were rightfully alarmed. Like this guy's only understanding of politics is just like fucking being like, I hate Hasan. This exact same cycle happens every single year, lol. It's what triggered it to me. What I find to be interesting, what triggered it is like going after Gavin Newsom. They either want bros or not in the Democratic Party. These motherfuckers wonder why they lose. I know. Like, it's very strange. Like, holy crap. What is this even? Hasan Piker trying to do alpha male content? Yeah, dude, this was yesterday. I'm still doing it, actually. Old news, my man. How do y'all not see he's a grifter? Oh, I know he is, but I didn't know he tried this particular grift before. BTC is literally hiding behind some course. People like use a shield to stop you from accurately calling out what they're doing. Civil doesn't equal good faith from shit libs. I don't know. I mean, I haven't made like a full-blown assessment, but once again, from where I'm standing, it's like I understand. Oh shit. That was a full F. That was a big one. Gain some more weight like that again? It's tough. Is it totally cooked? Can you guys see me? Are we back? I think we're back, right? It was just stutters. They're all trying to take you down. I don't trust any of them. I mean, I'll fight back. I'll fight back to the best of my ability, you know, but once again, I try to make it as productive, like this pushback to be as productive as possible. And I think part of making it productive is by having a bigger conversation. Internet RA mode on. Okay, it's real. It's like not even loading I can't even load fucking YouTube right now. I'm totally cooked. Oh wait, it worked. They're intercepting you, Hasan. No more sound bites. No, guys. Hold on. Just wait. the more they trash you, the more it indicates the left's motion. You're just a stand-in for leftists. Yeah, I do think about it like that for the most part. I think about it as like people feeling threatened overall about like what this community represents within the party. And I think some people consider that to be dangerous because they think they've deluded themselves into thinking that like a Bernie Sanders style campaign will actually yield a horrific defeat in the eyes of a reactionary base by Americans. And I think some people think that no, it actually won't be a problem, but it will actually take their power away, their influence away within the ranks of the Democratic Party. And they're first and foremost fearful of losing their position of power. And there are definitely those who just are advancing God damn, the fucking internet, man. Yeah, there are definitely those who are also advancing a personal grievance agenda. Like, there are definitely those who are just like so invested in drama, so invested in what their like favorite content creator tells them about like how to do politics, and how to do politics is always advancing drama, being smear merchants, outrage merchants, manufacturing outrage in general, and diluting the conversation, trying to move the conversation away from like productive ideological differences and what the best path forward is to you did this, you did that. I have imagined that you are a bad person, and now I'm going to do everything in my power to like, I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure that like everybody else also thinks you're a bad person. It's just very stupid. It's very, very stupid. Anyway, I digress. Let's get to some productive things that have taken place. Former Prince Andrew was arrested over suspected misconduct in public office.
News from England, you've heard about it by now, where the king's brother Andrew once...
This might come as a surprise to you, but in other countries, even if you're a part of the fucking monarchy, you can actually receive some legal scrutiny, it seems, when you are a part of an international sex trafficking conspiracy.
Second in line to
We don't know about that in America, of course.
Was arrested by police at his home this morning. Andrew has been detained on suspicion of misconduct amid the growing uproar following the release of those Jeffrey Epstein files. Ramy Inocencio is outside Buckingham Palace with the latest. Ramy, good morning. This is a stunning turn of events. What can you tell us?
Gail, yes, absolutely stunning. Massive news here. The arrest of a British royal at about 8 a.m. this morning. British police arrived at the home of Andrew. We understand that that involved 6 unmarked cars and 8 plainclothes officers. And this is linked to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Not for that, but on suspicion of misconduct while in public office. And that carries a maximum penalty of life in prison.
Photographed on all fours over a female in the Justice Department's most recent release of Jeffrey Epstein's emails,
Andrew Mountbatten Windsor was arrested at Sandringham, the private estate of his brother King Charles, about 3 hours north of London. On suspicion, Andrew, as trade envoy in the 2000s, shared confidential information with Jeffrey Epstein about investment opportunities around the world, including Afghanistan and Hong Kong. In a statement, police confirmed, "We have today arrested a man in his 60s from Norfolk and carrying out searches at 2 addresses. He remains in police custody and will not be named." Andrew has vehemently denied any wrongdoing whatsoever since he befriended Epstein in 1999.
I have no recollection of ever meeting this lady.
Including knowing Virginia Giuffre, who accused Epstein of sex trafficking her as a teenager. She took her life last year.
Today, her family released a statement saying that Mountbatten Windsor was never a prince.
What? Is that how that works? Like when they take away your prince status, you're just never considered a prince at all? He was simply known as a prince, but he was not a real prince. I'm sorry, but you cannot tell me that capitalism does not create an identical power structure to monarchies when symbolic monarchies have more pressure on monarchs than American capitalism does on its ruling class. What are we doing? America is literally a fucking monarchy, a theocratic monarchy, but the religion is capitalism. the false notion that undergirds the system that directly creates a structure of power for those in positions of power is meritocracy, the myth of meritocracy. Instead of saying, God has ordained you to be the king, to rule over this land, we say meritocracy is real, and this person worked hard and worked smart, and that's why he must rule over me. The lie that it tells people, the lie that it tells the average commoner is that one day you too can be a king. Now, monarchs didn't do that. But that lie, I think, has given capitalism its staying power. But how can you look at this system and think it's anything different than fucking feudalism when American oligarchs are not being punished, but monarchs are? I mean, that's a whole ass prince. Now, I don't know how hard they'll get punished, but this is more scrutiny for a whole ass prince than this is scrutiny for a whole ass prince. Then we have offered our princes, our lordship, our elites.
He was stripped of all royal titles last year and has been under mounting pressure to testify in front of the U.S. Congress.
How long have you known about Andrew and Epstein?
King Charles and Queen Camilla earlier this month said they stand ready to support the police in their investigation. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer applied political pressure.
Everybody is equal under the law, and nobody is above the law, and it applies, and it has to apply in this case in the same way as it
Yeah, not to your buddies, though. I mean, your buddies were heavily involved, too. Your besties, right?
In any other case.
So much pressure now building on Andrew, the former prince. Also of note, it's his 66th birthday. Gail.
Thank you very much, Remy and Ocincio, reporting from London. We want to read now the entire statement from Virginia Giuffre's family. It reads this: At last today, our broken hearts have been lifted at the news that no one is above the law, not even royalty. On behalf of our sister, Virginia Roberts Giuffre, we extend our gratitude to the UK Thames Valley Police for their investigation and the arrest of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. He was never a prince for survivors. Everywhere, Virginia did this for you. Let's bring in our CBS News royal contributor. That's Roya Nika. She is a royal editor for Britain's Sunday Times.
It is kind of funny to me, though, that it's like we got... Dude, we got fucking... We have CBS News as royal contributors. Like, we got CBS News on the royalty beat. That blows my mind, okay? That blows my mind. What are we doing? I guess it's good. I don't know. But, like, I feel like more focus should be on potentially having a beat on labor, maybe? I don't know. Literally, we all have royal correspondents on all the networks. Yeah, it's crazy to me. Maybe I'm too woke for this. I don't know. Maybe I'm not cut out for this, but I think like the royalty beat is crazy, especially in America.
And I know that she's getting in position even as we speak. But Roya, we're very excited to have you this morning because we all woke up to this news, and I have to say, we're all still processing it here in the States. I can't imagine what's happening in the UK. Do you know yet if the king is going to respond directly to the arrest of his brother?
Well, good morning, Gail. This is all happening very fast, but we have just literally this minute had a statement from the king about the arrest of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, and I can read that statement to you now. He says, I've learned with the deepest concern the news about Andrew Mountbatten Windsor and the suspicion of misconduct in public office. What now follows is the full, fair and proper process by which this issue is investigated in the appropriate manner and by the appropriate authorities. In this, as I've said before, they have our full, wholehearted support and cooperation. Let me state clearly, the law must take its course. As this process continues, it would not be right for me to comment further on this matter. Meanwhile, my family and I will continue in our duty and service to you all. And that statement for the King is signed Charles R. So that is the response. Extraordinarily, we are due to see the King open London Fashion Week imminently, as his brother has been arrested this morning. So that's just in, Gail.
Yeah, I'm wondering, it was stunning. For us here in the United States, did you all have any heads up? Was there any talk that this was possibly in the works? Were you all as surprised as we were here in the U.S.?
There has been momentum building over the last few days, Gail. We saw yesterday, I think, an accumulation of around 7 or 8 police forces getting involved. We also had the involvement announced yesterday of the NCA, which is our national crime agency, sometimes described as the British FBI. So there has been a feeling that police forces could no longer not look at this very seriously, and I think it has been moving in one direction. That said, to see those police cars arriving, about 8 of them this morning, at the Sandringham estate, at Wood Farm, where Andrew is temporarily staying, is quite a moment. This is the King's brother who has been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in a public office, the first senior royal to ever be arrested.
Roya, it's Vlad. How do we...
It's crazy. It is all... Okay. One immediate comparison here, obviously, is like how unimaginably powerful our, liberal capitalist system has created, beacons of power that are equivalent to the lords of the past, right? Under, feudalism. 100%. Like Elon Musk is literally a god king, right? And what's interesting to me is that liberal capitalism is so successful at creating a process that shifts people's attention away from that indecent consolidation of power that is unchecked, that we will offer kings and princes as the sacrificial lamb before we fucking approach a banker. Okay? Think about that. This motherfucker was a prince. Liberal capitalism is so domineering a force that a monarch who is second in line to the throne will get thrown to slaughter before we touch a banker that has done the same shit that Prince Andrew has done. It's not even a question. Even people who work at the behest of those bankers, at the behest of that international pedophilic cabal, people like Mendelsohn, who were directly aligned with Jeffrey Epstein, who were working at the interest of American capital and international capital, those guys don't receive this level of scrutiny. It is crazy. Think about that. We all understand in our hearts as children that have been born into an environment where liberalism is the monoculture, is the hegemonic, domineering superstructure. We know liberalism. We've learned about liberalism. We know that it's an evolution away from monarchies. We know monarchies are bad. They're undemocratic. We believe in the democratic process. But how is this Epstein shit not causing you to realize that consolidation of power that existed in monarchies is still very much intact right now? It's crazy. We're all a bunch of fucking serfs, man. We're serfs with iPhones, basically. We're serfs that eat hot Cheetos. And we delude ourselves into thinking that we've achieved freedom. We have not. We've deluded ourselves into thinking that we live in a just process where justice will be served. And sure, maybe we have more freedoms in some ways. There's a court system that's supposed to be intact. There's a court system that's supposed to adjudicate evenly. But when push comes to shove and the very wealthy, very powerful get caught with their pants down, sometimes literally, sometimes figuratively, no punishments come for them. If you are a regular working class individual and you get caught with a baggie of cocaine, you're receiving a heavy penalty. If you're black and you get caught with a bag of crack, you receive an even larger penalty. If you're RFK Jr., a member of the American royalty, you can talk about how you did cocaine off of toilet seats and you're fine. You're the head of the HHS. If you are Leon Black and you've been for years under legal scrutiny in and out of court cases for all of the victims that you participated in this international sex trafficking conspiracy with as a co-conspirator, you can still maintain your billions of dollars. Nothing happens. I mean, that's not a real just process at all. That's not a real system of justice. That's not abiding by the principles of the rule of law that is evenly applied to every single person, that no man is above the law. It's bullshit. These guys are still very much gods. They're very much kings that live amongst us. And we think, or rather, we delude ourselves into thinking that we can be like them one day. And that's why the system is actually much better. It's far superior. But if you pulled yourself out and approached the issue holistically, you would realize that there is fundamentally no difference between the feudal structure that we used to exist under versus what we have now under liberal capitalism. The only thing is the system defends itself a lot better. That's it.
Have we heard anything at all from the prince's former wife, Sarah Ferguson, and his daughters, Princess Beatrice and Princess Eugenie, and how they are perhaps reacting to this news?
At the moment, this is all very new. We have not yet heard from the former Duchess of York, Sarah Ferguson, or from Princesses Beatrice and Eugenie. It has been quite interesting in the last few weeks. Sarah Ferguson, we know, has been abroad a little bit. She has kept a very low profile, as have the princesses. Obviously, very difficult time for them. It's been made very clear from the palace and from the king that regardless of what Andrew Mountbatten Windsor may or may not have done, and we must stress he has always denied any wrongdoing in this issue, that the king has always been very clear to keep the girls close, but this is going to be a very difficult time for them. Things have seriously escalated now.
Roya, the phrase misconduct in office, what exactly does that mean? I'm not familiar with that. And what happens now?
Well, misconduct in a public office...
What is it, like a guy next to her just like picking up gravel with a shovel? What's happening?
There's various forms of it. What the police are looking at specifically here is the emergence of what the emails in the Epstein files appear to show, which is that Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, during his decade as the UK's trade envoy from 2001 to 2011, appeared to send sensitive, highly classified documents and information, government information, briefing information on things like reconstruction in Afghanistan, on things like investment opportunities in around the world, from his trips around the world, from China contacts, to Jeffrey Epstein. And there is a suggestion, not proven, there's a possibility that Jeffrey Epstein may have used some of that information to his financial advantage. We must stress again that Andrew has not been charged. He has merely been arrested on suspicion of this and denies any wrongdoing. But if someone is charged and if they are found guilty of that offence, it does carry a maximum life sentence.
Wow. All right. Roy and Nika, we appreciate you getting on the air for us this morning with the breaking news. Thank you very much.
Thames Valley Police is able to provide an update in relation to investigation into the offence of misconduct in public office.
It's no longer Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. It's Andrew Mountbatten. No Windsor. No Prince. I see a path. I know you do too. Billionaires versus solidarity. Yes.
On Thursday,
billionaires are functionally no different than the tyrants of the old ages, tyrants, the monarchs, the fucking lords, right? The reality is they now have more power than even the symbolic monarchs do. It's clear. It's clear. Under liberal capitalism, a billionaire has more power than a fucking monarch does. Okay? A prince can receive more scrutiny from the system, albeit symbolic, albeit as a sacrificial lamb to throw some red meat in the face of the masses to make them feel like the system is still working. But it is clear, it's clear that Les Wexner, Leon Black, and even some of their more prominent servants, like Mendelssohn in the UK, or even Keir Starmer, will receive less penalties than a fucking monarch does. Yeah, I saw. This is what he looked like too, which is really funny. History repeats. And it rhymes, but it also repeats. This is what I said. Tell me the U.S. doesn't have the same power structure as monarchs of the old when you have princes receiving more legal scrutiny in the UK than we offer our oligarchs who are just as compromised by Epstein. This is the great lie of liberal capitalism. Now, of course, it's been released, but I'm just saying, like who's gotten their fucking fingerprints? Who's gotten their photos taken? Who's been perp walked in the United States of America amongst the wealthiest Epstein class? Who?
19th of February, we arrested a man in his 60s from Norfolk on suspicion of misconduct in public office. The arrested man has now been released under investigation. We can also confirm that our searches in Norfolk have now concluded.
We begin with the stunning arrest today of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. We have late word that Andrew has been released after spending most of the day in police custody. Police in Britain arrested the former prince this morning.
British press working overtime, including Emily Matlow, who famously conducted that train wreck interview with Andrew. Fucking hate my country's media. This is a pretty grave moment.
One of the reasons I'm gobsmacked is because there is something very personal in this as well, and we talk a lot about people's sort of state of mind and health and all the rest of it, and I suppose I do feel I feel concern actually as I'm watching this story unfold.
Why?
And I suppose that two things can be simultaneously true, that it can have been a long time coming, but when it does, there is somebody at the centre of it, and it is a father, and there are children.
Are you fucking... What? Dude, I swear to God, every British person has a chip in their brain. I swear to God. They have a surf chip, and it activated. Lady, you cooked his ass. You played a more significant role in moving this along than the average person did, okay? And for that, I thank you, okay? This got to be out of context or something, but I just don't understand how this can be in context at all. I don't. How can you be so servile? Like, what the fuck? A pretty grave moment, sighs Emily Maitlis, the same journalist who once watched Prince Andrew tie himself in the knots, denying he could sweat. How noble this sudden tenderness for a man whose closest friends ran an international trafficking ring. One almost feels for him. Almost. The real grave moments, of course, belong to the girls who never got royal protection or a sympathetic interview on LBC. Priorities. So this doesn't make any sense, because you know who else had fathers, had sisters, had daughters later down the line, loved ones? The victims. Victims of Andrew Mountbatten. You know? Everybody's got family. The fuck do you mean? Oh, wow, we have to offer our condolences and our sympathy to this, like, true villain. If we cannot establish that there are real villains, even in this, like, liberal structure that we exist in, this liberal hegemony that we exist under, if we cannot say an international sex trafficker and their closest associates are fucking villains, no one is a villain. There are no villains at that point. You know who the villain is? You. Okay? If you are a rapist as a working class individual, you're a villain. If you're a rapist as a king, as a prince, then you're a victim. You're a victim of your own, you're a victim of this system. It's crazy. Offer more sympathy to people who have done wrong, not, participated in international sex trafficking of children, of course, but just like, done crimes of circumstance, engaged in crimes of circumstance. Offer more sympathy to those people than you do to the fucking people at the tippy top. What are we doing? I feel like people's priorities are completely swapped for some fucking crazy reason. We need to be more sympathetic to the working poor that ends up stealing shit because they want to fucking feed their family, whether it's a Gucci bag or not. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? You can't sell the bread. Bread can't actually substitute for rent. Gucci bags can, right? I don't understand it. I don't understand how you can just look at a system or look at victims of systemic forces and not offer them a shred of sympathy, but then you find all the sympathy in the end for a guy who is objectively like a straight up comic book villain, like so evil that it's comical almost. Unfortunately, it's not funny at all because it's real life and there are real victims. She's saying that she has, she's reflecting on the moment of former Prince Andrew getting arrested and thinking, well, this person is a father.
Simultaneously true, that it can have been a long time coming. But when it does, there is somebody at the centre of it, and it is a father, and there are children, and there is a mental health question. And I suppose that's what's sort of holding me back a bit and saying this is a pretty serious moment. It's a grave moment. It's not a sort of jumping up and down moment.
No, of course not.
I think one of the reasons I'm gobsmacked.
What does that even mean? What does that even mean? I mean, that makes no fucking sense. What does that even mean, bro? Oh my God, the Les Wexner full deposition to House Democrats on the Epstein files just came out. Woo! Who remembers Emily Maitlis sat in front of a backdrop of Corbyn with a Photoshop hat in Kremlin? BBC fine with that, but not with her remarks about Cummings. Yeah, BBC's fine with this, but not her remarks about Prince Andrew either. LBC. Now she's at LBC talking about Prince Andrew being a victim of the system. It's like, no. It's crazy to me that you could just sit there and say, what about it with your posh accent on mainstream television, on a mainstream news outlet, and say, what about the feelings of the international pedophilic cabal? What about it? Yeah, I don't care, man. I mean, call me too woke. Call me woke, but I don't fucking give a shit about the feelings of international sex traffickers and members of the Epstein class. You know who does, though? And there is like elite solidarity there. Donald Trump. Here's what Donald Trump had to say when asked about the arrest of the former Prince Andrew.
It's not a good one, Peter. What do you think?
I got a question about something big overseas today. The former Prince Andrew arrested by the police there, related to something with Jeffrey Epstein. Do you think people in this country at some point, associates of Jeffrey Epstein, will wind up in handcuffs too?
Well, I'm the expert in a way because I've been totally exonerated.
Yeah, I'm the expert at being a participant in the pedophile class. POG, I call it pedophile occupied government. I'm the expert of pedophilia. Totally exonerated. Have you been? Have you been totally exonerated? I don't think so. I'm the least guilty man in America from the standpoint of pedophilia, no one is less guilty than me.
That's very nice. I can actually speak about it very nicely. I think it's a shame. I think it's very sad. I think it's so bad for the royal family. It's a very, very sad. To me, it's a very sad thing. When I see that, it's a very sad thing. To see it and to see what's going on with his brother, who's obviously coming to our country very soon, and he's a fantastic man, the king. So I think it's a very sad thing.
It's a real shame. It's a real shame that the pedophilic prince is receiving a little bit of scrutiny from the legal system, just like a little bit. He's out already. He's not like, he's not going to remain in prison, I don't think. I mean, we'll see where it goes, but like, just a real shame. I think to myself, on the one hand, a pedophile friend of mine had to get a little bit of interrogation today. And on the other hand, another shame. South Korea, folks. South Korea coming after, they're calling him an insurrectionist. They're calling him an insurrectionist. They gave him life in prison. A real shame, folks. President Yoon, the real president of my soul, of my life, former South Korean President Yoon Suk Yeol, sentenced to life imprisonment with labor for leading an insurrection over his failed martial law declaration. I will be demanding his release.
Really interesting because nobody used to speak about Epstein when he was alive, but now they speak. But I'm the one that can talk about it because I've been totally exonerated. I did nothing. In fact, the opposite. He was against me. He was fighting me in the election, which I just found out through the last 3 million pages of documents. Yeah, please. Yeah, please.
You said today on Iran, bad things will happen.
In the last year alone, the UK arrested his prince. Korea sentences his former president to life in prison. Brazil sentences his former president to 27 years. France sentences his former president to 5 years. Peru arrested and jailed its former president. The Philippines arrested his former president. In the U.S., our system completely failed. An unlimited pardon power and Supreme Court's new absurd invented concept of presidential immunity will only further protect presidential crimes. I think the most unlikely bedfellow in this entire process has been the libertarians, who are real libertarians, by the way, and not the fucking only invested in lowering the age of consent libertarians who love Trump and love the fucking border wall and shit. But like the Cato Institute guys, I lean on so much more than I ever thought I would, even though they have like fantastical narratives that they go along with where they say like we should just destroy the federal government or whatever. I cannot believe how much I lean into Cato Institute think tank guys and Reason Magazine think tank guys as well. It's at least there are some people out there who fucking recognize how insane this system is. It's kind of crazy. And yeah, I don't think the Philippines arrested their president, but whatever, it doesn't matter. The rest of the point still stands. Yeah, Matt Petty writes for Reason, and I think he's one of the best out there who has a different approach to this stuff, but at least like he covers the madness. He speaks to my confusion where when I sit here and watch what the fuck's going on. It was the ICC. Anyway, it would be amazing if we dedicate some time digging into the degradation of women and girls critical to the maintenance of these systems. People with all powers and money in the world and their preferred pastime is raping and abusing us. We need to spend time talking about the patriarchy and the permission structure of the degradation and devaluation of women and girls. I'm tired of focusing only on the men. I mean, I'm going to keep focusing on the men that are doing the raping. You're not wrong, but like, I think we shouldn't stop focusing on the men who are doing the raping. You know? we should definitely keep talking about the men who were the rapists. Especially as long as they remain free. You know? They fucking remain free. It blows my mind. I mean, it's expected. I understand. But when I see the theories that I envision, the theories, the analysis that I contribute to on a daily basis unfold in very real material ways in front of our eyes, it is still a shock to me. Someone who recognizes why the American government does certain things, right? Like, for years and years, I've talked about imperialism and how America engages in raw material extraction at the behest of international capital. And it's still a shock to someone like myself when I hear Donald Trump say it out loud. Does that make sense? And it's doubly confusing when I see a pliant media class and an even more serf-like working class approach the subject matter and still finds ways to justify it, to normalize it, that turn around and go, yeah, well, it's good actually that we're fucking invading Venezuela and deposing and kidnapping the president of Venezuela so we can, you know, secure all of the oil barrels for ExxonMobil. It's like, so you're fine with it. Like, this doesn't even benefit you at all, but you're fine with it regardless because, like, someone's got to get dominated. Is that what it is? Like, what the fuck is the mental gymnastics here? They are saying out loud that they are a pedophilic cabal that's ruling over you. And for years and years, I've heard you engage in conspiracy theories about the international pedophilic cabal. And now that they're saying it out loud, you're like, actually, it was good? Like, actually, it was good? All they needed to do was tell you what they're doing? Tell you what they're up to? How the hell do you look at all of this and go, yeah, it's something? How the hell do you look at all of this and not go, something's got to fucking change? What the hell? Mind-boggling stuff. And there is so many new data dumps today on the Epstein files that we are obviously going to get into. Insane, they're hanging a giant Trump banner on the DOJ building, full-blown North Korea vibes. Okay, it's kind of tried to do the actually This America stuff in 2026, but this specifically has very distinctly Mussolini vibes. If it had North Korea vibes, at least someone will be getting commissioned for a statue. Yeah. It is nutty. They're like, what the fuck is this? And then they go, here's one of the same. Brother, this is a banner celebrating the electoral victory. This is a banner celebrating the electoral victory of Barack Obama in the city that he's from. Okay? That was their campaign made by Shepard Fairey. That was the campaign logo. This is the Department of Justice building with a banner of Donald Trump's face looking ominous with the words, "Make America Safe Again." This is closer to that. Yeah. What the fuck? I mean, look, the aesthetics of it are alarming, but I am not one to care about form over function. You know this, even though liberals do care about form over function. I care about the function, but god damn, dude, this is literally a 1-to-1. What the fuck? What the fuck, brother? What the
hell? Oh my God, no way.
is what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Donald Trump is Hitler maxing. Donald Trump is fash-maxing, okay? And he's actually mogging the lib cells, okay? Donald Trump is Hitler maxing and mogging the lib cells by throwing up banners of his face all around the fucking nation's capital. Holy fuck. It's so cool that these guys are just like, we're fascists and we're doing fascism and it's awesome and we love doing fascism. And there are still people who throw their hands up and they're like, fuck, come on, you're being so crazy. At what point does the pivot happen? Because that's what I want to know. Because, like, it's going to happen, right? There's going to come a point where people start self-identifying as such. Because I know we live in the post-World War II universe where, like, there's still enough people that while they subscribe to fascism ideologically, they don't say it out loud. I know there are more and more people out there like Nick Fuentes who are doing it, right? But like, at what point does the major part of the Trump movement turn around and self-identify? When that pivot takes place, when it comes to fruition, when it's just like people running around being like, what's the problem with fascism anyway? What do you mean? It's just like, I'm sorry, we've had fascies in the fucking halls of Congress since 1776. Like, like that's, I don't know. I don't know if it comes before the mid. It's probably going to come after the midterms. I don't know what the midterms are even going to look like at this point. It's just MAGA. Mussolini's fascism is 1900 shit. MAGA is today. I mean, yes. But I'm saying, like, when will they just self-ID as, like, this is the same? You know? Just had this conversation with my cousin. Mask went full off. He said Hitler was right and that I'm a traitor to my race and my nation. The conversation started with him being made mad. He was called a fascist by his daughters. That's like, that contradiction is always so fascinating to me. On the one hand, they don't want to be called fascists, but on the other hand, they're like, it's awesome. And we are. And all the previous fascists were right. God's country, New Jersey. Oh, yeah, New Brunswick. I know. A data center in New Brunswick canceled tonight when hundreds of residents showed up. When we fight big tech and private equity, we win. Yeah. Asman always says they aren't Nazis because they aren't mass killing opponents, so I'm guessing they will start calling them that once they do it, I guess. No, I think it comes before then. Self-recognition of that comes before then. What is this? You see the people, working class people, organized to fight big tech, and you're wishing upon a start that a millionaire will move to New York City. This guy is so awesome. I fucking love this guy. This is my favorite Twitter account. The unwashed anarchist guy with the fucking red triangle who's like, you know who their number one op is? The number one enemy of the working class? HasanAbi Piker. His entire worldview is just like, Hasan is my main op. He is the guy. He is the guy. I have to kill him. Like, in his mind, this guy thinks like, no, once I kill Hasan, communism will be implemented. He is the only hurdle that is standing in the way of establishing full-blown communism. I'm the final boss standing between you, the working masses, and establishing communism. That's right. Anyway. For real, though, there are a bunch of people whose introduction into politics was via someone from farming drama on you, and now they honestly view all politics through that lens. I know. I don't know how we snap those motherfuckers out of it. I think more and more people every day snap out of it. Right? Like they must, right? Because the it's kind of like when Trump voters experience buyer's remorse. Like they're totally tapped in, they're totally invested in this movement, but then slowly but surely they come to that recognition. It's obviously up to us to like lead them in a more productive fashion, to lead them to the water, right? But you know, if MAGA cultists can snap out of it because like their real world experience doesn't match what Trump promised them, I think a lot of these other guys who are just like online brain poisoned by people whose only expression of politics is like drama will also snap out of it too. Here's one example of this. Apparently, Rape Tone and Israel's number one VTuber Nux Taku were talking about the Chibi review situation, and they pivoted from talking about the Chibi review situation to talking about me.
Oh, did you see what happened with Chibi reviews?
I did see that. That's insane. I saw Hasan like basically telling him to kill himself with all of his empathy and leftist love.
Yeah, no, that...
The tolerant left strikes again.
Oh, you know what? I just think Hasan's the good guy. I don't know. He's so cute. Like what are we doing here? Like
he's so cute. The sexual pathology. They have to also bring up that for some weird fucking reason.
You couldn't make like a Disney supervillain look more evil than Hasan does every single stream he goes live.
Guy who just got out of his like civil litigation where he was found to be a rapist in a court, saying I'm a Disney villain. Interesting.
It just makes no sense.
The craziest thing is like if they would have a supervillain like be exactly like Hasan, I would say the writing is terrible. This is unrealistic. No one's that evil.
Yeah, it would be. It would be unrealistic. What fucking supervillain is fighting pedophilic rapists? That would not be a supervillain, big dog. That'd be something different, I think. I keep watching all of these animes, but it seems like none of the main characters are behaving like pedophiles. Well, I guess some of the animes that Nux Taku watches are literally ones where the main, the protagonist is a pedophile. Maybe that's why he watches so much of the weird lolicon shit.
He supports terrorists, pedophiles, and abuses his dog. Like, there's no way.
Oh, did you see what happened with Chibi?
Yeah, I said, why is the tolerant left not tolerant of far-right pedophiles who promote drawn child sexual abuse material and rapists? After the bald one admitted in the court he farms Hasan derangement syndrome, I thought his audience would realize that he's a grifter. Not so sure now. Sometimes I like to check in with this side of the internet periodically to see what they're up to, and they're still doing the same shit. But they must have lost at least like some of their audience, right? Like have they taken a dent at all? Like when people like this are just outed, or is the audience just there because they're fucking pro rape and pro CSAM? It's all bots. A dent. The audience is bots, brother man. Hard to tell. 90% of his viewers are bots or NPCs. Yeah, I mean, I just don't understand it. They actually get stronger like a Super Saiyan. Yeah. I am a little fascinated by like people congregating and organizing along the ideological boundaries of being a fucking pedophilic neo-Nazi. That does fascinate me because it's like, how can you subscribe to this personally? Like, what has gone wrong in your life in such a spectacular fashion that you chose out of an abundance of ideological positions that you could have chosen? You could have just been like a regular ass lib, right? La la la, things are fine. The system is great. You could be an anti-communist lib or something like that, but you choose to be the worst version. Like, how do you roll a critical failure on the ideology spectrum? How is that possible? The rape tribe always resorts to vice signaling to other rapists by attacking you. I know, but like, do you not feel a sense of shame at all? Like, at all? Like, not even a little bit? Where you're like, you don't look around when you're organizing on the internet? You don't look around your allies and go, ew, this is our movement? These are our champions? Like, you don't question it at all? I know that there's people in here who are currently too embarrassed to admit that they come from that background. The Legion of Groom, right? Like, there are some people who are like self-admitted groypers in the past that have realized that shit was gross and disgusting, and they've luckily, changed their minds. I have to believe that everyone they have kindness in their hearts at the end of the day. And the system breaks you down. And at your most vulnerable, if you find a guy like Rape Tone who feeds you sweet nothings and says like, nah, brother, the real reason why everything is fucked is because like these goddamn feminist bitches don't understand, like, oh, they say I'm a rapist, like that. Like, maybe you're at your most vulnerable, you get sucked into that or something. But like, I have to believe that like everyone has the capacity to change and reform. You're describing the exact experience iDubbbz had. I doubt these people will ever have that exact moment of reflection, though. I do think they're a little more invested in being hateful than he was. Like, I understand why, people who are pedo-curious like Nuxtaku will continue churning out this slop because they make money doing it, right? Like, when you get to a point where you're literally making money doing this, then it's very hard for you to turn, right? But if you're just like a watcher, and you find yourself in this community, like, how much appetite could you possibly have for, you know who the real villain is? The courts have actually found me liable of doing rapes and domestic abuse to my partners, but you know who the real villain is? Hasan! Like, how much appetite can you have for that? How do you never pull out of that and go, wait a minute, why the fuck do you keep bringing this guy up? What are you talking about? You told me last week that he was in prison. This week I find out you're more likely to go to prison. The fuck is this? You told me last week that he was 1,000,000% over. This week, everyone's clowning on me saying I'm 1,000,000% over for watching a canceled ass streamer. It's impressive that this shit doesn't drive you crazy, bro. I'm a fucking endlessly stubborn guy. I'm a resilient dude. But it's just funny because, like, he literally admitted in court that he's doing this because it farms the lowest common denominator. Like, that's what I mean. How do you see that and your takeaway isn't, wow, I've just been duped, huh? Like, why would you want to be suckered? Why would you want to knowingly lean into a guy that fucking says he's pulling the wool over your eyes? He's lying to you. He's grifting to you because he thinks you're stupid. He thinks you're dumb. He thinks you're malleable and easy to manipulate. You know? How is that possible? And there are still his warriors that will come in here and be like, didn't you rape a girl in Germany? Like a little girl? No, of course not, you fucking monster. Why? Like, what are you talking about? No, the same guy who fucking admits that, the same guy who had to concede in a court of law, well, not a court of law, but a civil suit, that he was literally a rapist, is lying. Why would you believe the person? Why would you believe his legion of groomer friends? It makes no sense. It's one of the most liberating experiences that you can have. And I promise you, there's plenty of people in this community that have gone through this process, is admitting that you were duped and moving on and shedding yourself of your past self that's holding you back. Okay? It was a court of law and equity. It was just a civil case rather than a criminal case. Yeah, that's true. It is a court of law, technically. You know? I swear to God, like, a lot of people would rather just have this fucking anchor around their neck and live in this pit of despair where they just double down, triple down, and they go, nah, I put too much investment into this side of the world, into this community. And maybe they're fearful that the other side won't welcome, like our side won't welcome them with open arms at first. But like, you know, there's going to be some growing pains for you. But I am a person who will give you that assurance that as long as you make this improvement in your life, I will welcome you with open arms. Okay? Others might not. My community is not like that. But there's always something that's like holding a lot of people back, especially on the internet. And I think it's like fear, it's ego, it's the fear of change. But I truly cannot comprehend how you could find yourself, in this community of individuals that organize around being like straight up assholes, villains, rapists, consuming drawn child sexual abuse material. It's odd. I have a Hall of Shame image to show you how I was 3 years back and how I've changed in the last year seeing you. He lied on stream and people believed it. I got duped by Andrew Tate when I was 20. Sag. See, this is what I mean. Like, there's obviously cultural forces at play here, but people still have the capacity to change. One of the things that people have to do when they are going through this change, of course, is to identify how they were duped in the first place and to try and eradicate those biases that they have. Can I send the Imgur link? I mean, you're subscribed. You can if you want to. You are so right. When I was finally able to say I was lied to by the people I was told to trust my whole life, I felt so free. Yeah. I think some of this is due to age. When you're younger, you're more vulnerable. When you're younger, you're more malleable, right? You're more likely to be duped. And when you get a shared sense of community, when you get these like shared goals and you find a place where you feel like you belong, you're much more susceptible to whatever the fuck they're saying. And that's why I cover, you know, right-wing communities on the internet all the fucking time, right? My Hall of Shame. What is this? This is your Tate destroys HasanAbi. That's funny. No, it's not a poop sock. It's him and his... My younger brother got duped and never came back. You can't give up on people, chat. I know it sounds impossible, but it always feels impossible until it's done, you know? Your sweater is low Kirk kind of gay. Thank you. Hi, Kirk. Maybe some people don't think change is possible. Literally, someone posted a video of you today when Husky Hasan was talking about the alpha male shit from many years ago, and they think you're still that same person. No, those are people who want me to be a villain as well. Those are the liberals who also behave in that same way, where they're like, this video from 14 years ago of a satirical approach to like bro style content that was immediately deleted. Like, that doesn't represent who I am as a person, even shortly after its release, right? But shows my growth personally, is actually a demonstration that this person is a grifter. The reason why people say that is because they want to disparage. They can't have a conversation around ideological boundaries. They can't have a conversation about policy. They can't have a conversation about methods, because that conversation is not going to favor them. So all they can do is just go, bad, bad, bad. This guy's bad. This guy's bad. Attack the messenger rather than tackle the message. This is a very common technique that a lot of people use. And part of the reason why they use it is because it's a very effective one. That's it. That's it. It feels impossible until it's done. That's exactly what my girlfriend said to me about pegging. Yeah. I think like being kind to people in your immediate vicinity and not giving up on them is more powerful than you would give it credit. You know? That's all I'm going to say about that. All right, let's get into it. So there's a bunch of different stuff that came out about Les Wexner's deposition from the House Oversight Democrats, and it's fucking nuts. It's like 4 hours of people asking him questions.
We'll go on the record.
Les Wexner is the owner of L Brands. For those of you who don't know, he's like the principal financial backer of Jeffrey Epstein. And I mean, it's 5 hours, right? So we're not going to watch the entire thing, but I'm sure there's people already like clipping different important parts of it right now, and we'll parse through that. I've been a YouTube watcher since 2022, and now I try to catch the streams. You pulled me out of the nasty Rogan manosphere when you ripped Andrew Tate a new one. Thank you for making us young people feel less alone in our anger against those systems and pointing us in the right direction. Hell yeah. There are parts of this deposition that are off the record. And apparently at the 2 hour and 9 minute mark, they go off the record when Les Wexner has asked a question about Jeffrey Epstein's relationship with Donald Trump. How interesting. What is it? 2 hours and 9 minutes. Let's see.
This is...
You know now we can do something about it.
Oh, yeah.
So Wexner claims, you claim that you cut ties with Epstein in 07, right? Okay. But you emailed Epstein, quote, Abigail told me the response, all I can say is I feel sorry. You violated your own #1 rule. Always be careful, end of quote. That was an email in 2008, Mr. Wexner. I know, I'm letting you know that the public knows.
Probably. I was giving him the finger.
Okay, that's it, thank you.
Mr. Wexner, just real briefly, did the FBI or Department of Justice ever directly speak to you about Epstein or Maxwell? Has the FBI or DOJ ever directly contacted you or spoken to you about Epstein?
Not to my knowledge.
Never.
Never.
And then finally, would you consider Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein friends or friendly? Would you classify them that way in the information that you have?
I think it's really two questions. Would I think they were friends? No. Jeffrey Epstein held him out as a friend.
Great, thank you. We can go off the record.
Are you... Hello? What are you... I'm sorry, what? That's not suspicious. What the fuck? Pardon, Maxing. Oh my God, that's weird. I love the transparency, man. I think it's extra crazy to have that conversation off the record, like that is the conversation that is in the public's interest, right? Yeah, there's also this that came out yesterday. It was just going fucking omega viral. A clip of Representative Ted Lieu is going viral where he confirms there are serious allegations of Donald Trump raping children and threatening to murder them. as well. He says this.
Donald Trump is in the Epstein files thousands and thousands of times. In those files, there's highly disturbing allegations of Donald.
So I think this is a little sneaky because some of those allegations are not credible, right? This is not me defending Donald Trump. Some of those allegations are very credible and some are not. He's kind of mixing up both a little bit. And technically he can say this without being hit with a defamation suit because of the fact that they do very much exist in the Epstein files as allegations.
Donald Trump raping children, of Donald Trump threatening to kill children. So I encourage your press to go look at these allegations. And I'm highly disturbed that Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche just got the law wrong. Yesterday, he said, essentially, that it is not a crime to party with Jeffrey Epstein. Well, that's actually not correct. If Jeffrey Epstein was human trafficking minors for these sex parties, and you show up and patronize the establishment?
He is 100% right about this, though. Like, this was right after Todd Blanche came out and was like, it's not a crime to party with Jeffrey Epstein. It literally, wrong, it is, okay? It actually fucking is. It is absolutely a crime. What the fuck do you mean? Like, if you are party to a bank robbery, you can't just turn around and say, Your Honor, it's not a fucking crime to go on a joyride with the bros. No, it is a fucking crime. What do you mean? You're accessory to a crime. You're a co-conspirator. It's literally the opposite. You can't oversimplify this thing. Oh, I didn't realize. Like, when you're conspiring to do a murder, for example, you can't just go, Your Honor, I was simply using words with a friend who later turned out to be a federal agent that I hired to do a hit on a loved one. No, you were conspiring to do a murder, okay? I love when Republicans especially utilize this oversimplified language to make things make sense to their dumbass fucking audience, but it doesn't work that way. You can absolutely do crimes with your voice. You can absolutely conspire to do crimes. You can absolutely be accessories to crimes, heinous crimes such as international sex trafficking of minors, for example. That's a crime.
At that party, yes, you're guilty because patronizing is part of the law, the federal sex trafficking laws. Donald Trump.
Just reading the J-mails and doing a minuscule amount of research is obvious there are so many named and known co-conspirators free out there. Yes. Yes. Hundreds of them. Hundreds of them. What, dude, how much longer until they start saying this is cancel culture? How much longer until people are like, bro, you were fucking partying with Jeffrey Epstein and you got mentioned 38,000 times. They're like, oh, this is guilt by association. This is cancel culture, folks. Stop with the cancel culture. Oh, fucked it up. God damn it. If you have a sec on or off stream, oh my fucking God. Chatter, take a day off. Okay, DSA chatters. Stop sending me the DSA article about how difficult it is to organize the 100,000 new fucking DSA members, okay? Stop it. Stop it. Zoran's mom went to one of those parties. Did she break the law? No. You want to know why? Because it wasn't one of those fucking parties, dumbass. Again, there's a distinction. There's a reason why not every single person that is mentioned in the Jeffrey Epstein files is receiving the same fucking level of scrutiny, okay? Do you understand? No, you don't. You don't understand. You're just trying to defend daddy. You're just trying to defend Donald Trump. If Zoran's mom was mentioned 38 fucking thousand times in the Epstein files and was known to hang out with Jeffrey Epstein directly, personally, and Jeffrey Epstein was known to frequent Zoran's mom's golf club, for example, yes, then she would be worthy of scrutiny. She would be worthy of more than scrutiny. She would have to receive prosecution, okay? If Zoran's mom lived next to Jeffrey Epstein, Zoran's mom sent emails to Jeffrey Epstein directly saying, oh, I want to come to your fucking island. I have kids with me. Here are their ages. Some of them are 12. Some of them are 14. I heard you like them young. If she did that, then yeah, it would be valid to fucking investigate that further. Just trying to clarify versus the blanket statement that going to his parties was breaking the law. No, you're trying to debate Lord at the behest of your favorite fucking international sex criminal, okay? That's what you're trying to do. We know what you're trying to do, dumbass. Don't act like I'm offering a blanket fucking statement. It's very clear what the law dictates. If you are accessory to a crime, if you are actually participating in any kind of illegal activity, I vote for progressives, okay? I don't give a fuck who you vote for. Shut up. Oh my God, people are such bitches. I'm just curious, bro, you're making me actually not want to vote for progressives anymore. I just wanted to do a little debate lording about like what the boundaries are of international sex trafficking. I don't care who you fucking voted for, chatter. Shut the fuck up. What do you think? That's a fucking shield all of a sudden? Oh shit, this guy votes for progressives. I guess it's all right then. I guess it's all right that you're just like engaging in bad faith defenses of the pedophilic cabal by bringing up shit that is utterly irrelevant. Come on, man. Yeah. Zoran's mom didn't actually participate in like a Jeffrey Epstein party. Jeffrey Epstein attended a party that was thrown for Zoran's mom for the release of her new movie. Where are all the Diddy memes for people on the Epstein list? Yeah, that is actually kind of crazy. I feel like the Diddy stuff, I mean, it's not like a psyop or anything, but it's crazy that like the Diddy stuff kind of made all this stuff memeable and people don't take it as seriously anymore, it feels like. Calm down, Hasan. You love making enemies, chatters. No, that person is already an enemy. He came in all bad faith. Come on, dude. Like, not every, I think you guys are confusing something here. Not every single person that comes in and is like, oh, I'm a long-term community advocate, like, and here is the most bad faith pro-pedophilic cabal argument that anyone has ever fucking heard. That doesn't automatically mean that they're actually a fucking member of the community. You remember, all you need to do is follow for 60 minutes. And you can even bypass that if you subscribe for $6 or for free. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. Piker Broadcasting Service for tomorrow's news today. That's right. Your voluntary contributions are the only way that you can support the show. Your voluntary contributions in the form of a $6 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime allow me to maintain my editorial independence. Anyway. Throwing bagels at the wall. Thank you for the 20 gifted. Mike Moon, 22. Thank you for the 10 gifted. You know what's really funny? A lot of people that were like haters of the soundboard are now demanding it. I feel like there were people that first came in and were like, the soundboard is actually diluting the seriousness of this fucking stream. Like the show is supposed to be like serious political commentary. Some people were like, oh, well, at least he has some joy in his life and we should let him have that joy in his life, right? But now people got so used to it. They're like, where's the Foz at? Like, they're demanding it. Jen Lime, thank you for the 25 gifted. Ham and Fist, thank you for the 20 gifted. See? As soon as I do the soundboard, people also pepper gifted subs, which make me feel like you want more of it, okay? You want more of it. You want this.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
Funny at first and annoying that I warmed up to it again. Suspension bridge effect is real. Hawks Flock, thank you for the 5 gifted. And Posichronic, thank you for the 5 gifted. And BMO Flow, thank you for the 5 gifted. Brother, you have fun with the soundbar, go for it, but we're not demanding it. I don't know. Kind of feels like a lot of the gifters are demanding it. I like how you're just making shit up, but to be fair, I do the same thing. What do you mean, making shit up? What do you mean, making shit up? Hello? Anyway,
but
let's see what fucking weirdo nonsense Trump said today at the Board of Peace before we move on to the bulk of the Epstein files.
But I was very proud of it. President Pena of Paraguay is here. President, thank you very much. Young, handsome guy. It's always nice to be young and handsome. Doesn't mean we have to like you. I don't like young, handsome men. Women, I like.
Bruh.
Men, no, I don't have any interest.
Bruh.
Good. That's right. That's right. Thank you very much.
That's awesome. That's fucking awesome. Incredible work, man. You are a legend. This is the fucking unit that defends this dumbass will then turn around and be like, AOC is babbling. It's crazy. It's crazy. He's out of his dang mind, dude. He's Brandonizing at a fucking alarming rate, by the way. This is the Brandonian revitalization. Thank you. This is the Brandonian resurgence, for the record. Because he did this shit. And you know what he did after doing this shit? He fucking fell asleep, bro. He literally just passed the fuck out. He literally got up on stage. He was like, I love hot people, whatever. It would be so nice. And then he just fucking passed out.
Implementation of the second phase of the Gaza.
What are we doing? Motherfucker was honk shoe me. No. And no, I'm good. And you know, the entire conservative commentary, it's going to be like, well, our big, beautiful president is too tired doing big, beautiful business deals, which are not business deals at all, but actually deals for peace, more like peaceness deals. And you guys simply lack the intellectual honesty to address it as such. Yeah, peace is not easy work. It's hard work. That's why he's fucking, he's fallen asleep. That's why I call this Board of Peace. Not bored like B-O-A-R-D, but B-O-R-E-D. He's honkshu mimi maxing and you know, he's sleep mogging all the third world cells that are a part of the Board of Peace.
Peace plan. This includes ensuring a lasting ceasefire and the successful implementation.
Yeah, Donald Trump's cortisol levels spiked so hard he had to fucking balance it out by falling asleep. It's actually a real alpha dog. It's actually a real alpha dog move from him, okay? You don't understand. You don't have the fucking capability. You're not a real mogger. Zoidbarf. Thank you for the 50 gifted.
Look at
Breaking an extraordinary and illegal move. Trump says he's transferring. Oh, this is the other side. Trump says he's transferring $10 billion from the U.S. government to his Board of Peace, which he chairs, and uses the funds as he wishes.
and I want to let you know that the United States is going to make a contribution of $10 billion to the Board of Peace. Thank you. And we've had great support for that number. And that number is a very small number when you look at that compared to the cost of war. That's 2 weeks of fighting. It's a very small number. It sounds like a lot, but it's a very small number. So we're committed to $10 billion. And I want to let you know that the United States is going to make a contribution of 10.
This is surely helping out the American heartland, you know? There's always more money in the unlimited war funds for even Donald Trump's personal coffers, you know? Fantastic.
That were at the event in Munich, they didn't graduate quickly from college. They had everything they could do. There was one young, attractive woman. She was unable to answer questions. And she didn't do so well like JD did in college. JD graduated in a 4.5-year college in 2 years. The people that were...
Oh, that's gross. That's gross. That's gross. No, that's not. No. We got to stop that. No shot. We can't be doing that. That's disgusting. That's fucking... Nope. Some more absurd glazing of Trump from other board members. Oh, yeah. Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif to Trump.
You have truly proved to be a man of peace. And let me say, Mr. President, you are truly savior of South Asia.
Of Gaza.
At the UN General Assembly, Trump gets laughed at for asserting bizarre, untrue things. Here at the Board of Peace, he gets to be told he's the world's only hope. Here is fucking Tony Blair.
This is a vision of Gaza as part of a Middle East at peace. Not a phony piece of declarations no one means and agreements no one intends to keep, but a genuine commitment to a region where whether you're a Muslim, Jew, Christian, of any faith or none, you can rise by your own efforts and feel your government by your side, not on your back. That is the vision behind President Trump's 20-point plan for Gaza, and it remains the best, indeed the only hope for Gaza, the region, and the wider world. This is a vision of Gaza as part of a Middle East at peace. Not a phony piece of declarations no one means.
The reason why he's so happy is because he's back to doing what he does best, which is sucking American cock and being a vizier for American empire. JD Vance had a joke as well about AOC that didn't land at all. Let's take a look.
Thank you, Mr. President, very much for your leadership, but also for the kind words about me personally. I knew exactly what I wanted to say, but then after the president said that I was so smart and that I didn't want to repeat our congresswoman who froze for 20 seconds over in Munich, now I'm tempted, sir, just to freeze for 20 seconds and just stare at the cameras, and maybe they'll say nice things about me like they do about Congresswoman Cortez. But I have...
No.
Every time this motherfucker goes on television and says some shit, I totally understand why his mom substituted him for some fucking perk 30s, dude. Straight up. He's just so rizzless. If you gave life to this fucking thing, wouldn't you also want to self-medicate? Honestly. It's more confusing to me that she still doesn't try to sell him for some crack cocaine. He is so rizzless. Yeah, it's so funny that he tries to make a joke about AOC gets no laughs, which is a reminder that AOC and Newsom and the rest of the top tier Dems could make mincemeat out of this guy in 2028. He has the charisma of a broken wooden chair and the humor of Elon Musk. No one has the humor of Elon Musk.
Legalize comedy.
I hate these motherfuckers so much. I hate them because they're fascists, but I also low-key hate them because they're so rizless. Like, so they're so fucking pathetic, dude.
Morning in connection with accusations that he shared confidential information with Jeffrey Epstein while serving as a British trade envoy. Now, for years, Andrew has been embroiled in scandal for his association with the late sex offender, and he was stripped of his royal titles last year. In a statement, King Charles said he supported the investigation of his brother, adding, quote, "The law must take its course." Let's cross right to our correspondent in London, Benedict Pavio. Benedict, let's start with this breaking news, word that Andrew has been released. What can you tell us?
Yes, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor arrested this morning around local time 8 a.m. In his new residence, a private residence of the King on the Sandringham estate, has now been released. He's left police custody following this arrest this morning on suspicion of misconduct in public office. The former prince was photographed reclining in the back of a black Range Rover which came to collect him, leaving Aylsham police station, and that was soon after we spoke, so soon after 1900 GMT. Thames Valley Police have issued a statement. They provide this update following this arrest this morning and now release. The force says Thames Valley Police is able to provide this update in relation to an investigation into the offence of misconduct in public office. On Thursday, we arrested a man in his 60s from Norfolk on suspicion of this misconduct in public office. And here's the interesting sentence. The arrested man has now been released under investigation. We can also confirm that our searches in Norfolk have now concluded. That means that the current home search is over, but we can also, it's understood that police searches in Berkshire are still underway. Now, that is the former home on a royal estate, and that is near Windsor. And of course, we know that Andrew lived there for over 20 years and he was rushed out at night.
It's kind of wild to me that they just sat on this for decades. So, like, obviously he had ample time to, like, delete whatever evidence he has, right? But also, on the other hand, I think these guys are so profoundly stupid and so untouchable. Like, their perception is that they're so powerful that, like, no one can actually offer any scrutiny to them, that it makes me feel like he might not have actually done his due diligence anyway. Like, given all of the opportunity to delete his fucking hard drives and shit, I could totally see him not doing that at all, because he's like, what do you mean? I'm a prince. I don't feel the need to do any such thing. So who knows? What I'm wondering is how the powerful forces that have played a role in setting up this, like, blackmail pedophilia operation are going to try to move the conversation away, like the public attention away from them to, I don't know, the sacrificial lambs, making it seem like they were independent operators. Just like they tried to make Jeffrey Epstein be a guy with a fucking voracious appetite, avarice for pedophilia. And he was just like a standalone pedophile, and he didn't actually traffic it for anybody else, like just for himself. And it was like, everyone was like, that's not true. The fuck are you talking about? Nobody really believed that. Well, nobody but ContraPoints and Ezra Klein.
Under cover of darkness, very much instructed to by the king, his older brother. And I think that was very much to try and get away from the attention of the media. Because what has been happening is that this scandal of the Epstein files, this release of the last tranche, particularly of emails by the DOJ, the American Department of Justice, has been completely overshadowing the work done day in, day out by the king, by the queen, by the heir to the throne, Prince William, by his wife, Catherine, and others. So Thames Thames Valley Police have told us this evening in the statement they will not be making any further statements at this time. So he's left under investigation, presumably wanting to go back to his current home on that Sandringham estate after a bruising, I would imagine, 11 hours. Police cell, probably had his DNA taken, probably had his mugshot taken, a photo, and may have been fingerprinted like any other person who would be arrested in those circumstances. He is not above the law, as indeed Keir Starmer, the UK Prime Minister, had mentioned earlier today.
I'm not sure you can answer this, Benedict, but what should we read into this? The fact that he's been released and the possibility that he could still face charges in this case?
Oh, he could very much still face charges. It's interesting. I mean, we had no word, and the King apparently wasn't told in advance. We've learnt a short while ago that the Home Office, so what is the Ministry of the Interior, was told by Thames Valley Police before that they were going to be arresting the former Prince Andrew. But it is not clear at the moment if he is going to be charged, if indeed, there is a particular line of question that he's been put under. We simply don't know that. We don't have those facts. He may have been told that he must not leave the country. So although we have the start of this very public arrest today and this release under investigation, this could take weeks, it could take months. And it is important to underline that this arrest has to do with his role from 2001 to 2010 as UK trade envoy, representing the UK government, the United Kingdom across the world on these various business missions. And the allegation, as seen in leaked emails and that last tranche a few weeks ago by the DOJ in America, of him, then Prince Andrew, forwarding very confidential, highly sensitive market information, financial information, analysis by the British team, the British delegation and the British government about financial interests, financial possible future investments, whether it's in Singapore, in Afghanistan, and other countries. And this is a complete breach of trust, since being UK trade envoy, you are held in a very high position, and therefore you have very confidential government documents that are forwarded to you. They are not meant to be forwarded to anybody else outside government, and the allegation is that he sent those to the convicted sexual, now dead, paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. So for the moment, this arrest is not directly linked at all to the multiple allegations that he, then Prince Andrew, had any encounters, sexual or other, with Virginia Giuffre, his main accuser, or indeed any other trafficked girls by the same Jeffrey Epstein.
So this ain't even about the sex crimes anyway. This is just about leaking state secrets. I guess whichever way justice is served is good. I don't know. I mean, what gives me a little bit of hope is if they consider this to be high treason, which I doubt that I don't know if they will, but that would put Mendelssohn's ass directly on the frying pan. You understand? Do you know how fucking good that would be? Because everything that they're investigating with Prince Andrew is tenfold. It makes Mendelssohn more compromised. Tenfold more compromised. Would Andrew snitch to save his life? They'd fucking kill him, I think. That's crazy. I mean, just like they fried Al Capone off of tax evasion, it kind of feels like they're doing this. Wouldn't that make the labor look good? Yeah, because once Mendelssohn is prosecuted, that will put the attention onto Keir Starmer. And then Starmer will have to resign. Starmer's resignation at this moment would be like Justin Trudeau. Like, I don't know where they go from here. And I hate that your party could not actually build momentum and just like fell apart shortly after they were organized. Because right now would have been their moment. Because what took place with Justin Trudeau, where Justin Trudeau resigned and then Mark Carney came in and was seen as like a much more reliable figure that people didn't punish for associations with Justin Trudeau at a time when people are like desperate for, you know, reasonable governance, especially in places like European countries or, you know, a place like Canada. I think it would have been a tremendous opportunity for Corbyn to basically do the revenge tour. Having said that, however, obviously I like the Greens. I'm not discounting them. Calm down. What do you mean? I literally collab with the fucking leaders. What are you talking about? The party's run by a HasanAbi head. Hello? He's the man.
Very embarrassing, very grave. We have no idea where this is leading.
You endorsed Jill Stein for crying out loud? No, I didn't. I did not do that, chatter. I have no problem like working with third-party movements and shit, but don't make up nonsense. What are you, one of those fucking liberals that lies about my shit? I did not endorse Jill Stein. And I'm not saying that because I'm like scared of like what the liberals keep saying. I just, you know, I care about the truth.
And this is totally unprecedented and embarrassing, uncomfortable for the monarchy and indeed for the country.
Really a surreal day. Our correspondent in London, Benedict Pavio. Benedict, thank you for bringing us that breaking news.
Now let's bring in our Patrick Reeville just outside Buckingham Palace. So Patrick, we're being told that Andrew has been released, but is under investigation and not charged. What exactly does that mean?
Yeah, Kira, as you say, just in the past half hour or so, Andrew has been seen leaving the police station. He was captured on camera by reporters there. As you say, the police saying that he's being released and remains under investigation. At the moment, it does not yet appear that charges have been brought against him. We had heard from prosecutors saying they had not yet advised the police on whether a case could be brought against him. You know, usually in the UK, police do the investigating and then prosecutors assess the evidence and decide whether enough can be brought, whether the evidence is sufficient to bring a trial. But obviously, we still know very little about what these allegations are. We understand that it is related to these emails in the Epstein files where it appears that Andrew was basically passing sensitive information to Jeffrey Epstein about his travels as a trade envoy. And as a trade envoy, he would have been, in theory, bound by some rules of confidentiality under British government policy and law. But as you say, for now, we don't yet know too much more about that. But clearly an absolutely extraordinary day here in the UK, one that is unprecedented for the royal family. No royal has been arrested in modern history, and so a very difficult day for the royal family and for the monarchy.
Yeah, 400 years since that happened last time. So what comes next for the former prince?
I mean, that's a great question. You know, obviously we've seen him now leave the police station, and frankly, nobody knows, will now this lead to him having charges brought against him? Will he
What do you think? You think I'm fasting? Does it seem like I'm fasting? Oh my God, I forgot. Is that the answer you think is going to happen here? Oh no, the food just fell in my mouth. It was just in front of me, packaged, ready to be consumed, and I forgot that I'm supposed to be fasting. Is that what you think? That what's going to happen here? You're on Mecca time? Yeah.
Go on trial. If he goes to trial, would it be successful if he was convicted? You know, he's currently being arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office, and so there's a very broad range of penalties for that. It can be up to life imprisonment, but of course it can also be much less severe than that. I think if it was related to leaking information as a trade envoy, it's probably likely to be less severe. But equally, we don't know if the police could have perhaps found something else while they were investigating it. It's possible that these emails and the enormous pressure around Andrew that has come out because of the Epstein files in the US, because of that enormous pressure, the police have been pushed into looking into this more, and it's possible that they've discovered something else, perhaps even more serious. We do not know, but for the time being, of course, Andrew has always vehemently denied any wrongdoing. At the moment, he is under investigation, so huge numbers of questions and an extraordinary development, and this story very, very far from over, Kira.
Patrick Reevell will stay on the story. Thank you.
It was the latest release of the Epstein files, 3.5 million of them, that piled the pressure onto Andrew. Now he has been arrested. And they contain embarrassing documents, photos like this of him on all fours at an undisclosed location. But the police investigation doesn't appear to be about his interactions with Virginia Giuffre or any potential allegations of sexual abuse, allegations Andrew has always strongly denied. Instead, it's his time as a trade envoy, an official position that is under scrutiny. The timeline here is really important, so let's start with that.
It's so funny that the British government's like, the international pedophilia is fine, but it's a bridge too far to reveal trade secrets, okay? I can excuse the international sex trafficking of minors, but if you fuck up the bag, if you touch the bag, we're gonna come after you. But like I said, the positive here is that this is directly relevant to a much broader investigation that will take out a lot more figures in British politics.
It was back in September 2001 that Andrew was appointed trade envoy. In June 2008, his friend Jeffrey Epstein was convicted in Florida for procuring child prostitution. Just over a year later, Epstein was released from prison. In December 2010, Andrew visited Jeffrey Epstein in New York. In 2019, he said that this is when he broke off contact with him. In February 2011, Andrew continues to email Epstein, and we'll come back to this. In July 2011, Andrew was forced to quit his trade envoy role. April 2015, and allegations against Andrew emerge in court documents regarding Virginia Giuffre. And in February this year, police started assessing claims over his links with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, the latest files appear to show correspondence between Epstein and Andrew when the latter was trade envoy on non-personal business. So let's start with this email. It's from November 2010. And what it is an aide forwarding to the Duke of York attached reports for Vietnam, Singapore, Hong Kong and Shenzhen in relation to your recent visit to Southeast Asia. That was as trade envoy. 5 minutes later, the Duke, as he was known back then, forwards that on to Jeffrey Epstein. There's another one too. This is about Afghanistan. It's also 2010. It's sent in December, and it's from Andrew directly to Jeffrey Epstein himself. And he says, attached is a confidential brief produced by the provincial reconstruction team in Helmand province. That's in Afghanistan. He sends that directly to Epstein and says, I'm going to offer this elsewhere in my network, including Abu Dhabi, but would be very interested in your comments. Then there's this email from Andrew again to Jeffrey Epstein. Now, the important thing here is the date, February the 9th, 2011. That is after when Andrew had originally said he ended his relationship with Epstein, but it's also when he's still a trade envoy, that official position. The contents of these emails are just fragments of events, and we don't know the specifics of the allegations being investigated. Again, this all appears to have taken place while Andrew was...
Yeah, what could have taken place? I wonder. MI6 is logging in. Bro, it is literally full-blown. Like, the theory now is, was he a Mossad guy and a CIA guy? Or was he something above Mossad and definitely still work with the Israeli state, but like at what capacity? Right? That's the only question that is taking place. Like, there's no one who is even remotely sincere about making accurate assessments about Jeffrey Epstein's entanglements with espionage agencies is saying that this is not related to Israel or America and it's like Russia or whatever. Like, liberal media will say, oh, he's Russia. But who was he serving? Or were the agencies serving him?
Trade envoy, an official position. He has denied all wrongdoing. And
Les Wexner's attorney?
It was just regularly done.
Les Wexner's attorney did not like this man's answers to the questions during the House Oversight Committee deposition. He told Wexner, I'll fucking kill you if you answer another question with more than 5 words, okay? Wait, what?
Answer the question. Okay. It was just.
Is this? What? Is this AI? Is it a fake video? Am I getting duped? Is it a fake video? What the fuck was that? Do we know what time code it's around so we can watch the rest of it?
Prince Andrew.
We need to. I want to watch the rest of it. Like, if you can find me the timestamp. I think it's a joke. Like, you're making my job hard. Stop. Yeah, it's from the original video. I mean, it looks exactly like the original video, but I'm trying to figure out if it's like somehow manipulated or. We need chat. Is this real? It's probably a joke, but I want to see the context before and after it.
Just regularly done. Answer another question. 5 words, okay? Answer the question. Okay.
I mean, he just straight up says, I'll fucking kill you. He whispers, I'll fucking kill you if you answer another question with more than 5 words, okay? That's AI, Unc? No, it's not AI, bro. Notice would not fucking post this. 425.05. Thank you, chatter. Jesus Christ, y'all are. No one else is doing it like this, chatter. It's probably a joke, but I want to see like what came after it or what came before it.
For the complexity. Those clients, is that if you were doing it 3 or 4 days a month, certainly a week or a day a month, just focusing on these things because they're accountants and tax lawyers and other people. And then what's in setting up, as an example, I didn't have the idea to inventory furniture or valuables. And he's like, how could you have all silverware in your house? And what? And I didn't count forks and spoons. And it's like, Jeff said people could be walking out with forks and spoons. I said, gee, that's a good idea. We ought to have an inventory. But then there was, I hired a lady to be like the house manager.
For being the L brand guy, pedo fucks got no drip. Yeah. 42508, it's coming.
Who had run the U.S. Embassy in Rome, and said, yeah, I know how to do this. And I said, well, why don't we keep inventories of stuff? And she said, well, yeah, I could do that. So she did that as kind of a puny example, but I wouldn't have had the idea. But then all the things were inventoried. That wasn't work for me or Jeffrey. It was just regularly done.
Answer the question.
Okay.
A discrete question on a different topic. We know that at one point you owned a property in Palm Beach. It was a large oceanfront estate. We understand that you sold that estate to a guy named Abe Gossman, and that later Mr. Trump and Mr. Epstein got into a bidding war over that property. Do you have any knowledge of, or did you have any involvement in that dispute between Mr. Epstein and Mr. Trump?
No.
Look, he looks back at his lawyer and goes, see, I did it. Yeah, I don't think it's a real threat. I think he's just literally saying, like, you're fucking it up. You're making it hard for us. Like, you're making it hard on yourself, and therefore for me to defend you. This is a fucking deposition. Stop yapping. I don't know how, like, high-powered attorneys work. So I don't know if, like, high-powered attorneys will tell their multi-billionaire pedophilic clients to shut the fuck up or I'm going to kill you like that. Like, is that normal for, like, attorneys like this? Like, the relationship between an attorney and a client at a high-status situation like this one? Maybe. Because, like, I feel like this guy's probably a fucking partner in a massive law firm. You know what I mean? He's not like some ambulance chaser. He's doing a government deposition. He is defending a multi-billionaire pedophile at a government deposition. So I suspect he's high power enough himself to just like have a different rapport with his client. Better Call Saul clip farming. It's literally just hyperbole. You shouldn't shut the fuck up. You're incriminating yourself the more you speak. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Because, like, when you see the clip without additional context, it leads you to believe that this is like, you know, someone's making the boss call. Like, it's a literal threat, but it's not. I think it's just a joke. Like, I think he's just like being hyperbolic. It's not his handler literally being like, you're going to get fucking assassinated.
I'd like to touch on a few specific allegations that
Also, chat.
Legalize comedy.
Come on.
Legalize comedy.
Like, don't make me do it, you know?
With respect to Mr. Epstein's crimes. Maria Farmer has been discussed several times today. I'll try not to repeat that too much.
Your elder millennial fans are making HasanAbi soundboard memes on TikTok? This is elder millennial shit. Oh my God, we're so cooked.
But there are a few aspects of her story that I did want to touch on with you. Ms. Farmer has said that the home that we've discussed, you said Mr. Kessler sold it to Mr. Epstein. It's adjacent to your property. Ms. Farmer has said that that home at the time was guarded by your security staff.
Wait. Oh my God. Did you question the question? Did you write this letter to Mr. Epstein for his birthday book? The same letter that Donald Trump, a similar letter in the same book that Donald Trump denied writing and doodling on, This was Les Wexner making titties as well underneath it. Retrousse boobs, for the record, for the real ball knowers. Okay.
You yourself write this letter to Mr. Epstein?
Sadly, I did.
Did Miss Maxwell approach you to write this letter for Mr. Epstein's birthday?
I'm gonna be honest, like it's far better drawn than Donald Trump's shitty ass fucking drawing. I'll be honest. Like this actually is a decent handwriting. Like this is from a purely aesthetic standpoint, like this is a stylistic choice and it's actually not bad at all. It has perspective. It's actually a decent fucking drawing. All right, bro. No, it is. What? I mean, come on. All the art students in the chat are 100% going to agree with me. Being able to show depth and perception with such simple lines requires artistic talent. Like he literally, like he has, this is a 3D image with like two lines and a dot. Okay. As a boob drawer myself, like I know game. I game recognize game. It's a pair of shoes. No, it's not. It's retrousse tits. It's funny because like the actual like art chatters are going to agree with me no matter what. Like it's just,
I think the request was to write a card or a note or something for a birthday book.
And did that come from Miss Maxwell?
I don't remember.
Hi.
Mr. Wexner, would you please read the main body of the birthday note for the record, please?
No.
I wanted to get
you
you
close.
what you want. So here it is. Happy birthday, your friend Leslie.
And what was your understanding of what Mr. Epstein would want?
He was a bachelor, so I drew a pair of boobs. As a kind of a joke and offhandedly, I'd say.
Understand.
I hope you do.
You said a few times throughout this deposition today that you did not consider Mr. Epstein a friend of yours. However, you signed this letter, and I quote, "Your friend Leslie." Why would you sign your friend Leslie to someone you did not consider to be a friend of yours?
I don't know.
On meeting Trump with Epstein.
Did you ever spend time with Epstein and Donald Trump?
Together?
Yes.
I want to answer this question accurately. I would go to some of the Victoria's Secret fashion shows because it's very important to the brand. At some of the fashion shows, Jeffrey was there and some Trump was there. And I remembered because Trump would always introduce himself to me. And I always thought it was kind of odd that he was at the fashion show because he had nothing to do with fashion.
Was the Mockler debate in 7 minutes.
Did you?
And then we'll get back to the Epstein stuff.
And
Bezos mentioned? Oh shit, that's Boss Man.
He would talk about the founders of Google, that they were friends, and he'd visit them. He would talk about, you got to come out to San Francisco. You should meet the Amazon guy. Bezos. And I said, no, I'm not too busy and I'm interested and I don't do what he does. And I said, but he's really a smart guy. You should meet him. I said, if I'm ever in San Francisco, I'll look him up. I'm too busy. He would.
I swear, Wesner has the opportunity to accidentally cook the entire pedophilia cabal. Let us pray that his dementia does his job. Bro, you have fucking Big Boss Dog in his fucking corner being like, I'm going to assassinate you with a drone strike if you don't shut the fuck up. The whole point is like, he probably has a fucking high power attorney specifically for that purpose. This is normal. Remember, shut the fuck up. Say as little as possible. Okay, not him. Not if you're Les Wexner. If you're Les Wexner, never shut the fuck up. Okay? If you are Les Wexner, say everything. Les Wexner, during his deposition about knowing if Jeffrey Epstein committed illegal acts prior to his 2006 arrest, a woman was suing him for being aggressive. I remember calling him and saying, what the hell is this? And he said I was being shaken down by a hooker, and I believed him. I believed that he wasn't stupid. Yeah, right, dude.
Record, did you have any knowledge of illegal activity by Mr. Epstein prior to his arrest in 2006?
The only I recall is my
Maria Farmer and Brace both said Wexner had hidden shooters with M4s hiding in the wilderness around his compound. Brace said he met some of the contractors on Shruanon. I mean, that's not surprising. He's an immensely wealthy individual. All of those guys absolutely have security contractors with with the appropriate stamps and with the appropriate fucking with the capabilities of using like weapons that normal people are not allowed to have on them. His house on satellite looks like Goatsy.
chief of staff told me, and I don't know, he knew press, whether it was the newspapers or radio or TV, that that Jeffrey had been accused, or a woman was suing him for, I don't know, being aggressive. And I remember calling him and saying, what the hell is this? And he said, I was being shaken down and by a hook.
Here's where the patriarchy conversation comes into play. In some instances, because of the patriarchal systems that we exist under, it is very easy for men to turn a blind eye to this kind of defense. And in Les Wexner's case, because he was so deeply connected with Jeffrey Epstein, it's bullshit, but he's now using that established blind side that many men have to his advantage to create a plausible defense. Okay? It's a double bind. Because most of the people in that room are going to be just as misogynistic, even the women, right? That's how patriarchy works. He's saying, oh, I simply did not know. I simply did not know. Oh, it's just someone, some random hooker was like shaking me down. You know how it is. I'm a rich guy. I'm a powerful guy. And you know how it is with powerful men. Women want to come after you. They want to steal your money. And the reality is, right now, he's using that as a defense of his innocence. And unfortunately, plenty of people will believe him.
And I believed him. And I think the follow-up that conversation was, I hope, you're not bullshitting me. Because
that's cap. That's fucking bullshit. Like, you can use this line of defense in a court of law if you're, 15 steps removed from Jeffrey Epstein, okay? You can't use this line of defense if you're Les Wexner, okay? A guy who was straight up so deeply involved, and there's allegations that they might have been actually having sex, like Epstein and Les Wexner. That's the other side of the story, which I wonder if they get into in the 5-hour deposition. I believe they do. But straight up, dude, straight up, like when he says, oh, I believed him, I believed him when he's listed as a fucking co-conspirator. Nonsense. Nonsense. Jeffrey Epstein used the Victoria's Secret brand to his advantage. Jeffrey Epstein and Jean-Luc Brunel, who we will be talking about because there's new details about his mysterious death as well, straight up were in line with the L brands and were using L brands as a mechanism of recruitment, as a way to make themselves come across more legitimate. He was directly involved. Oh, they do get into it. Yeah. Did you personally have a sexual relationship with Jeffrey Epstein? Les Wexner? No. Where's the MOCKLER? In a second. Yeah, 5 hours of Les Wexner's testimony about Epstein. Here's his reaction when he was asked if he fucked Jeffrey Epstein.
Did you personally have a sexual relationship with Jeffrey Epstein?
No.
Is he wearing a leather vest? Yeah, he's a leather daddy. Les Wexner admits in his deposition Epstein worked directly for the Rothschild family in France. Oh, here we go. Oh, brother. I mean, we know this already, but this is going to make the conspiracy guys go even crazier.
First met Epstein. How did he originally present himself to you? What services did he say he was offering?
Well, when I first met him, it was just hello, and he didn't represent anything, and I didn't ask anything. I was just meeting a friend's acquaintance.
As that business relationship became closer and you eventually hired him, I assume he pitched his services in some way. What was his way of framing what he...
This is like, people will say like, how are you not a conspiracy theorist? Because I don't think the Rothschilds are fucking unique, brother. That's what the difference is. I think all billionaires operate on class boundaries. Therefore, I don't make an exceptional case for specific billionaires or Jewish billionaires or any other kind of billionaire. A billionaire is a fucking billionaire. Capital owners are capital owners. It's class warfare and they're fucking aware of it. You're not. Okay? That's the difference. That's the difference. Like, even down to like the Illuminati adjacent stuff of them like doing ritualistic sacrifices or whatever the fuck. I see all of that stuff as just being a part, all of that stuff as just like hardening support for one another and creating new units within that same class structure, right? I think like not all billionaires are fucking pedophiles, even though seemingly a lot of them are, okay? But I believe that all billionaires, all class, all members of the ownership class are operating along their class interests. Okay? They do like frat hazing, shit like that, but that's all just to further indoctrinate you into a different part of the same the same ownership class. So like basically create a system of support. People act like Bohemian Grove isn't real. Bohemian Grove is a great example of exactly what I'm talking about. That's precisely what I'm talking about. Anyway, I'm going to talk to Adam MOCKLER right now. Okay? And we're going to talk about where we go, what is to be done, where we go from here, and a lot more. And then we'll get back to the Jeffrey Epstein files in a little bit. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yo, what's up? Yeah.
Oh, you can turn on your camera? Oh, yeah, you are. All right, perfect. Can you see me as well?
Yeah.
All right. Let me pop you out real quick. Let me not show myself on my end. And then do one of these. Boom. Adam MOCKLER, everybody, from Midas Touch. Not in the building, but hold on. Let me see where the... Wait, that's not the right.
That's not what you called me the other day. You had a different name. You called me MOCKLER.
I said, yeah, no, I said it right now too, right before. Okay. But I also said Adam MOCKLER.
Okay, I like.
When on the CNN panel, Adam MOCKLER. Here he is known as Adam MOCKLER.
That's fine.
Hold on. Where the? I'm trying to get the scene right real quick. Oh, boom! There it is. Okay, fixed it. Perfect. All right, Adam. Welcome to the broadcast. I think we're gonna have a wonderful and productive conversation. Even though I know that there's a lot of people on Twitter that hail you as their debate champion, and they're like, "It's finally time. It's finally time to fucking destroy Hasan in the marketplace of ideas." I don't know if that'll happen, but wait, is there audio echo chat? Is that what's going on? Oh yeah, you're hearing me a little bit, I think, from your end.
Let me fix that.
Yeah, and I'll also up your volume as well.
1 sec. Yeah, it's a few things. Let me make sure you can hear me correctly.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah,
I cranked
I
you
want
up.
this to be a productive conversation. I want to make sure we can make some progress because I think we're all united in one goal of beating fascism at the end of the day. And I'm not here to shame anybody for voting one way or not voting one way. I honestly don't even think you guys all have to line up behind Gavin Newsom 2 years before the fucking primary. We're 2 years out ahead of the primary. We have an exciting ideological battle coming up. So I'm not asking you to like jump up and down for Gavin Newsom. However, I do want to talk about your response to Jennifer Welch on that podcast because I do have some thoughts. And I think I can bring a pretty good faith version of what a lot of people on Twitter are trying to say, but kind of getting muddled in. But yeah, we're going to agree on a lot regarding criticism of the Democratic Party, probably where the Democratic Party needs to go. We'll agree a lot. I'm very disillusioned with the Democratic Party as well. But I think there's some good faith criticisms of the way that you approach that question or the way that you talk about this. But
Yeah. Yeah, if you want to know what my positions are, and I think you're already pretty familiar with my positions. I know that like you've probably heard me speak on these issues for years and years at this point. But my primary goal, especially in the interim, especially in the short term, is the defeat of fascism. I believe that the Republican Party is an illiberal party, a post-liberal party, whatever you want to call it. And I think unlike the historic inception of fascism as a revolutionary movement at a time when liberalism was failing only 100 years ago, this time we have two liberal parties in America. Like as a political theory, we have two liberal parties, right? Like we say conservative, whatever, but like technically the Republicans are also a liberal party.
Yep.
And now the Republican,
not MAGA.
Yeah, the Republican Party is historically a liberal party, but is now turning away from liberalism and becoming an illiberal party, a post-liberal party, and turning into a fascist party. I warned about this the first Trump election as well. I warned about the proto-fascist nature of Donald Trump. I thought that it was important to make that distinction. I didn't say that Trump, like season 1 of Donald Trump was fully fascist, but season 2 of Donald Trump is. And I think it's important to make that distinction as well, because like you can see the difference, right? Like there was a lot of naked corruption, a lot of things that were going on in the first Trump administration, but the second Trump administration has been so brazen, so obvious, and it's not like they've hidden that reality at all, especially when they were running to become the president, when they were running through the in the 2024 election season. So my primary goal is to defeat that completely.
Yeah.
And obviously, I also want to build socialism. I want to build a working class movement. And I don't think these two goals are at odds with one another. I think both historically and also in general, I believe that the evolution away from the liberal system that we exist under, that is now failing for the second time around, and making way for fascism, the only solution out of that is to build a working class based organized socialist movement. But yeah, those are my two main points.
I mean, I guess I want to ask you, do you think it would be meaningfully easier to build this working class socialist based movement in a liberal society or an illiberal society?
Oh, historically speaking, most likely an illiberal society. At least historically speaking, socialist and communist movements have unfortunately only been successful when material conditions have worsened. I don't want that to happen though, because I don't want to live through that, and I don't think that is like an appropriate thing to move towards. I don't think that that's good for people. I think it's very violent. and very deadly. I don't want the material conditions to deteriorate. But if you're asking me, like, honestly, from a historical perspective, no,
No,
it
I'm
absolutely
basically
is.
asking. I'm basically just asking if we get to a 2028 and like. I guess we can get into the hypothetical of Newsom versus Vance, but it's not even about that. They're kind of just stand-ins. I don't even want to concede who our nominee is going to be 2 years ahead, but I think there would be a meaningful difference in building a pro-labor movement under a JD Vance presidency, which would be much harder, versus a Gavin Newsom presidency. I mean, JD Vance's entire career has been trying to step on top of workers. He wants to.
I agree.
He endorsed Project 2025, which literally wants to bring child labor laws back to 1938. He's fundamentally illiberal and doesn't want to let you organize. I mean, like, a lack of organization is part of not living in a liberal society, right? They will squash that. They will kill communists. They will kill socialists. That's what they did in other fascist societies. They killed socialists and communists. Meanwhile, Gavin Newsom, however insufficient you may think he is, and this is not an endorsement of Gavin Newsom, I'm just trying to illustrate my points of, the different realities we could enter. However insufficient you think Gavin Newsom is, he would allow for a really strong labor movement. He would allow for you guys to at least, organize, and he would probably communicate with you guys.
First of all, I don't even think you guys. I think you're a part of this as well. You're not against like organizing a labor movement, right? But
no, I'm
also,
not against that.
Also, can you crank up your volume a little bit on your end? Because I maxed it out, but people still are having a hard time hearing you.
Yeah, my bad. A lot of calls.
No, it's all good. As far as like what's better rooms for organizing, it's not even a necessary part of this discussion because I know that
it is.
I know that no. The reason why I'm saying it's not a necessary part of this discussion is because given the option between Gavin Newsom and JD Vance, I'm not saying that Gavin Newsom is going to be a situation than JD Vance. I understand and agree with, in theory, the harm reduction narratives. My argument is always around doing away with harm reduction narratives because the harm reduction narrative has led to two spectacular failures thus far, both in 2016 and also in 2020. And as far as like playing hardball with Democrats who don't want to listen, who still want to hold on and maintain this like harm reduction narrative, who still say that they want to appeal to this like mythical moderate voter who's outside of who isn't a normal Democratic Party voter, like these guys that they want to turn to the Democratic Party. I'm willing to play hardball with them and say, like, look, I'll hold my vote back. But the reality of the matter is, if you're asking me sincerely, like, do you think that Gavin Newsom is going to be better than JD Vance? Of course. I mean, this is not something just like Kamala Harris is objectively going to be better than Donald Trump. The miscommunication around this comes in large part due to me openly saying, like, it's out of my hands at that point, because that was the second part that I mentioned. It's openly out of my hands at that point. And there's no way for me to overcome the way that the party is communicating what they want to do. And the fact that a lot of people hear that and immediately go, oh, this guy, he wants the Republicans to win. I don't.
Yeah, I don't think you want the Republicans to win. I don't think that at all. And here's where we agree on, actually. So I keep hearing you say that you don't want Democrats to run on the harm reduction narrative in 2028. And I totally effing agree. If we're running on a harm reduction narrative in 2028, we have failed somewhere massively. We want to build an exciting, forward-looking message that can turn out not only our base, but Americans who have been struggling. We need to have something that is not just us unified to our opposition of Donald Trump. For the past decade, we have been defined by our opposition to Trump, and we need something more exciting. So I agree. We should not run on a harm reduction narrative in 2028. But like what you just said, how you just worded your statements was not how you worded it when Jennifer Welch asked you that question.
No, I said I would vote third party because it's out of my hands at that point.
No, you said at that point it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, at that point it doesn't. Sorry, that what I meant is it's out of my hands, which is the argument that I've made with Kamala Harris after like urging the campaign to listen to the warning signs that the people were giving them about their reluctance to address Gaza in a meaningful way, like signaling that they would truly be like an anti-war a party, even though Donald Trump is like a fucking warmonger, trying to get them to communicate that trying to get them to communicate that there are meaningful differences between their design overall, not leaning in and not conceding on the white nativist anti-immigrant narratives, knowing full well how devastating Trump's mass deportations were going to look like. I poured hours and hours and hours of commentary into this, thousands of hours of commentary into this, and it's always reduced back to whatever like reasonable soundbite that people can cling on to say, oh, we got him. He's a third party guy.
What do you mean it's out of? Well, you said you would vote third party, but what do you mean it's out of your hands?
Oh, perfect.
Like you mean like we would lose at that point?
I don't know if we would necessarily. I don't know if we would lose because JD Vance is uniquely uncharismatic.
Yeah,
but
we saw that today.
I mean, we see that every day, right? I mean, he's fucking disaster. I still think that Gavin Newsom is particularly weak against JD Vance, unfortunately. So I don't know. I feel like it would still be a toss-up at that point, partially because while JD Vance is not capable of holding the Trump coalition together, I don't even worry about JD Vance as much necessarily. I don't really worry about Marco Rubio. I worry about Tucker Carlson. I think Tucker Carlson has he's the real torch carrier of the MAGA movement. I don't even know if Donald Trump recognizes that yet or admits that personally, but I think it's there. And
he fits the mold of an outsider, populist, anti-establishment
television
person
guy who understands how to communicate. He is charismatic as well. So
that is really scary.
So he is the one I'm actually terrified of, more so than Marco Rubio, who is like a straight line neocon. He's not going to be able to do the populist shit. And JD Vance is basically like evil Pete Buttigieg, like role reversal Pete Buttigieg, where like he also has that like consultant, McKinsey consultant vibe to him. I like to say when, JD Vance comes into your neighborhood, you know that like the coal mine is shutting down. Like he has the attitude of a guy who's going to be like, we see you, we hear you, but we have to eliminate some redundancies. And I think most working class individuals, regardless of the MAGA cult, kind of see that he is insincere. So he doesn't have that populist element. And he tries to make up for it by being like this gross little groiper, even though he has a Indian wife and Indian children. And therefore, even the super racists don't like him for that reason. So these are just like the two default positions that the Trump administration is like, looking at right now. But I do think it's like possibly going to be Tucker Carlson. Now, going back to Gavin Newsom versus JD Vance, Gavin Newsom unfortunately has a lot of the California stink associated with him. I love California. I live here. And there's a lot of exaggerations about how devastating California is, like how terrible the conditions are here. People are all doing crime and doing drugs and everyone's homeless on the street. But there is a real problem from the policy side of things with California. Gavin Newsom is, and he's demonstrated this already, beholden to corporate interests. And will pretty aggressively go out to bat for corporate interests in general.
Sometimes he's pushed back on a lot of special interest groups in California, though. They're pretty progressive state overall.
But the number one problem facing all Americans, I think you and I will agree on, other than healthcare, is housing, right? Mm-hmm. And California has a huge issue with housing, and we have voted for a million different ballot initiatives at this point to pay for shelter, pay for additional tax revenue so that we can go and build new homes and things of that nature. And none of it ever gets done. There's a lot of institutional rot here as well. Not to get all abundist on this conversation, but like there is a little bit of truth to what the abundist guys say. And so that homelessness narrative will stick for the uneducated. But even for the educated, like the educated voters, they will also recognize, like people like myself, recognize the setbacks that Gavin Newsom has presented to combat the housing market issue in the state of California.
Yeah, so I guess a few things that I want to respond to. I agree with you about Newsom's electability problems, and I think a lot of people would agree. I mean, I have a massive liberal audience, and even they're not fully behind any candidate right now, especially not fully behind Newsom 2 years ahead of the election. I think that now is our time to use the leverage we have, and I think that's what you're trying to do during the Jennifer Welch podcast. And I want to keep returning to that conversation that you had, because you said in the conversation at that point it doesn't even matter, but you at this point mean it was out of your hands, right?
Yeah.
Can you clarify, what do you mean it was out of your hands?
So
just
And I also talked about like my refusal to endorse Kamala Harris as well, and we can get into that too. What I mean by that is exactly what I said in the 2024 election, where it was like, you can't, as a singular individual, or even with like the entire might of the media behind you, outflank the actual campaign. So if Gavin Newsom is running as the Gavin Newsom that we know so far, you know, he'll say certain things like, oh, I refuse to take money from AIPAC. Great. But then when push comes to shove, like, he will still be inconsistent on the issue of Israel. He won't like fully subscribe to you know, punishing Israeli leadership, or fully subscribe to like refusing any sort of arms sales to Israel. And outside of Israel, of course, you know, beholden to corporate interest when it comes to like the real estate lobby, anti-Medicare for all. If he runs as that, okay, there's no amount of advocacy that I can engage in that will make him look better. I can consistently talk about how much worse the Republican
That's
side
not
is
what you
going
were
to
asked.
be.
You were asked if you would vote for him. And I'm not even saying you should have said yes in that moment, but you were asked, would you vote for him? And you said at that point, it doesn't even matter. Here's what I'm getting at here.
Yeah.
I think there was a very solid answer you could have given that didn't outrage the liberals online as much. And I know that a lot of people flung a lot of shit at you on Twitter. That's always what happens. But
yeah,
I think there was an answer where you could have been like, listen, I refuse to pre-commit to any candidate 2 years ahead of a primary. They have to earn my votes, and that's what I want to see. And I totally get you're on stream like 8 hours a day. You're not always going to say everything perfectly. But here's where a lot of liberals online are mad, and here's where we're all kind of talking past each other. I see a lot of people online saying, all liberals want us to line up behind Gavin Newsom 2 years before a primary. And that's not even the argument that any of us are making. I think where a lot of liberals have problems with the way you speak about the Democratic Party is that you try to minimize the gap between the Democratic and Republican Party. So I can totally grant that you meant to say like, well, you were asked, you were asked, would you vote for JD Vance or Gavin Newsom? You said, I'd vote third party. At that point, it doesn't even matter. It feels like you're drawing a false equivalency. And then a few days later, you basically said, Gavin Newsom will only be marginally better than whatever Republican candidate there is. Then you said, Democrats have literally written you out of existence regarding trans people.
Wait,
then
did you see the rest of that quote?
I watched the video, but yeah, I watched what's the rest of the quote?
Did you hear me say that marginal differences between each candidacy, like marginal differences between two parties, leads to drastically different outcomes for marginalized populations? Having said that, however, from the eye of like a voter, they don't make that distinction at all, especially if they are coming at it from a privileged position. If it doesn't like attack, if it doesn't harm them at all. And not only that,
there's not a marginal. So you're kind of conflating two things. When you say there's a marginal difference between the two parties, I think that signals to people that either way they vote, it doesn't really matter that much. That's how people take that. When you say trans people you said like Democrats would shoot trans people in the back of the head, that signals that Democrats aren't really that different than Republicans, when that's not true. There's not a marginal difference between Democrats and Republicans. There's a very meaningful difference. If it was like Obama versus McCain and you said there was a marginal difference,
I said
fine.
Democrats would, it's exaggeration. Democrats would kill trans people if it meant securing additional electoral votes. And that's not an argument that like Democrats are going to run on a policy of killing trans people. It's a hyperbolic statement about Democrats cutting out trans people, which, as you saw probably in this last week, in the aftermath of the fucking neo-Nazi MAGA dad, or not MAGA dad, the trans shooter that was a fucking huge neo-Nazi, who's apparently his son was also a neo-Nazi, who's in prison as well, which is, you know, not very shocking. There were a lot of people floating around bad polls about, not bad necessarily from like the polls are fine, but they were polls that made it seem as though the trans issue is something that we as Democrats should not actually advocate for. It was Laksha Jain. And I always go back to obviously the first week after the Kamala Harris election defeat, where a bunch of prominent Democrats who got yelled at, to be fair, by other Democrats in the caucus, but a bunch of prominent Democrats went on television and immediately were like, we lost because of the trans stuff. They put a lot of overemphasis in the Kamala Harris is going to give bottom surgeries to Guatemalan transgender prisoners in immigrant detention facilities. My argument always is, if the Democrats actually put forth policies that people have to attack, like the Republicans have to attack, then the trans issue just becomes unserious and a relic of the culture war that people don't pay attention to. And in the absence of definable policies that you can associate with the Democrats, they become very defined by what their enemy, the Republicans, define them as.
Yeah, so
that's also.
I don't actually I
Yeah,
don't
go
disagree
ahead.
with your analysis at the end there. I do think that if we had a more affirmative, unifying message, then people wouldn't care. Like Medicare for all would be really exciting for so many people. I heard you say this, and I actually agree there. But just because some Democrats went on TV after Kamala lost, and just because some Democrats that are floating polls around on Twitter that are showing people don't like trans, that doesn't mean Democrats don't care about trans people or have written them out of existence. Like the difference between Democrats and Republicans on trans people is not marginal. It is not slight. It is very, very meaningful. If you grew up in the state of Indiana, where I grew up, and you tell a counselor that you are having thoughts about, you know, like gender dysphoria or you want to change your name, they have to go tell your parents. But if you go across the state borders in the state of Illinois, someone who you probably think is like a moderate billionaire, J.B. Pritzker, he's turned it into a sanctuary state where you can get your.
I like
trans-
JB's policies. Yeah, I'm
Yes,
very
so I
aware
mean,
of this distinction.
Okay, but
I
wait a
know.
minute. So J.B. Pritzker, Andy Bashir, even Governor Newsom turned California into a sanctuary state. It is a very progressive state. So can you see how people are bothered when you then go on the stream, and I'm quoting you verbatim, you said Democrats have written you out of existence, Democrats don't give a fuck about you, and then you said later on, the marginalized identities have been left behind by the Democratic Party. You're kind of drawing a false equivalency, and then that brings me back to the Jennifer Welch clip. I'm trying to give you the strongest liberal argument here as to why people are mad. It's not because you
And
didn't
by
line
the
up
way,
behind
I've
Newsom.
heard this argument. I used to make this argument myself.
Yeah,
Like,
but you said that point, it doesn't even matter. And that kind of feeds into the broader apathy that
Yeah.
you seem to be pushing towards. So there is a meaningful difference between Democrats and Republicans on trans issues, right? If you grew up in a Democrat or a Republican state, there's a meaningful difference between your quality of life. Can you agree with that?
oh, absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely.
so a meaningful difference. There's a big difference. Okay, so
No,
they're
no,
not the
there
same.
is
Do you
there
think-
is a meaningful difference between living in a Democratic state, hopefully one that isn't captured by Republican state legislatures that will then, even under Democratic leadership within the White House, take advantage of the state legislature apparatus to still undermine trans existence and then take that all the way up the courts of the Supreme Court. There's a meaningful distinction between having a liberal Supreme Court majority versus a Republican Supreme Court majority, a super majority even. These are all things that I fully understand and fully agree to and don't want to happen. When I talk about the Democratic Party's lack of interest in like actively fighting back and counter messaging against the Republican misinformation around trans people, what I'm talking about is Democrats running from a place of fear. What I want the Democrats to do is to, one, not compromise at all when it comes to putting forth a counter messaging operation to go back and fight back against the Republican Party when it comes to trans issues. But also, this isn't even just about trans people either. This goes back to even undocumented migrants and migrants in general, like Haitians eating cats and dogs, all the endless amounts of attacks, and the notion that like undocumented migrants constitute a national security threat, the way that the Republicans present it, it's pure hysteria. Something that I've told Democrats over and over again, urged Democrats over and over again, even when Joe Biden was president early on, down to the DNC where I talked to them directly and told them to address over and over again with the hopes that they would, at the very least, push back against this so we wouldn't have seemingly a more, like a bigger mandate, a bigger popular mandate for Donald Trump on issues such as that. I think every moment that the Democrats waste, not on the offensive, on affirmative policies and affirmative policy vision that is easily definable, is a moment where the conversation revolves around culture war issues, specifically attacking trans people, and it ends up harming trans people that way. There is a big difference between a blue state and a red one in terms of trans existence. To deny that would be silly. I don't deny that at all.
Good. What about between like a Newsom, if Newsom got everything he wanted in America and JD Vance got everything he wanted in America, do you think there would be a meaningful difference for trans people?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I mean,
so
we're
this,
like Donald Trump's first action when he came into office. Like this might come as a surprise to people, maybe in your audience or people that have seen these clips, and assume that I don't think that there's any difference between a Democratic leadership or a Republican one. I will never work with the Republicans. Well, I guess maybe Thomas Massey on like a very random issue. You know what I mean? A random issue that's like the Epstein files, something like that. But I don't agree with Republicans ideologically, and my criticisms of the Democratic Party revolve around their closeness to Republicans or their endless interest in conceding to Republicans on certain issues, because that concession doesn't actually end up causing them to win elections. The only thing it actually ends up doing is those concessions actually normalize some of the Republican agenda items in the eyes of the base of the Democratic Party. And only until people realize how devastating the outcome of those policies are, do they turn around and go, oh, I have buyer's remorse now. Fell for it again award. I didn't realize that the party that said they were going to do mass deportations is actually doing mass deportations, or I didn't realize that those mass deportations were going to look so fucking violent and so disgusting that my neighbors were going to be in fear.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with a lot of that. And I don't want you to think I was just watching clips of you. I watched your entire stream.
No, I know.
Where it just felt like you were saying two different things at once. You take these really strong declarative statements or those positions about the Democratic Party, and like you quite literally said Democrats, or you said the marginalized identities have been left behind by the Democratic Party. And then you go on to explain in a little bit more nuance that yes, growing up in a trans state or a red state would be better than growing up in a blue state would be better than a red state as a trans person. So you do clarify that in the video that I watched. But can you then see how Democrats, or at least liberals on Twitter, who are just like seeing you repeatedly say this, Gavin Newsom will be marginally better than whatever the Democratic candidate is, but you then just said to me that you think he will be meaningfully better if he got into
marginal
the office.
differences in terms of policy in the way that they communicate it. Like Gavin Newsom, I don't know what he's going to run on in terms of, defending trans people, right? Like I don't know how big of a part of his advocacy this will be. I can only look to what he's trying to do, what he's trying to present himself as right now, right? Because we can look at his experience as a governor in California, but then if there is a significant difference that he's communicating now because he has ambitions in higher office, it's only causing to assume that he is going to probably pivot, like many other Democrats, to this mythical, this center for the mythical moderate voter. Do you think that that's an unfair assessment? Let's just start there, first of all.
That he shouldn't pivot to the center?
No. That judging by the position between what kind of trans protections that he has signed into law when he was the governor, when he is the governor of California, versus how he's communicating now about certain aspects of trans identity and trans issues is probably a pretty reliable way to comprehend whether or not he is going to pivot to the center on trans issues a little bit.
No, I don't think
you don't think so?
The way he talked. No, I don't think you can conflate the way he spoke to Charlie Kirk on the podcast with the way that he's actually ruled California. There is a very, very meaningful difference between the way that he's ruled California versus the way that Republicans would. And here's the problem.
I don't even I don't disagree with that. The reason why I'm asking that is
but here's the problem. There's a category error happening here where you keep saying that there's a marginal difference between the parties. And I get what you're saying. I totally get what you're saying. You think there is a marginal policy difference between the parties because you think Democrats should be farther to the left and stand up for the stuff. But when you say that, a lot of liberals think that you're arguing that there's a marginal difference in outcomes. And you are conceding right here there's not a marginal difference in outcomes.
No, there's not a marginal difference in outcomes.
Okay, so I think that needs to be clarified more because that does kind of draw some apathy between voters. But going back to Gavin Newsom, no, he has quite literally changed the way California looks at trans people. Just because he gave an insufficient answer on Gavin Newsom's podcast doesn't lead me to believe that he's going to entirely throw trans people under the bus. Let me just go through this. He signed
no, hold on.
107.
Not entirely, but do you feel? And I'm not trying to debate you on this. I'm just asking you sincerely. Do you think that it is indicative that there is at least in the way that he's communicating, a pivot to a more moderate position on trans issues because he calculates this as more electorally viable?
No. Was he asked about trans issues or trans sports in particular?
The pieces that I've seen is mostly talking about trans sports and saying that trans sports is a bridge too far or something like that.
Yeah, and that can totally be insufficient for your worldview, and you can say that is not sufficiently progressive enough. But I think that to say that Gavin Newsom, because he said that to Charlie Kirk, that nullifies the way that he's actually ran California. You're using that one
it
conversation. Just wait.
It doesn't.
Okay, wait,
I
no,
don't
let
think
me
it
just lay
nullifies
this
the
out.
way in California. I'm making
Well, let me
an
just lay this out.
assessment
Newsom
off
has
of.
signed a law. Sorry.
I'm making an assessment off of. I know Gavin Newsom, just like Andy Bashar, who I have given tremendous props to, more so than Gavin Newsom because he's doing it in fucking a Trump 35 state, right? Trump plus 35 state.
Yeah, he's holding
with
the line
with a
over
hostile with a hostile state legislature too. So it's like
Yeah.
it's infinitely more difficult. He actually shows the rest of the Democratic Party. I use him as an example to show the rest of the Democratic Party that you don't have to be compromising. And the way he's talked about trans people is actually wonderful. Where he says these are, Christian. These are my neighbor. God teaches me love my neighbor, not to fight my neighbor. I remember when he stood up against that state legislature member where he was like, you have to apologize to these constituents. These are your constituents as well. Wait, hold on one second. Can you take it off of emote only mode? What's going on? Why do people keep saying robot? Why do people keep spamming robots? Is there an issue?
Is my mic better now too? Sorry.
No,
I tried to
I've
turn
been
it up,
hearing
but I
you
didn't-
clearly this entire time, but I don't know what the fuck's going on. I took it off emote mode. Is it effing? Oh, it's just a small lag and people lose their fucking minds over it? Is that what it is?
Liberals and leftists are agreeing, so the deep state's taking us down. They're like, we can't have agreement on a stream between the two factions.
It's stuttering on Hasan only. Huh. You've been lagging for like the last 5 minutes? No. Audio is an audio disaster, but it was only 8 seconds or so. It's fine now. Okay, sorry. They were just like spamming the robot emoji over and over again, so I thought there was like something devastating happening. Okay. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, I was saying Andy Bashar is glazing Andy Bashar for uncompromising
he's
on his
standing
values.
business, bro.
Yes. That's especially within the confines of like what he is capable of doing. I mean, that's very impressive, and I think it should be a lesson that other Democrats should follow as well, and some do, and some are cowards. But as far as the Gavin Newsom thing, I am aware. I think it's like what 49 LGBTQ plus bills that Gavin Newsom as governor has signed into law. I mean, as a mayor of San Francisco, his first nationally prominent act was literally to defend gay marriage in San Francisco. Like, I'm very familiar with Gavin Newsom's background. He's my governor, right? I know a lot about Gavin Newsom's background. What I am fearful of and what I worry about is the same exact pivot that we have seen from many Democrats that signal that they're invested in selling out trans people, or at least certain aspects of trans identity, whether it be sports, a conversation that starts off with the most appropriate angle to tackle that Republicans spend hundreds of millions of dollars against and create controversy around, this being, trans sports, to very quickly moving the conversation over to gender confirmation surgery, and a litany of different anti-trans bills that basically lead to making it illegal to be trans in public. The conversation.
I don't think Newsom would go that far.
No. I don't think Newsom is going to go that far either.
Yeah.
But my point is, any concession that you're making about trans existence in public, instead of just simply moving the conversation back to a territory that is appropriate, a territory that is pertinent for every single person in America, something that is more consequential for the average person, groceries, mobility, healthcare, things of that nature, is lost ground for no reason that then justifies the additional anti-trans bill come after that. Well, so you're opening the door to that conversation rather than stopping it. It's fucking true. My argument.
No, dude, I totally agree that Democrats should stand on business when it comes to transition. Am I lagging at all? Is it good?
No, I'm the one who's lagging apparently a little bit.
Yeah,
It's
so
crazy because it's not even funny anymore.
I think it's happening. You can't like. Yeah, now it's lagging for me too. I can barely hear it. But here's where I think the difference is. Like the big dog, small dog meme, where you say something intense and then you kind of say something not as intense.
You mean
I
Mott
feel
and
like when you're
Bailey?
on the podcast, when you're on your show, a lot of these statements are so Yeah, the Mott and Bailey, of course. I feel like you're pulling a little bit of a Mott and Bailey right now for non-Gen Z meme lingo. Like you're on your show, and this isn't even meant to be like a confrontation or anything, just so you know. But like I think this
I
is
understand.
genuinely where a
They're
lot of
saying it's
liberals have
bad. Wait,
friction.
let's hold off for a
Yeah, I
second.
think
Let's hold off for a second. Just wait it out. Sorry, it's gonna come back in a second.
No.
The lag comes and goes. To be honest, it's gone for me now. Is it good now? No, chat. Adam is not the one who brought up Mott and Bailey. I did. Okay, they're saying you're engaging in debate pervertry. I'm the one who did it. Okay, I'm the one who said Mott and Bailey. All right, go on.
Yeah, I don't want you to think this is some like confrontation where I'm trying to like pin you down or anything, but when you go on your show and your stream and these clips go viral in liberal circles, I think the friction comes from you saying stuff, and it's just important that I quote you verbatim, like Democrats have literally written you out of existence regarding trans people. Marginalized identities have been left behind by the Democratic Party. Democrats don't give a fuck about you. They would shoot you if it meant they could secure votes. And then I come on here and you're like, wait a minute, I do acknowledge that Newsom would be meaningfully better on trans issues. I do acknowledge that J.B. Pritzker is meaningfully better. Blue states are meaningfully better. And then your strongest argument as to why Democrats are throwing them under the bus are some polls that you see on Twitter, not from Democratic Party leaders, but from like Lakshaya Jain or whatever. Some people after the 2024 election going on TV and saying something to the effect of, oh, we lost because of trans people. That's obviously bullshit. Get those people out of here. And then Gavin Newsom on Charlie Kirk's podcast. That's your evidence that the Democratic Party is throwing marginalized people or leaving marginalized people behind. I don't see it. And I do agree we should
It's not just trans people either, by the way. This argument extends not just to trans people in general. It extends to different backgrounds as well, including but not limited to immigrants.
These are two different arguments you're making, though.
No, because the reason why is because of what you've also seen that comes usually fairly closely after the end of that clip, which is the assessment that corresponds to my broader outlook, my viewpoint, which is that there is no reason to make these sorts of concessions whatsoever. It's like these are people who are infinitely more influential within the Democratic Party's ecosystem than someone like myself. Okay, every single time I talk, it starts fucking going down. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Sorry. What the fuck? Dude, I hate the fucking ISPs. It's insane. Okay. I think it's back. They're saying we're good. Okay. Would you agree that I have a more nuanced approach to this issue than the way that clips present my perspective? Because even when we had the conversation, even when we had the conversation with Jennifer Welsh, like Jennifer Welsh and I had that conversation, there was an additional, 2 minutes of back and forth that we had where I was talking about how
I watched it, yeah.
Yeah, harm reduction narratives are exactly what a lot of establishment Democrats lean on in an effort to moderate their positions for the mythical moderate voter. And this is like their primary vehicle for driving voters to go out and vote. And it's been an abject failure every single time. It's it leads to bad policies in general, and it's bad politics in general as well. Because you and I both agree that we want a fighting Democratic Party, one that fights uncompromisingly for not just individual marginalized identities, but fights for the entirety of the working class in a holistic way. And
absolutely,
when they don't present themselves as such, and they've been pretty bad at it. I mean, I think I saw you even criticize Hakeem Jeffries as well, or Chuck Schumer at least, like recently, saying like they must resign.
Yeah, our approval rating sucks.
There's a reason for that, and there's a reason for why there is like I think only a 77% approval rating for Democrats within the party, right? Like we have a historically high disapproval rating right now for the Democratic Party. I think is like 21%, which is unprecedented for when a Republican is in office, a Republican that is as devastating as the Trump administration has been. That is a fucking massive alarm bell. And I feel like instead of recognizing that, we're still following along the third way neoliberalism of the past, all the way from Bill Clinton to even to a certain degree Barack Obama as well, where we just keep looking for a more moderate a more moderate approach.
And that's absolute bullshit. We should not do that. It's absolute bullshit.
Okay.
But sorry, I want to keep going back to the Jennifer Walsh thing really quickly. So do you think that Democrats have literally written trans people out of existence? Or is that just hyperbole? Because if it's hyperbole,
Of course, no,
that's
it's hyperbole. Like Democrats are
okay.
Because the Democratic Party is a big tent party, but the Democratic Party also is, and this is just how it is for the Democrats
Can
in
I finish
general.
my thought really quickly? Can I finish this thought I was having really quickly? Sorry.
go ahead. Sorry.
You said a minute ago, like, hey, don't I have? Sorry, no. I just want to finish this very, very quickly. You said a minute ago, like, hey, don't I have a more nuanced view than you would have thought that I had? And it's like, sure, but you're also just like saying two completely different things. You're giving a completely different argument. You've said, I'd vote third party because at that point it doesn't matter. And then you switch that to at that point it's out of my hands. You've basically said like all of these statements are hyperbole.
That was
so when
the
you're
argument that I was
repeatedly
making.
But when you are repeatedly hyperbolizing the Democratic Party as being basically the same as the Republican Party, that creates a level of voter apathy. And I think that is why liberals on Twitter are very mad at you. I mean, of course, there's going to be like the crazy fucks who are always going to say some random shit. But I mean, like, I think that's the legit criticism that people have of the way that you approach this, is the way that you draw this false equivalency between the two parties.
Okay.
And then, like, when you get confronted on it, or when someone asks you about it, you're like, well, it's just hyperbole. It's like, no, like, we shouldn't hyperbolize about trans people, like, getting shot by... I know that that's not a serious thing you mean, of course. I'm just saying we shouldn't, like, hyperbolize about how one party treats trans people versus another when there is a meaningful difference. And then when we're talking about the marginality between parties, you've said a bunch of times there's a marginal difference. You said Newsom would be marginally better than whatever the Republican is. But then when we talk about it, you say, no, there would be a meaningfully different outcome.
Marginal differences between both parties lead to meaningful differences for the marginalized identities. That is something that I have consistently, that's something that I've talked about for the past 10 years. This is something that I acknowledge. I don't think that there is no difference between two parties, except for certain issues. There are issues where there are no differences, or at least there is like broad consensus politics, right? And if you want to explore that, that's actually the biggest part of my argument. The consensus that, for example, healthcare is going to remain privatized, and that with the exception of a couple Democrats on the edges, right, the party is broadly seen as a party that also wants to maintain private health care, right? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Well, the Democrats want to maintain private health care. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Oh shit. Now oh god damn it. I'm effing now. Hold on one second. Oh god. I will vote for any Republican that fucking fixes my ISP. Any Republican that shatters the oligopoly of ISPs in major markets like California, I'm voting for. Fuck it. That's a joke, by the way. Don't take that seriously. I know this is a serious...
I was writing that down so I could quote it. I was writing that down so I could quote it back at you later. And
yeah.
No. I'm in all seriousness. I'm not trying to
I'll never advocate for Republicans. I'll never vote for a Republican. I fucking despise Republicans. So
I'm not trying to make it seem like I'm like here to like confront you on these quotes. Or
no, it's fine.
I think this is where genuinely
this is a good conversation. This is a good conversation. Okay. So we were talking about like between the Republican Party wants to deregulate healthcare marketplaces even further at the behest of healthcare companies. Correct, right?
Yes.
And the Democratic Party's solution, at least post Barack Obama, has been at least to offer subsidies to the population, subsidies that end up still not tackling like the for-profit healthcare structure that exists, but tries to keep that system alive. Would you agree with that?
Yes, but just because Democrats are insufficient doesn't mean there's a marginal difference, and that doesn't mean there's a marginal difference in outcome. Like we agree on this
the perspective, you see where I'm going with this from the perspective of the everyday working class individual. It's the difference between someone who is going to get their healthcare denied, right? Because they deregulated it. There's no more protections for people with any sort of health complications, right? Like let's say they're completely destroying that on the Republican side, and the Democrats are saying no. We need to keep the current system, and we need to give the healthcare companies more subsidies so that at least like it's easier to pay for. Like you can still keep your coverage even with a pre-existing condition, but the healthcare premiums are going to continue to go up. From my perspective, harm reduction of that sort actually reflects the consensus between two parties, because the real two different planks here is private healthcare versus socialized healthcare. And the Democratic Party, unfortunately, unlike the Republican Party, is always judged by its weakest link. Because in order to advocate for more government in a country like the United States of America, where there's no confidence in the government and in the post-Reagan era, unfortunately for the Democrats, they will always be judged by whoever is a part of the rotating villain structure that ends up undermining the policy agenda that Democrats are running on. And from the perspective of the average person, from the perspective of the average American individual, they don't actually look at it and go, well, the Democrats are trying their very hardest to make sure that at least my health care is affordable. Some might, right? But most don't. Most look at it and go, okay, neither party is doing anything for me. What the fuck is this? So that is why I say, from the perspective of, for example, healthcare, this bipartisan consensus on private healthcare as opposed to socialized healthcare is a major one. The conversation should not be kept within the confines of what can we do within the private healthcare system. The conversation should expand to socialized healthcare versus privatized healthcare. And as long as the Democrats don't do that, the differences between them are marginal.
In policy, but not outcome.
Yes. Yeah,
okay,
because
that's a really important.
Yeah, because
that's a really important distinction. Let me just say.
I can celebrate Barack Obama's accomplishments of like adding pre-existing condition coverage to healthcare, or allowing people to stay under their parents' insurance program for 26 years old, or getting millions, tens of millions of people healthcare through Medicare funding, even though the Republicans basically stopped that in red states for a very long time, and it led to tens of thousands of people dying. But at the end of the day, from where I'm standing, from the way I approach the subject matter, the difference is Democrats are offering, let's say 100,000 people a year are dying. If 100,000 less people would die every single year if we had socialized medicine, and there was no issues between access to coverage at the point of purchase, right? Because it's free, versus 200,000 people die with the Republican agenda, but with the Democratic Party's agenda, 100,000 less people die. So the difference is still, from where I'm standing, 100,000 people that should get access to healthcare, but they're not getting access to healthcare.
Just because it's insufficient doesn't mean it's marginal in outcome, though. Like we agree on this. We totally agree on the difference between policy and outcome. And I could even concede that Democrats and Republicans in the capitalistic system, like I get what you're going at. They're both upholding the same liberal thing, but
there's also plenty of capitalist countries that already have these programs. I mean, virtually every single one of them does.
I still don't think you should say that there's a meaningful difference between the parties without saying you mean policy, because that could just, from my point of view, as a young 23-year-old dude, there's a lot of voter apathy in my generation. You obviously influence a lot of young people. And I have friends that I went to high school with that have texted me like before the 2024 election saying there's no difference between the parties. Both parties are the same. And we've obviously illustrated throughout this conversation, no, both parties are absolutely not the same.
Well, if they're watching me and not just watching the clips, they would know that there are differences. There are marginal differences in policy that yield massive differences in outcome. Having said that, however, another area where there's no difference, almost no difference whatsoever, is foreign policy.
Wait, another area where there's no difference.
Because there is one. So there is
a difference on healthcare, though. You said there was almost no difference. So we already established that there's a difference on trans issues. There's a difference on healthcare.
Yeah.
Meaningful outcomes on healthcare. Let's talk about foreign policy for a second.
But wait, before we move on to foreign policy, by the way, sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't correctly word that, but I'm going to get to the foreign policy thing in a second. You understand where I'm coming from, though, right? Like, because from the perspective of people that are not, from the perspective of the average American, the difference between being able to pay, $1,000 a month premiums and then having your service coverage denied at the aftermath of like a significant medical complication, and not having that at all, for tens of thousands of people is still it's still a devastating outcome, as opposed to the alternative, which is that they pay a significantly lower share in taxes and have that healthcare be financed by the government in a single payer style system. Like that's a massive difference, right? One that is the Democrats are not presenting as a unified vision.
Democrats are insufficient on healthcare. Yeah, I agree, but there's not a meaningful difference. Okay, so we went through trans issues. There's not a marginal difference there. There is a meaningful difference. We just talked about healthcare. I think that there is a meaningful difference between the parties, would you say, regarding outcomes?
No, what I'm saying is in terms of socialized
So you
medicine.
don't think there's a meaningful difference between outcomes between the Democratic and Republican Party on healthcare?
Between the Republican Party and the Democratic Party, there is consensus on maintaining private healthcare. Would you agree?
There's a mortality gap. Yeah, but there's a mortality gap of 30,000 people that would have died over the past decade.
Yes,
My uncle,
absolutely.
when he was like 22 years old, got diagnosed with this rare form of cancer. The ACA saved his life. That's meaningful. This is meaningful to Americans. Is it insufficient? Absolutely. Should we spend as much time as we can polling Democrats to a more, public option version of healthcare? Absolutely. We can do this as much as we want. But
if we're looking at numbers, though, what we're still getting back to is the very meaningful difference between socialized medicine and privatized healthcare. And the reality of the matter is that while the mortality gap exists between the Democrats subsidizing the healthcare system, even though maintaining its private structure.
Do you know what the numbers would exactly look like? So
I actually don't know what the I don't know off the top of my head. I don't know off the top of my head what the socialized medicine.
Let's say it is
gap would look
100,000
like.
people. Do you think 30,000 of those people are marginal? Let's say it is an extra 100,000 people that would have died. Do you think those 30,000 people are marginal or meaningful?
No, you understand the argument I'm making, right? I'm saying that 100,000 more people would survive if they didn't have their medical care covered, or if they didn't have their medical care denied. There are people right now in the United States of America that choose to forego diabetes medication and die because they just simply can't pay for it. Like that's not that's I think you and I both agree that that's completely unacceptable, right?
Absolutely. I think that the U.S. healthcare system is pretty awful.
From my
It's insufficient.
perspective, that is a meaningful difference, is what I'm saying, especially when compared to the consensus that is represented as far as maintaining a private healthcare system. So it's even a much larger number, is my point.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. So I think that
because
regarding
I will always agree with you when you say that Republicans are worse than the Democrats, regardless of like the hyperbole moments or whatever that people clip to present a false narrative that I very quickly will explain after the clip ends, usually, which is unfortunately outside of my hands because, you know, we do live in a clip culture. It's people want to argue past one another, but
you seem to minimize how different the parties are a lot, though, like a lot, and it's harmful.
Yeah,
dude.
because
like I said,
because
it creates voter apathy.
the perspective that I'm coming at is the fact that a Democratic Party that still maintains that same consensus on maintaining private health care
It's still meaningfully better.
But it doesn't. It ultimately doesn't matter. Like in the grand scheme of things, if we're saving 100,000 lives and the Democrats are saying no, we're only going to save 30,000 lives, then there's still 70,000 lives that are lost.
And
in
that
the
doesn't
process.
matter to you? What do you mean that doesn't matter?
I think we're talking past one another. There is a far larger number of people that are dying in the uniparty consensus.
I absolutely agree. There is a far larger number of people that are dying in the uniparty consensus, and due to that, the healthcare system needs to be reformed. It is currently insufficient, but I can grant that and both say the 30,000 people that have saved their lives are meaningful, as we've agreed. So I think that we
don't have a disagreement on, like, that's the reason why I was also an advocate for the Democratic Party shutting down Congress when the Republicans were ironically trying to do the harm reduction narratives on their side, when they were like, well, every day that Congress is shut down, where we're not conceding to your very reasonable demands about funding healthcare and adding, the additional COVID subsidies back, you're allowing tens of thousands of, or if not millions of public workers to be furloughed and possibly die. Like, the point I'm trying to make is in a much broader vision that is both politically beneficial, electorally beneficial, the Democrats refusing to take seriously because of the donations that they get from healthcare companies that want to maintain, that have a financial interest in maintaining a private healthcare system. The Democrats are writing off the additional 70,000 people, and they're getting away with this argument by presenting it as a lesser evil argument, because it's true. Lesser evil argument is the lesser evil argument. The harm reduction theory is correct. But because of the harm reduction theory being correct, the Democrats lean onto that rather than actually advocate for a bold vision. And at times they even lose the election, but it seemingly doesn't matter, right?
I think what we should do before, I think what we should do before the 2028 primaries is push our party as much as possible to reject the type of special interest groups that have led to this over the past decade, have led to the Democratic Party kind of feeding into this. But yeah, so I don't mean to keep hammering down on that point, but I do want to go to foreign policy, because I think we can illustrate that Can you just say if you agree, yes or no here? So the Democratic Party has meaningfully different outcomes when it comes to trans people. Yes, right? The Democratic Party has meaningfully different outcomes when it comes to healthcare.
The Democratic Party, marginal or not, in terms of their different approach to both, well, healthcare is even more marginal, but the Democratic Party's approach to these issues, from the perspective of the people that are receiving it, from the perspective of the people that are looking at it, from the way that they angle the conversation, the way that they move to a centrist position on a lot of these key positions, is marginally different, but marginal differences yield significant outcomes for the people.
So the average person views the policies as marginally different, even though they're the ones who are receiving the outcomes. Like the person who either gets insulin
100%. Do you think that the average American is making a reasonable, a rational decision when they're voting?
Not the average American, but the Americans that are affected. Like if you need insulin and you get rejected due to a Republican Party, that's meaningful. There's meaningful outcomes there.
Yeah, and yet they still make irrational choices all the time. I mean, I think I didn't think you'd disagree with me on that. Yeah. Well, how many people with like immediate undocumented family members voted for Donald Trump?
Yeah, that's true. That's fair.
They are insanely irrational in their decision making. That's why I always say you have to have a definable agenda that makes you that makes you viable at the elections. There's two different problems here.
People are going to be irrational actors no matter what, though. People are going to be irrational actors no matter what.
That's why you got to fucking bludgeon them in the head. That's why you got to bludgeon them in the head in the same way that Republicans unfortunately do very well and they have less structural hurdles than the Democrats do, obviously, in this situation, but they bludgeon people in the head by saying, make America great again. Here's what those values mean. And then they just like add a bunch of nonsense into it. They engage in hyperbole. They regularly will be definable by their policies. Build the wall. It's like very simple. It's very simple stuff that they actively harp on, and the Democrats are constantly running on a defensive posture. And my argument is the reason why I think they're running on a defensive posture is because they can lean into the harm reduction narratives, because the harm reduction narrative is a correct approach. It is correct in theory, but given that most voters are making irrational decisions, unless they're literally fucking bludgeoned in the head with it over and over again to spell out those party differences, they're not going to make a rational choice. And many of them are not even going to vote at all. My community, on the other hand, by the way, overwhelmingly voted for Kamala Harris, but that's besides the point. I mean, virtually every single person in my community voted for Kamala Harris, contrary to what people say.
If it's 2028, man, and we're running on like harm reduction narratives in the general, I will be very, very disappointed. I hope that we have I'm excited.
Okay, you'll be disappointed, so you understand what I'm saying, though, right? Then don't you feel like it would be out of your hands as far as like what you can do? Because at that point, I can.
Out of my hands, what I can do.
To my audience. At that point, I can lie to my audience and be like, "No, you guys don't understand. Kamala Harris, when she says we're going to have the most lethal military, what she actually means is that she's going to be anti-war as opposed to Donald Trump."
No,
but no one's going to fucking listen to me.
You say to your audience, "Listen, we had an ideological primary, and if Gavin Newsom is the nominee, this obviously did not go our way. We will continue to pressure his administration, but the difference between voting for Gavin Newsom and a J.D. Vance, or voting third party and abstaining and lowering the threshold for J.D. Vance to win, is the difference between quite literally 15 million people dying due to USAID cuts, which Gavin Newsom would restore. It's the difference between like a mother in Sudan having a malaria vaccine for their infant son versus that malaria vaccine not being there and the son dying. There's multiple studies and models showing that 12 to 14 million people will die by 2030 due to the cuts of USAID. And I think that it is the onus is on us in 2028, whether it's Newsom or another candidate, to be at the end of the day, be like, yeah, we have to suck it up and we have to not only just reduce harm marginally.
I
but
hope that Gavin Newsom never runs on saying, even if he's going to restore USAID, I hope he doesn't try to run on restoring USAID, because I feel like that will lead to a significant
He should not
defeat.
run on restoring USAID.
No. Even if he's going to do it, I'm not even saying that's a bad thing.
Yeah.
I'm saying he should not be. He should not be running around being like, I'm going to restore USAID. That's why you should vote for me.
No, that's totally fine. But this matters. This matters. There's
I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you on that either.
Years. So what do you mean? It's
maybe it'll come across as a shock for people, but
what do you mean it's out of your hands at that point? I don't think it's out of our hands at that point.
What is out of my hands is that no matter what if people ask me about, why Kamala Harris was not coming out and releasing a statement about the significant differences that she presented as opposed to the Biden administration's Gaza policy, because I think we agree that she did not separate from Joe Biden in a meaningful way at all, right? She didn't, and that's a big part of why she lost. So So one of my biggest points of contention, especially leaving the DNC where I got basically blackpilled, I was like, I could not believe how much people were celebrating it and how much people thought oh, we got this in the bag. When the situation on the ground showed a very different reality, at least from my perspective. When Kamala Harris refused to sever ties with Biden, and I know that would have been a complicated process regardless, and there would be a lot of drama surrounding it, but I think with expert messaging, that would have been very beneficial for Kamala Harris. Similar to Mark Carney versus, Justin Trudeau, cutting the dead weight, basically taking out an unpopular figure and then rising from the ashes and presenting a bold new vision. Even within 107 days, she could have, tried to do this. When they didn't do that, and they tried to win by hugging and kissing Liz Cheney, and tried to win by going after this mythical moderate voter in the exact ways that Matt Iglesias and Jonathan Chait and all these other people presented as a positive, like a lot of these commentary folk that the Democrats do listen to for some reason. I don't know why. When they ran around with this pivot to the center and kept repeating it, and the consulting class kept repeating that this was the appropriate thing to do. When I had two options, I could have just been well, guys, you have to understand Kamala Harris is actually going to be much better than Donald Trump, which I did bring up with regular frequency, especially as it pertains to what Donald Trump was presenting, mass deportations and what that would look like. And there are many, many videos where I, presented how terrifying a vision Donald Trump was spelling for the future of the country versus what Kamala Harris was presenting, which conceded, because this was another holdover from the Biden administration, conceded that undocumented migrants were actually a national security interest, a national security issue, that they were actually leading to crime, and that the only solution was a compromise position that wasn't mass deportations, but instead was deportation of some. That was completely unnecessary, because the main point that the Republicans drove home was built around a lie that undocumented migrants are responsible for a higher share of per capita crimes than natural-born U.S. citizens are. That's never been the truth.
Are you not okay with some deportations if someone's actually committing crimes? Because the stats say that undocumented immigrants commit crimes at lower rates than native-born citizens. They commit crimes at very low rates. But if somebody does commit a crime and they're caught here, are you okay with deportation? Say it's not ICE.
It's entirely dependent on what the crime is, but I'm always going to be an advocate to make sure that justice is served instead of just immediately trying to deport someone. I would much rather have them sit in the prison system especially if they've done a heinous crime, because there's no assurance that that person is actually going to stay in prison when they are sent to a different country. So
I actually don't even fault you for not endorsing Kamala in 2024. I mean, I personally think she was way, way better, and I'm sure that we can talk about the impacts that Trump has had, and we'd agree. But I mean, yeah, if she's gonna run in such a risk-averse way, I can understand that. I just I think before we move on to the forward-looking message of the
Like
Democratic
my
Party,
my argument is Kamala Harris didn't present that vision appropriately, and that's why she lost. Like she should have sat there and been like, "What do you guys think mass deportation is going to look like?" This is verbatim, bar for bar, what I told both Democrat consultants and also party members, including Ro Khanna and many others, both privately and publicly. I was like, explain to people what fucking mass deportations are going to look like. You guys are running scared. I know you see the polls that say 66% of the public want mass deportations. They don't know what that looks like. It's up to you to explain to them what that looks like. And when they don't do that and they cede ground unnecessarily on this argument, they end up causing a spectacular defeat where Donald Trump does come in and actually does start the process of mass deportations. That was my argument. And that's precisely what I mean when I say it's out of my hands at that point, because no matter how much I yelled both at the Democrats, no matter how much I advocated for every single day about how devastating a vision Donald Trump would look like if he actually won, the Democrats still chose what they chose to do. That's what I mean when I say it's out of my hands. I don't know exactly how Gavin Newsom is going to run. We don't know yet. It's too far out. But my assumption when I say it's out of my hands is that Gavin Newsom represents the same old business as usual politics that Kamala Harris ran on, that Democrats have run on in the past, with the notable exceptions of Joe Biden and also Barack Obama. Both ran on an objectively progressive policy agenda. They didn't legislate that way, but they did, objectively run on a much bolder policy vision than they actually ended up fulfilling. But my point is, if you don't do that, if you don't run a bold policy agenda focused vision, you are going to lose to the Democrats. And I fear that that's what Gavin Newsom is going to do. And that's why I meant, like, it's out of my hands at that point. There's nothing I can do to salvage the reputation of the party, because I've been there. I've been there in 2016. I was there in 2020. Luckily, it worked out. And I was there in 2024, and it didn't work out again against Donald Trump. That's my argument.
Yeah, so I agree that Kamala Harris definitely should have taken more affirmative stances. One of my big problems with her is that she was super risk averse. I think that as a former prosecutor, there was a trope that she was just very meticulous with every single thing she does. And I think that's representative of a broader Democratic Party that is just very risk averse. And while they're risk averse, they'll also finger wag and shame you over and over for not voting for this candidate in that way. I mean, the Democratic Party definitely has me disillusioned. But yeah, I mean, I don't think it is out of your hands at that point. I mean, the messaging maybe, like the messaging apparatus of the Democratic Party, if Newsom and Vance are the nominee, is not out of your hands. But there's still an entire administration that you can pressure and push if Newsom were to win in your direction. It's
yeah,
not
I mean,
out
I'm
of
going to
your
keep doing that
hands. And
regardless.
you also said, but it's not what you said. It says at that point it doesn't even matter. And I can understand that you're,
What
you meant something
I
different,
meant,
but-
and if you listen to what the conversation I was having afterwards, is what I meant is like it's impossible. And this is a thing that I brought up over and over again with Kamala Harris in 2024, is that there's nothing I can do to outflank the party. And one example I'll give you, I think you'll agree with. Kamala Harris got $1 billion, right? Massive war chest. She comes in hot. She comes out with this, I thought it was going to be a visionary agenda. They choose Tim Walz. They're coming out of the DNC. I'm a little shook in my confidence in the party. And they dump $30 million to the television market in Pennsylvania. And the polls didn't even move a little bit. That was a major sign of alarm, major sign for concern for me. At the time, I said, this implies that people are hearing the message, but they're not identifying with it. They don't like it. They don't like what Kamala Harris is presenting, because at that point, no matter how much money you spend, no matter how much you tell people that you're going to be better, that you're going to be better than the Republicans, and here is why, they were not responding positively to it. And that should have been a really important point for Kamala Harris to pivot away, go back to the drawing board, and potentially come out with a more bold vision for change. They didn't do that. And that was that's precisely what I mean when I say it's impossible for me to outflank $1 billion of ad spend, Taylor Swift endorsements, Beyonce endorsements. I'm not saying I'm a small bean and I'm just like utterly irrelevant. Of course.
No, we're not. I don't even think you can change the results of the election. That's not even what I claim.
That's what a lot of people yell at me over. They make it seem like I was the singular kingmaker or something.
That's really dumb. And any liberals saying that dumb, any liberals saying that you need to line up behind Gavin Newsom, what the hell? It's 2 years out. Why do you think so many liberals were mad at that Jennifer Welch clip? Like, what's your steel, man? If I could ask.
What do I think about it?
Like, no, why do you think so many liberals on Twitter were your throat?
It's the same. It's the same reason why everyone said the Bernie bros were the reason why Hillary Clinton lost. It's the same reason why people still say third-party voters are the reason why Kamala Harris lost, even though if all third-party voters, and I'm sure you know, voted for Kamala Harris, she still wouldn't have won the election. It's people looking for an alternative. It's not that their vision of what the Democratic Party should be doing is incorrect entirely. It must be something else. So they're just looking to blame someone else. And I'm fine being that guy. If they want to
I
blame.
honestly disagree. I think a lot of the liberals I talk to and a lot of the people in my audience don't think what you just said. I've got a massive liberal audience online.
Yeah,
I didn't ask them about this. I don't know. But I genuinely think a lot of the criticism I saw on Twitter goes back to the conversation that I was kind of trying to, like, not pin you down, but I was kind of trying to return to it over and over, is the way that you word these things on your stream. I genuinely think liberals take problem with that. I mean, yeah, some people will be looking for a scapegoat and will say that third-party voters like cost Hillary the election or cost Kamala the election. I mean, it's not, I don't think it's true in the case of Kamala, but I think that no one expects you to change the results of the election. Or maybe not no one. No reasonable person expects you to change the results of the election. No reasonable person expects you to jump up and down and start throating Gavin Newsom 2 years before we even have our candidates there. Like, no reasonable person is going to say, if you would have said, I refuse to pre-commit to any candidate and I want to use my leverage and I want to make sure that we have an ideological battle and I want to come out on top, I'm not going to commit to anyone. I think you could have minimized the amount of liberal damage. And you did explain right after why you didn't vote for Kamala and how it was the same.
The clip was way before. The clip ended way before.
Yeah, but you're saying something different too now. You're saying it's out of your hands, but you did word it, and you're live a lot every single day, so you can't word everything perfectly. But you literally said at that point it doesn't even matter. One day prior, you said like Newsom is marginally better. When liberals see all of this in totality, it's like, wow, this guy doesn't think that the Democrats are even different, and this guy has a lot of apathy towards who wins. It came off as apathetic, and like, I mean, I think there's a common criticism online.
Do you feel like some people want to feel like I'm apathetic? Do you feel like, well, one, there's two different reasons for, there's two different things I want to mention here. One, the plurality doesn't vote, and therefore the plurality is apathetic, right? My audience, as I've demonstrated already, is not apathetic, and they are voting for the Democratic Party when push comes to shove.
I think the plurality would be less apathetic if we could illustrate more. I think the plurality is apathetic because people say there's a marginal difference between the parties.
Okay.
If we could illustrate.
This is a good point. This is a good point. So you think it's people like myself and others that are creating this apathy and not the multi-billion-dollar messaging infrastructure of the Democratic Party that is making it seem as though the differences are either completely irrelevant for them, or inconsequential.
No, I think it could be both. It can be both, and two things can be true at once.
So
the Democratic Party is definitely insufficient. No.
But that was the point I was making. I was
saying
like,
incredibly
you can't outflank.
insufficient. Okay, sorry, keep going.
Sorry. Well, that is precisely my point, which is that I can't outflank the party. If the party is constantly communicating that, like, they're going to be moderate, they're going to have only marginal differences, but like they're going to be the adult in the room, and that's what they're communicating. My reflection on that as being devastating is not going to actually change people's minds that were going to previously vote for the Democratic Party and don't. And that's precisely the reason why virtually everyone in this community voted for Kamala Harris, regardless of the setbacks that she, regardless of her election hangups. And that's the reason why I don't necessarily care what liberals say on the internet. Like, if they want to yell at me, it's fine. But one of the things that they consistently mention is like, oh, he's popular because he's shitting on the Democrats. And that is the problem. like you're basically recognizing that the Democratic Party is an incredibly unpopular brand, and we have to fix that if you want the Democrats to actually consistently and reliably win elections. Which I care a lot more about the policy agenda than I do about like Democrats as a brand, as a party winning, right?
Sure.
So that is the issue, and these guys don't understand that that's the issue, and constantly recycling harm reduction narratives over and over again doesn't actually make people on the outside, the plurality of voters that do have that apathy, take a different look at the Democratic Party. It just makes Democrats look like smug elitist assholes who are entitled to your vote. And for
I
them,
think it can be both and. It can be both and. The Democratic Party definitely needs to message better and draw the difference better. But I also think that the way that you speak about it, I'm not blaming it all on you, by the way, not even blaming it mostly on you. I think that the way people speak about it as if the parties are the same does create that type of apathy as well. When they're not the same, we've walked through this entire stream how there are meaningful differences.
You do recognize. I talk about the differences. If people that were watching the clips actually came and tuned into my to my live broadcast or even watched any of the YouTube videos or whatever, they would know that that's not all I say.
No,
right?
I watched multiple full-length videos, and you really blur the lines. And I'm not gonna when your audience you do in the video, you said two things back to back. You said Democrats have literally written you out of existence. Later on, you say Democrats would essentially shoot you. It's fine to use hyperbole, but then
you're bringing up two clips.
Those are two different clips. No. It's in the same video, though. It's the same video.
I know, but I already explained to you that. But there's additional things I say in between those two clips.
Between these two strong declarative statements, you for a second say, yeah, sure, being a trans person in a blue state is probably better than a red state. And then you go back to saying the next statement.
The idea that and there are a million examples I can show you if you want to see it, but the idea that I don't actually maintain the validity of the harm reduction argument, I just don't present it as the number one solution. I recognize that there is a difference between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. The clips that people oftentimes will recirculate will be on issue-specific things like Israel, Palestine, like the continuation of genocide, right? Like both off of the genocide that unfolded when Joe Biden was president and Kamala Harris was vice president, and also the way that Kamala Harris communicated about what she would do differently from Joe Biden, which was unfortunately nothing, right? Like there are certain aspects of we have a difference of opinion, or we have a different approach between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party that's just like not translating to the population at all. And there's good reason for them to actually there's good reason for the average person to not think that there's any major difference between the two parties. As far as genocide is still genocide. One is being conducted in a way where Trump is also saying additional unhinged shit. The other one is being conducted where Joe Biden keeps saying, oh, we have red lines, and then Benjamin Netanyahu keeps crossing them, right?
Yeah, I agree. I think the Democrats need to stand the fuck up, and I think that this is an issue where Democrats definitely need to be meaningfully better than Republicans.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even just like because it's electorally beneficial. It's also unconscionable in general. And that was the reason why I said that given both Kamala Harris's lack of interest in like communicating a different vision for what will happen with her leadership between, United States and Israel, and given her tendency to lean into Joe Biden's agenda on migration,
people were looking for
the
a
right-wing bill,
sure.
the right-wing bill that they passed, that they packaged as a bipartisan bill that was like almost single-handedly written by that fucking Oklahoma senator that basically offered money to build the wall. Like all of these things that they went back on, people are stupid, but they're not that stupid, right? If you say you're like anti-build the wall for years and years, and then you're like right before the election, on October 6, 2023, you unveil a spending package that has money to build the wall, people are going to look at that and go, oh, so Republicans were right all along, that immigrants do constitute a national security threat, and you guys were just fucking lying to us. And all you end up doing in that situation is you don't get the moderates to come to your side to go, well, there's a reasonable immigration agenda here, and the Democrats are the only party that's going to advance this reasonable immigration agenda. No, most people in the Democratic Party say, oh shit, I guess undocumented migrants are doing the rapes and the decapitations or whatever the fuck the Trump administration is saying.
I think
maybe they were
Kamala
right.
was pretty clear that that's not true, though. I mean, Kamala drew the line. I don't think she played into Trump's anti-immigration criminal rhetoric as much as she did.
The concession is within the legislation. The concession, you don't come forward with well, first of all, she had plenty of fucking I'm going to be strong on the border videos.
Wait, were you okay with strengthening the border from Biden era? Or did you want to continue Biden era policies? Because right now,
I thought the Biden era policies were horrendous because the first 100 days of immigration that he ran on, he did not accomplish at all. If you go back to 2021, I believe it's in the month of February where I said, if the Biden administration, when the images came out of Customs and Border Patrol whipping the Haitian migrants at the Texas border, you remember they had the reins on horseback? And I said, the Biden administration promised a comprehensive first 100 days of dealing with the humanitarian crisis at the border. And they had a lot of really good policies in there. And those policies were supposed to revolve around expeditious processing of migrants that are coming in and offering them temporary protected status, going through expeditiously on their asylum applications, and making sure that they are relocated, appropriately all around the country. And they got so scared that the Republicans started instantly hitting the immigrants are coming in to do rapes lines over and over again that they completely backed away from it. And they thought, as long as we don't address it, it'll go away. And then Greg Abbott came out, Ron DeSantis came out, and they did the whole human trafficking scheme, if you remember, where they took undocumented migrants that had crossed the border to legally apply for asylum, and then they shipped them to Long Island and all these other places with the express purpose of ruining the immigration process that was already underfunded. At the time, I said, Joe Biden needs to punish Greg Abbott. He needs to throw Greg Abbott in prison for human trafficking. He needs to do the same thing for Ron DeSantis. He needs to play hardball. They didn't do that. No one was held accountable. And all it did was create a $12 billion budget shortfall in places like New York City that the federal government did not give immediate aid to, that they could not give immediate aid to because they purposely bricked the immigration system that exists. Because these guys are supposed to be processed in Texas. The courts have adequate funds to have these guys be processed in the state of Texas, right? And they didn't do that. They didn't do any of that. And that's the reason why over the course of the 3 years, Joe Biden went from having a popular agenda on immigration, winning the popular vote, on a much more progressive agenda on combating immigration with a more humanitarian framework, moving towards amnesty, which again has always been broadly popular as opposed to mass deportation. And he didn't do that. And then they conceded on the right-wing attitude, on the white nativist anti-immigrant sentiment. And that's the reason why they lost the election.
Yeah, I think that Biden's immigration policy left a huge vacuum for Donald Trump to then come in with the most far-right immigration policy possible. I don't think they tried to act like all immigrants were criminals or tried to demonize them in the same way. But yeah, they absolutely messed up. And that kind of brings me to like a more affirmative message for the Democratic Party and how we need to not only run on things that excite people, run on things that actually turn people out.
It wasn't just Biden, by the way. Democrats completely conceded on the issue of immigration. You don't agree? Like as a national party. As a national party.
I think that the Democrats are kind of just moving where most Americans are. They're just basically saying we should have a stronger border. We should make sure that people can come here legally in a safe way. We should make sure that people can come contribute to this country. But I think they're trying to end the abuse of the asylum process we saw under Biden. I don't agree that have they conceded fully to Republicans? Is that what you're asking me? No, Democrats have not conceded fully to Republicans.
No, not fully. Have they conceded the Republicans on the false notion that immigrants constitute a national security threat? You think?
I haven't seen that. No. Wait.
You don't think that the October 6, 2023 bill was a concession to the faulty notion, the
one written by Langford?
Yeah. The one that...
Can you name one mainstream Democrat who's called immigrants a national security threat?
No, of course not. But that bill was packaged as a reasonable and just approach to the problem of criminal migration, like migration that was, and also then there's like the Lake and Riley Act and all this other stuff that came along after
bill,
Donald Trump.
I think that bill increased funding for asylum judges so that asylum seekers could be processed in a more speedy way. The bill was absolutely not perfect, but after 2 years of Biden, were we even in the majority when they were trying to pass this bill?
Biden went in and acted as though this was a bipartisan bill with little to no, and this is according not to me, but to numerous other advocacy organizations that said that this bill, unlike any other Democratic Party bill that was ever passed on immigration, that was ever advocated to pass on immigration, had little to none in terms of what you're talking about in terms of the courts. There was some funding for the courts, but the bulk of the courts was going to.
It looks like
the bulk
Kamala
of the
ran on a stronger pathway to citizenship too.
The bulk of the funding. Hold on. The bulk of the funding went to the apprehension, the ICE facilities, Department of Homeland Security, and funds that were about combating immigrant crime. Like that was the main focus of it. And the Democrats still had some residual fears about that, which is precisely the reason why a bunch of Democrats not only have voted to fund ICE, both under the Biden administration or give additional funds to ICE, but then also on top of that, voted for the Lake and Riley Act, which was heinous. I think you and I both agree on that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So and the reason why they found themselves with their pants down now when the issue has completely swapped to our side, my side, maybe not even the Democratic Party side necessarily, the way that they were communicating around it, because you still had Chris Murphy and I believe January or February talking about how, well, Joe Biden actually deported more migrants than Donald Trump did, but he didn't do it in such violent ways, as though that's like somehow supposed to be better, because all of that is a concession that like migrants need to be removed from the boundaries of the state. Like there's no need to make a concession like that, because you and I both agree that migrants are our neighbors. The difference between an undocumented person and a documented person is paperwork. That for 23 years prior to the existence of the Department of Homeland Security, were there deportations? Of course there were, every now and then. Having said that, they were conducted by the INS. It wasn't like this militant organization known as ICE that was specifically doing interior removals, because it was a civil offense. It was a paperwork violation. And that's what I want to get back to. I want to bring the clock back to a time where we had a more reasonable approach, because this is a nation comprised of entirely immigrants, with the exception of the indigenous population and black people.
If you could choose how the Democratic candidate in 2028, even throughout the primary, messages on immigration, how do you think they should do it for the vast majority of American people who think that Biden was weak on the border? And this is just what people think. I mean, I think that Biden had a lot of errors, and I think a lot of American people think that he was incredibly weak on the border. That obviously led a pathway to Donald Trump. Kamala Harris, obviously, I don't even think she conceded as much as you're saying. I mean, her platform looks
counter
to me
message.
like it was
Counter message. No. At no point do you cede ground.
Kamala Harris
to the
was running on a
Republicans.
pathway to citizenship.
Yeah, so was Joe Biden, and then he didn't actually do that at all. That's my point. Like the amnesty framing is good, but that wasn't not only was that not the primary vehicle of her immigration agenda, the primary vehicle of her immigration agenda was the bipartisan bill that was actually more reasonable, and that Donald Trump was actually trying to undermine that because he wanted to use immigration as like a talking point, right? Like that was the communication
Kamala
strategy.
didn't run on Langford's bill. Kamala did not run on Langford's bill.
No,
Kamala ran on a pathway to citizenship, and I believe they did talk about how mass deportations would be bad. Definitely not sufficiently enough.
No, they ran border ads like talking about how she prosecutes transnational gangs. Like they were very clearly communicating that they were going to take a much harder approach because they were afraid. They were running scared, and they were afraid of the.
So how, if you're the
66%
Democratic
of Americans
candidate,
saying that they want mass deportation, they saw that poll and they freaked the fuck out.
if you're the Democratic candidate in 2028, how do you message around this so that people in America don't think you're weak and soft on the border like Biden was? Not saying you are, I'm just saying so people don't get the idea that it's going to be another Biden.
Yeah, there's also, like, Kamala Harris did blame Donald Trump over and over again for killing Langford's bill, by the way, like including in debates. You know that, right?
I think that she's trying to illustrate the point that Trump doesn't care about immigration.
Yeah, but what does that say to the average person? That doesn't say that
Trump
Kamala
doesn't
Harris
care
is
about
not
immigration,
running.
that Trump and the Republicans are not going to responsibly deal with this issue in a long-term way, that they're likely just going to use this as a political cudgel and then do mass deportations that are violent.
Adam, I think, look, I'm not your enemy, but I do think you're debating a little bit here. I think the whole point is that was a failed strategy, and Donald Trump ended up winning on immigration because
I agree.
Kamala Harris was presenting herself as accepting of the right-wing framing that the Lankford bill was good, and that the Lankford bill was also presented as like a very militant approach to immigration because they were afraid. They were afraid that they saw those polls that says 66% of people want mass deportation. It never should have gotten to that point. It never should have gotten to that point at all, right? Like no one in America should have ever said 66% of us believe in mass deportation. We're a nation of immigrants. It got to that point, and guess what? Even then, the polls also still showed that given the option between mass deportation and mass amnesty, Americans have never historically chosen mass deportation over mass amnesty. Did you know that?
No, I didn't. But what's your affirmative message?
But you would have known that if you watched me, or even if you watched my Ro Khanna video or my Ro Khanna conversation, because I brought it up to Democrats over and over again. This is what I'm saying. Like, this is I have a broad vision for a better future, and I try to communicate that to the Democrats to the best of my ability. If they don't want to fucking listen, it's out of my hands. And that goes back to the same point. I want to have a conversation with Gavin Newsom. I want to communicate to Gavin Newsom what these spectacular failures look like. But if he's too busy yucking it up with fucking Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Ben Shapiro, talking about how his son is a major Charlie Kirk fan, talking to Ben Shapiro and apologizing to Ben Shapiro on Israel not being a genocide, or apologizing to Ben Shapiro about what his social media team said about
I don't
ICE.
run Gavin Newsom's podcast strategy. I don't know. But
But his podcast strategy is deliberate because he wants to, he thinks, faulty or not, that if he communicates a certain attitude to as many people as possible, that he positions himself as a moderate figure who's going to be tough on crime, who's actually going to be conciliatory to Republican figureheads, that's how he's going to win the fucking election. And I have no other way to approach what his advocacy is going to look like, what his policy agenda is going to look like this far out. But my assessment is, judging by his pivot to the center attitude with his policies that he's presenting on the podcast that he's doing so that he can win the elections or that he become the presidential candidate, judging off of that, there's not anything I can do. It's out of my hands if he runs in the same way that Kamala Harris did.
I think that's why we pressure them hardcore in the primary. But I do want to ask, so you're running Newsom's campaign. I guess we don't have to use Newsom as a stand-in. But you're running
we can
the
use
Democratic...
Newsom as a stand-in. Because
Okay,
there's good stuff. There's good stuff in Newsom.
okay, so you're running it. How do you model the immigration platform so that you don't scare off people and that you also have an affirmative, exciting message that's pro?
Yeah, we're a nation of migrants. Donald Trump and the Republican reactionary forces are constantly pitting neighbor against neighbor. These people are the backbone of the American economy, and they've been here for 10 plus years. They've worked tirelessly to make sure that you have fucking tomatoes and tomatoes in your salad and guacamole on your Chipotle
So far, this is the Democratic
Chipotle
Party's
burritos.
stance.
What?
So far, that's the Democratic Party's stance entirely.
No, hold on. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to fucking concede on Lankford bills or say that ICE is supposed to exist in the way that it does at all. There is a clear difference between someone like myself and the way that Gavin Newsom has communicated thus far, or the way that the National Democratic Party is currently being perceived, right? The reason why we think they're being weak is because they are too conciliatory. They say, oh, people want to abolish ICE. It now has plurality. And yet the major Democrats are refusing to say that. And they're saying, no, ICE actually wants body cameras. Technically, from a harm reduction standpoint, body cameras are better than no body cameras, right? Even though Jonathan Ross was filming himself when he shot Renee Good, technically body cameras could potentially bring about some semblance of accountability. That's harm reduction. But the difference shouldn't be between body cameras versus no body cameras. The difference is abolish ICE versus keep ICE at the current level of funding versus take ISIS funding away, then inevitably abolish it and go back to the previous structure that existed, where the Department of Homeland Security wasn't this massive Palantir-backed Israel-style surveillance apparatus, but instead was there was a more just process that actually yielded American prosperity for decades and decades, when people knew that they could come here and work fucking hard and become an American citizen, because that's what's beautiful about the United States of America. No matter where you come from, you can't live in Turkey and become Turkish. You can't live in England and become English. But if you live in the United States of America, you can become American. You know who said that? Ronald Reagan. That's who fucking said that. And that's what I would say. I would be like, listen, that's the beauty of America. And the Republican Party of today has become this hate-mongering behemoth at the behest of the billionaire pedophilic cabal. We're no longer entertaining these false notions that pit neighbor against neighbor, and we're going with a bold and radical vision that says you work hard and you get more of an earning, you get a bigger percentage of the pie that you have actually created. We're gonna work at the behest of the working class. We're no longer gonna care about the billionaire pedophiles. We're gonna fucking arrest them. We're gonna apprehend them if they're doing crimes. We're gonna bring about accountability. That's the way I would go about it.
I also think that after ICE is abolished, which I totally agree, we should be running on all of this, but after ICE is abolished, I think that Democrats need to run on something like a new law that has criminal penalties for any government actors that just recklessly, knowingly, or purposefully violate Americans' rights. That's a framework that we're working on, because a lot of it's inside the Civil Rights Division, which Trump has totally corrupted and which people have resigned from like multiple times since Renee Good was shot. So I do think that Democrats need to run on a more affirmative immigration message. That's what I've been working on as well. I've been appealing a lot to my family who moved from Syria in the early 80s and saying that, look, they became incredibly successful, have hired dozens of families, or hired dozens of people, fed dozens of families. They have, helped build a great community in Indiana. But yeah, I agree that Democrats need to run like that.
Okay,
I mean, we don't disagree.
But okay, so the last question I have for you is, because it seems like you want to be done with this conversation. I totally understand. No? Okay, because Kamala Harris also vowed to sign the border bill that Trump derailed, as she spoke about on her DNC speech as well, where, because they were presenting it as like Trump is a derailer. Trump is actually not serious about tackling the immigrant crime narrative, and that they were that they were going to be serious, unlike Donald Trump, which again I kept saying over and over again that was a major mistake. But if, let's say, Gavin Newsom runs scared in a similar fashion, do you feel like we will be able to overcome voter apathy, or should we rely on how scared people are with how devastating Trump has been, and hope that like whoever the Democratic Party presents is going to eke out a marginal victory?
No, wait, should we rely on harm reduction narratives, is what you're asking?
Well, my point, the thing that I'm trying to present to you is that if Gavin Newsom, the way that he's communicated so far on his podcast and whatnot, if that materializes into his like presidential candidacy, and he puts a bid out there for himself as a guy who is going to run scared or going to be more moderate than the way that the Democrats have been presented so far, they're too woke, all this stuff, and goes along with that, and then he ends up losing to J.D. Vance, do you feel like that will be because of people like yourself and myself who had differences in opinion with Gavin Newsom, who still tried their very best to communicate that like J.D. Vance is going to be, even more devastating and somehow more Palantir backed than this current administration? Or do you think it'll be in the hands of the Democratic Party at that point?
I agree with you. I've agreed with you this entire time. It's in the hands of the Democratic Party. It's in the hands of, honestly, us to have a good ideological battle and make sure that whoever wins the primary is somebody who is not going to run or concede to Republicans. My entire thesis this time has not been that, my thesis the entire time has not been that it's us that does this. I think that it's on the Democratic Party, absolutely.
Okay, I think a lot of people that yell at me don't want to come to terms with that reality, because that's my argument.
I'm like, listen. It's not your fault if the Democratic Party loses. It's not your fault if Gavin Newsom wins the primary. My entire point earlier, and the steel man I was trying to make for the liberal movement, is just responsible platforming and speaking about the Democratic Party in a way that doesn't minimize the gap. And I disagree with you that that's just based on clips that have been spread out there. I watched a decent amount of your content. It just felt like there was a repeated minimization, but
Yeah. There is sorry, I'm getting blasted. I just look, simply put, I my community, myself, like we work hard to get Democrats elected. It's the only feasible option for people who are on our side of the ideological spectrum. There's no third party viability. And also, I've never, contrary to what people think, I've never actually supported Jill Stein. For the record, I told people that I won't endorse Kamala Harris. Having said that, if there's one person I would urge people not to vote for, it's Donald Trump. And I also did communicate to people that Jill Stein is, a little bit of the closest I would ever arrive at like someone being an op, right? Someone who is just materialized every 4 years. A lot of people got mad at me for that. That's just my assessment. And I stand on that.
Yeah.
Having said that, the reason why I did not go out on an affirmative campaigning for the reason why I didn't affirmatively campaign for Kamala Harris over and over again is because of the things that I just already explained to you. And I think you seemingly agree with that. And that's precisely where I'm at as far as like where the blame lies. I think at the heart of the Democratic Party, there's still this attitude that like Democrats are entitled to the votes of marginalized people. Democrats are entitled to the votes of the working class because after all, the Republicans are far, far worse for labor rights than the Democrats are. And this is true, right? But why don't people recognize that? Why do they still go back to culture war narratives? That is what I want to solve. And I know what the reason for that is. And I think a lot of people don't want to recognize that. A lot of people that say, no, you're wrong. And the Democrats keep losing because you're just not voting hard enough for them, don't want to recognize that Democrats are judged by their weakest members as a national party. They are judged by the Joe Manchins. They're judged by the Kirsten Sinemas. They're judged by Mark Kelly sometimes when he's being weak on union-related issues. They're not, and it's totally understandable that they're judged by the weakest figures in the party because those weakest figures in the party are the ones who actually completely destroy the comprehensive policy agenda of the Democrats. And because I will constantly shift the blame back to people in positions of power, whether it be the Democratic Party or the National Party or their capabilities to whip these votes that are necessary to go forward with a comprehensive vision that they advocated for, understandably, when that legislation doesn't happen, people look at it and go, okay, so you're not on my side. Like, you're just not on my side. You don't care about these issues. That's the real reason. And that's why there's such a massive disconnect between a lot of consultants and the public in general. I see it all the time with the consultants that I read, with the writers that I read, where they constantly talk about like, why don't the labor movement understand that the Democrats are far better? Joe Biden walked the picket line, right? I mean, Joe Biden walked the picket line for the UAW. That's massive. That's unheard of. There's no president I don't think any American president has ever walked an active picket line, right? That's a huge deal. And yet the labor union or the rank and filers in many of these labor unions still ended up voting for Donald Trump. Why is that the case? Don't you want to find out why?
Yeah, because obviously the average person didn't understand what was happening.
No. It's not the reason. That's not the only reason, rather. Because harm reduction doesn't fucking work as a
I agree with you on that, though. Yeah, I've agreed with that.
And
I've agreed.
The average person, you know what the average rank and filer thinks? They think at the end of the day, they stopped the rail strike. And I fucking consistently kept explaining to rank and file union members that are in my chat, labor organizers in my chat, that the Biden administration quietly actually made the railway companies concede on some of the demands that were being made by the unions, but they didn't care because they stopped a fundamental vehicle of change for the labor unions when they openly went out and said, you can't strike. You can't do a railroad.
I agree with you that harm reduction isn't a sufficient way to sell our policies. I've said that a few times. I definitely think we need something more affirmative. Have you been following the the Tallarico versus Crockett primary in Texas at all?
Yeah, I mean, that one's a doozy.
Dude, this one's really blackpilling me on the way that the way that people listen. I really respect Jasmine Crockett as a candidate or as a person. I think she's a firebrand who's stuck at the Trump and was a great representative of that district. But the way that people are attacking anyone online who endorses Tallarico is really just not cool. I've seen my friends get called like white supremacists.
Yeah, this is the James, not James Gandolfini. This is the meme of the first time when we're at the gallows, and I'm like, first time? This
James
is what
Franco,
it is. Look, I've been doing this. Since 2016. Yes.
No, I don't like the identity politics like weaponization either, but I don't even think that just happens from liberals. I see it happening on both sides. You know what's interesting? The way that I saw Tallarico people being attacked by Crockett supporters, I've seen it happen from lefties to liberals, liberals to lefties. I just think that online Twitter conversations are absolute trash. But yeah, Tallarico's platform is really solid. I think he would be really good in the Senate, and I don't like the way that this primary is being conducted.
No, I don't either. But unfortunately, that's been a primary method that Democrats, especially establishment Democrats, have deployed against the left with regular frequency. And
most of my establishment audience is very pro Tallarico. I don't think
but there's a lot of people. There are a lot of people that
there's like random creators or whatever.
Yeah, there are a lot of random creators on the internet that will deploy those cynical lines of attack. And not only that, but when asked, okay, well, where were you for Ilhan Omar when she was being unjustifiably smeared all up and down the timeline? Where were you for Cori Bush? Where were you for Jamal Bowman? Where are you now for Summer Lee when she needs, help every now and then? They're noticeably absent from that conversation because there is an ideological slant there. There is an ideological slant there where they think these guys are actually different than the establishment Democrats. It's actually not on the basis of a defense against white supremacy at all. It's almost always about potentially where they're getting their bag from. That's what I think, at least. Or
yeah, I mean, I want to say on that note, like I see that you've been talking a lot about Chorus on your timeline too. I know a lot of Chorus creators who are very pro Tallarico, so I don't think they're being paid to be pro Crockett. I think
no. I don't think Chorus has like a whip over all of their creators at all. I don't think they're like, you have to go out and like attack Hasan.
I think there's a lot of unfair attacks against Chorus. I get it. I'm not even a part of Chorus. I've never taken money from them. I was like on one meeting when they launched, but I think that it's a pretty solid group that is not funded by Israelis. I don't know. There's a lot of really pro Palestine people in the group.
I don't know who's in the group. That's kind of a part of the. Well, we don't know exactly who's in the group, and we don't know who's.
Some people have openly talked about it and have said that there's like there's people who have said openly that they're part of Chorus and have also called Joe Biden Genocide Joe. I see a lot of people in my comments always asking me like, "Are you taking Chorus money? Is that why you're such a liberal or whatever?" And it's like, no. I mean, I don't think. I think there's a lot of really unfair attacks of Chorus when it's just.
I think Chorus is a good answer to. I think Chorus is a good answer to like the Daily Wire, where, it is like there is a necessity to combat Republican disinformation. There's an endless faucet of money that is being dumped into quote unquote independent media from the exact same corporate benefactors that fund the Republican Party, that fund the think tanks, that run ads on Fox News. And I think that there needs to be a faucet of pro-Democratic Party content out there that is addressing that misinformation, that's fighting against that. I agree with it on principle. I personally don't think that you should take any money whatsoever. There's plenty of people that have approached me to give me money for my advocacy, whether it be like PACs or advocacy groups. Like I don't think you should do that on principle. That's what I think. I think that is that's what's so good about being an independent content creator is that you can be beholden to your audience and your audience only. And you can, I mean, that's part of the reason why my only revenue comes from not even like sponsors or anything, but people subscribing to my Twitch channel. I think that gives you longevity as well. It gives you editorial independence. Having said that, what I was talking about with like the one chorus content creator was he was straight up in the tank for Wesley, what's his name, Wesley Bell in Missouri. I mean, that is Wesley Bell was entirely an AIPAC puppet. $20 million in that race against a wonderful person, Cori Bush, who was a spectacular fighter, who was an incredible champion of human rights and was a fantastic congressperson. And Israel literally straight up punished her because she was right too early. And that chorus creator saying, fuck Cori Bush. I don't like Cori Bush. I love Wesley Bell. I'm like, okay, like chorus creators who are known to be chorus affiliated shouldn't be running around saying shit like that, because then you look like you're being paid by Israel. That's my point. Like
I absolutely agree. But your tweet kind of reads like you were implying that Chorus is like full of Israeli assets. I don't know. I think that
no, I don't.
Chorus
I think there are a lot of content creators that are obviously more establishment Democrat aligned,
and that just
are
happens to be
working
like
with
that,
Chorus
not that
that just happen to. That happen to maybe not talk about Israel as much. I don't think that it's like being paid by Israel. What?
You don't think they're being paid to not talk about Israel? You just think they happen to not talk about it?
Yeah, I think it's a self-selecting group of people. But there are some people, from what I understand, that are also chorus content creators who are outspoken on the issue of genocide.
Yeah, that's fair. I see a lot of unfair attacks, but
I think it's just that's how it works in not to bring up manufacturing consent so close to Noam Chomsky's new revelations and his connection to Jeffrey Epstein, but usually it's a self-selecting process. It's not people are not being bribed to do something. People are more so already inclined to do something, and then they are the ones who rise up through the ranks or get rewarded for it. And I do think that if the project of Chorus is supposed to defend the Democratic Party, then of course the people that they're going to select for the most part are going to be people who defend the party. And if the party is defending Israel, then they're also going to be going after people who, for the most part, defend Israel.
If you could ask Gavin Newsom a few questions, what would you want to ask him?
Oh, I have so many questions to ask him. I wonder how he thinks he will overcome the "Don't California my state" narrative that will destroy his campaign. I would ask him why his solution to combating homelessness after years and years has not been around a housing first policy, and instead it's just been riddled with like institutional hurdles, hang up after hang up. An overall refusal to try to fix the housing market in the state of California, which has some of the most expensive housing markets in the world. Those would be probably my main concerns, because like I think Gavin Newsom's going to get hit on everything, but I think if I were to think of like the most consequential thing for Gavin Newsom, it would be housing. Also, why won't he talk to me? That's the other thing. Because I know that he has fans of mine that work on his team that I've like communicated with, and he's done basically every podcast but mine for some reason.
I have no clue.
I think I know why.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to have a contentious conversation with someone that will come at him from his left flank.
Well, dude, it seems like we agree on a lot, which we predicted. I think that we agree on a lot of the flaws of the Democratic Party, and even a lot of the prescriptions. But yeah, I mean, I hope I was able to at least bring the strongest liberal argument as to why people are mad at you online. I genuinely do think that there are some very valid criticisms, and I tried to bring them up, and we talked about them. But yeah, I mean, people are always going to throw unfair shit around, and I think there's a stronger argument to be made.
Yeah, I mean, look, if there's one takeaway that I hope liberals who came in here like that wanted you to fucking destroy me in the marketplace of ideas came in, if there's one thing that they should sincerely listen to me on, it's that I first and foremost despise the Republican Party, and I want to destroy the Republican Party. And my criticisms of the Democrats stem from sometimes their closeness to the Republican Party and their conciliatory tone to Republican policies. Because I personally believe that that's not only bad politics in general, because it makes people just go, okay, I guess the Republicans are right. And I also believe that it's bad policy in general as well. Because I don't want a D name associated with reactionary policy making and then assume that it's still going to be far better than whatever the fucking Nazi party is going to present. Because they will always destroy the Democrats when it comes to being more militant, when it comes to being more racist. You can never outflank the Republicans on hatred. You cannot present a more moderate approach to hatred. It's just not going to work. And that's the reason why there have been a sequence of electoral defeats over and over again. But I do think that most liberals are finally waking up to that reality, that the electability argument is not on the side of moderates, but instead on the side of people like Bernie Sanders.
I'm excited to have a good primary. Who would you, who's your dream ticket right now? Or I guess, who do you want to see just like in the primary put up a fight? I like
the candidates I like are, I mean, obviously AOC, Ro Khanna, Chris Van Hollen. I would say those are, and then my sleeper pick, depending on how he, like, of course I love Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar and stuff, but like, I'm talking about like who has ambitions for higher office in general, and Summerlee as well. But as far as like the three contenders that I brought up, those are three. The dark horse is, again, entirely dependent on how they would design their campaign. But like someone like Jon Stewart could be interesting, even though I don't think he's even remotely invested in that. Or like a Sean Fain, for example, like an outsider pick. And then my sleeper pick, once again, depending on how he actually communicates on the issue of Israel, because he's both been really good early on and then really bad. Jon Ossoff. I think Jon Ossoff is the reason why I call him a sleeper pick is because I think he's a very interesting guy. I think he is more progressive than he lets on. And that's, and I'm saying this only as someone who's like paid very close attention to how he has communicated at times. And my chat is already fucking up my ass for saying that. Jon Ossoff, when it was not even remotely favorable to do so in fucking Georgia, came out and had an anti-Israel position out of nowhere, and he's Jewish. And he came out, and then he got fucking yelled at. Like every like Jewish advocacy organization immediately came after him, and were like, "What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you saying?" And he quickly conceded. He was like, "Oh, my bad, my big mistake." Obviously, there's also the Lake and Riley bill, the vote that he made. But for me, I remember the moment where before pressure, in the absence of pressure, he had a unique moment there. Not to say that he's like my favorite candidate at all, but I do think depending on how he presents himself.
No, I mean, if he came out and he was like, listen, let's not take a single penny from AIPAC. Let's not give a single penny to Israel. Let's hold accountable special interest groups and let's challenge them. Let's run a vigorous anti-corruption campaign. Jon Ossoff, he used to run like an investigative company that would investigate corruption. So I think that's why he's got such strong anti-corruption messaging. It stems from that. I think that Medicare for All, I think that running on an affirmative message that can unify people. My team has been talking about reforming the tax code to end all the special tax breaks and loopholes for corporations. That could raise quite literally like trillions in extra revenue. And there's like 80 special tax breaks that need to be completely erased. We need a Democratic Party that comes out and is able to just message on this in a very, very excitable way. I think Ossoff could do it. I like Pritzker. Obviously, he's not perfect, but I think that him being a billionaire could lead to an interesting campaign where he basically doesn't take any. He could run like the Trump type campaign where he doesn't take much money. But
also him being a billionaire, also, you know, I have an inherent distrust of billionaires. I'm discriminatory towards POWs, POC, people of cash.
Cash, yeah.
Yeah, POWs, people of wealth. You know, the only minority in the country.
I think he'd run a hell of a campaign.
People want me to ask you about Zoran and his platform. You like Zoran, don't you?
Yeah, I interviewed him when he was before the primary, like literally like months and months before the primary. I got an interview with him because his wife is from Syria and my family immigrated from Syria. So they kept sending me his clips and everything. And I was like, okay, I reached out and they were down to talk to me. I like him. He's incredibly captivating. I think that he proves that if you just have simple, intuitive policies that can reach the American people, that excite the American people, they'll show up. He kind of fits the mold of the anti-establishment, populist outsider who's going to come in and shake up the system. And I think that's the mold that really works right now. Kind of how Trump is run.
I think that's the mold that has worked always.
Yeah, it's kind of the mold in American politics that works. I don't even think it's how sufficiently left you are that matters, because weren't there exit polls showing that people thought that Kamala and Zoran are basically similar on the spectrum? So it's not even about how, it's just how intuitive your policies are, how captivating they can be. You said this earlier, but saying
people think Kamala Harris is more woke than, more left than Bernie Sanders. People think Kamala Harris is more left than Zoran Mamdani.
Yeah, and that's a messaging failure, obviously.
No, but
and
that's,
I think
that's not just a messaging failure though. That to me shows that like people define you as what either you are capable of defining yourself as, and with Kamala that was a failure. So she was defined by what her opposition was defining her as. And then also there's the obvious side of the story, which is that she's a black woman from California. And I think that was what was the reason why people were like, oh, she's so woke, she's so liberal, she's far too liberal. That's my point, is that like Americans don't actually make these sorts of decisions. 80% of them make it on simple team sports, D versus R. And then the 20% that vote on ideological grounds for the most part. But most people bracket themselves on just simple team sports. Like that's it. That's usually what it is.
Yeah, I agree. One of Kamala's campaigns was, or one of Kamala's policies, I can't remember. It was like student debt relief only if you live in a certain area and you're under a certain income. It was like the most, not only confusing, but the amount of qualifiers that were in there honestly just made me
$50,000 in tax credits for small businesses. Like this kind of stuff sucks. And I was regularly railing on the campaign for putting this out there. I was like, this is not her best. Kamala Harris's best fucking polled policy was literally price checks. She straight up came out and said, and she framed it perfectly. She framed it in a liberal way. She said, we're going to go after price gouging. Okay. She said, we're going to go after price gougers at the grocery stores. That was polling at 70%. Okay. And then the Republicans went crazy. They were like, price gouging, she means price controls. That's communism. That's communism. And for 2 months, they railed against her. The New York Times wrote an article about how silly this was, how stupid this policy was, how it would never happen. You want to know what she was polling at 2 months after those attacks?
What?
89%. No one gives a fuck if something is called communist or not. If someone's like, I'm going to use the government to force the prices down, no one gives a shit about the ideological impact or whether or not this is like appropriate or not. That's my point. I kept repeating it over and over again. And then her brother-in-law, who is legal counsel at fucking Uber, came onto the campaign and was like, cut it out with this like anti-billionaire populist shit. There are good billionaires out there. You need those good billionaires on your side. And then Mark Cuban was tapped as a spokesperson for the campaign, and then the campaign took a very different turn, from that point on. These are all things, like I was there when these decisions were being made. I saw it happen in real time, and I couldn't fucking believe how bad the strategy was. And they were, quite frankly, running as though they didn't want to fucking defeat a fascist administration that was coming, but instead they wanted to win with their own ideological goals. They wanted to win without, the Free Palestine crowd and all these people that were spoilers in the Democratic Party. And that's precisely why a lot of liberal content creators at the time kept saying over and over again, we don't need you. We don't need you. We don't need the left. We will win without you. There are plenty of them that are probably watching this debate right now, and they know exactly who they are, that kept saying, finally, once we win, the Democratic Party, once we win without all these fucking, pro-Hamas, Free Palestine protesters, we will show the country that we don't need them. And lo and behold, it didn't work. And it wasn't because people like myself had apathy for the party and didn't go out and vote. It was because all the fucking people that had previously voted for the Democratic Party were like, I don't really care. This doesn't seem all that different for me. It's just, the exchange of power between Republican and Democrat doesn't matter to me at all. That's the average voter's position. I want to defeat that apathy, but I know that there is no way to defeat that apathy if the Democratic Party doesn't actively present a radical vision that corresponds to the people's needs.
Yeah, I guess I have one final question, then I've got to go to a watch party for Raja versus Juliana Stratton. They're debating tonight, and it's like a Chicago race I kind of care about.
Yeah.
What do you think about a universal tax rebate, where it's like an intuitive policy? We end all the special loopholes that billionaires are able to take advantage of and just do like a tax rebate for Americans. Obviously not far enough, but do you think that's a good policy we could run on that's intuitive? What do you say?
I mean, at first glance, it feels complicated. Like it doesn't like it's not
We can
easy
simplify
to.
it. Billionaires don't pay a lot of taxes because they're able to take advantage of loopholes. Let's end these loopholes and give that money back to the American people.
Yeah, that seems a little bit like I feel like I'm more sympathetic to that. I wouldn't call it a rebate though.
Okay, I'll send you my document on it, and we're
Okay.
coming up with a Project 2029. It's the most we're calling it the most vicious anti-corruption campaign to end special interest group control and revive our democracy.
I love an anti-corruption slant. I think that's what Donald Trump was doing. Like Donald Trump in 2016 when he said drain the swamp. What do you think that was? That was an anti-corruption campaign.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously he wasn't ever going to fucking drain the swamp. But
it's just crazy that that's what he ran on, and then he pulled the rug on everyone so much that he started a Trump coin.
Yeah,
it's
no,
wild.
but that's what I'm saying. He also said he fucking was the most peaceful candidate. We know he wasn't the peaceful candidate. He was fucking president. And that was so frustrating to me that they didn't just go, what the fuck do you mean the most peaceful candidate? You were president for 4 years and you assassinated high-ranking generals of a foreign adversary in contravention of all rules of war, and you were dangerously unstable at times over and over again. You accelerated drone warfare aggressively. You said you were going to fucking pull out of Afghanistan. You didn't. And then you left that negotiation to be handled by the Biden administration, and then you punished Biden for actually being courageous enough to pull out of Afghanistan. There were so many opportunities. Anyway, I know you got to go. There's so many opportunities for the Democrats to present themselves as different than the Republicans, and they just failed. It's so frustrating to look back at. I wish they would, release the autopsy that they conducted. I don't know. Even the fact that they won't release it, and even though the autopsy itself is, I assume, conducted by the very same consultants that want to engage in some level of ass covering, implies that it must have been devastating.
Well, as we get closer to the primary, we should have more of these conversations, I think that healthy ideological debate's good. I think that when you're limited to 280 characters or whatever the fuck, everyone online is just so incredibly condescending. Even
I think Twitter is making people dumber. It's just, it is what it is.
I get it from the left. Here's the thing. The condescension that I see sometimes coming to you from liberals, I also get from the left. So I think it just creates an environment where we're all kind of talking past each other and creating tension. I saw so many straw mans where people were like, Hasan needs to endorse news. And then I saw people saying, why does every liberal want Hasan to fall in line? I don't know. It just feels like everyone was talking past each other when,
okay. Well, here's what you can't do. You just can't listen to them. I don't. I just, I hope that people will be smart enough and intelligent enough to basically come in here and see what I'm about. And that's why so many liberals are always confused. They're like, why do the Podjons always associate themselves with this dangerous terroristic individual or whatever? And it's yeah, because they're fucking adults. And I talk to them and they know what, they've known who I am for years and years. They know what my advocacy looks like. They know what my organizational principles are. And perhaps that's the reason why they don't have the same opinion that random Twitter users do. But again, my hope is that people will remain charitable and will eventually come in and they will hear what I have to say, and they'll realize, oh, okay, he is actually making a more comprehensive vision. He has a more comprehensive vision than what I saw in a 30-second clip. That he's not like saying that there is a functionally no difference between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party at all, or that like, you know, there's more to this assessment. Because people love using that one clip when I was talking about like Kamala Harris is not going to represent a difference for the Palestinians than Donald Trump.
No, I understand the context around that clip, but I still will stay firm that there's like a dozen occasions I was searching through where you do just say something that is really either hyperbolic or irresponsible without following up afterwards. And I think we talked about that because then you said you do think, I think it's really important for your audience for you to keep repeating.
But I do that. I already do that if you see it.
Yeah, I don't know. I have people saying that Gavin Newsom is quite literally, not you, but people are like, Gavin Newsom is just J.D. Vance with a blue tie. And I think they get that from the type of, way that you word this. Democrats would shoot you in the head to get trans votes or shoot trans people in the head to get extra votes. Like when I see people in my replies then saying Gavin Newsom is the same as a Democrat or same as a Republican, but just with a different color tie, I'm like, I don't know. It seems like a lot of people think that both parties are just marginally different or at least would rule in a different way. But
I think this is so funny. I think I'm looking at the comments and people are saying, I used to be an Adam Mockler fan, but watching him sane wash Hasan the Hun is making me sick. Yeah, they're saying you didn't go hard enough on me. But I mean, as far as the voter apathy goes, the reason why I say over and over again that it's outside of my hands is because I've already told you that I have a much more nuanced vision beyond like whatever the clips that go viral, oftentimes by liberals, ironically enough, that want to present me as like having a very unnuanced point of view on the Democratic Party. But the apathy, I am not capable of making people feel voter apathy towards the Democrats beyond how the Democrats are representing themselves. So we gotta keep yelling at them is my point. And I hope you do that as well.
You are capable. You are capable. You have a massive platform. You're definitely capable of making people feel more voter apathy. I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying you're capable of that. I think the way that you speak about the Democrats sometimes could be cleaner. But yeah, I mean, I don't want to loop back to the marginal debate because it's mainly that word that I really just don't like. Unless you want to talk about that one again. I don't know.
No, it's all good.
There's not a marginal difference.
We can do it. We can do it we can do it at a different date. Next time people are yelling at me about some other shit, you can come and hold me to task.
Let me know. I'll be in LA in a few months. So
all right, we'll do another one of these then.
Yeah. Peace out, brother.
Bye. All right, that was Adam Mockler, everybody. I think that was a productive conversation. I feel like I hope people aren't too mean on him. Not even in my community necessarily, but I think people are going to be very mean to him in the edge communities on the liberal side because they'll be like, this is the #1 enemy of the Democrats. Like, how didn't you just fucking destroy his ass? You know? You've made a million Adam Mocklers. I feel like they're gonna fry him. Yeah, the worst part about it was no fuzz, dude. I had to work really hard to remember he's younger than Obama's second term. Yeah, you guys don't, dude. I don't know why you guys don't understand something. I was him. Okay? There was a point in time when I was Adam Mockler. Okay? It's just you go through the motions over and over and over again. You play the same song and dance every fucking election cycle, and then eventually you're like, okay, this is not working. But that's why I said I think it'll be a productive conversation beforehand, because like a lot of you guys were like, oh no, he was in here. He's in here to just like debate bro or something. Like, I don't think it's like that. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I didn't feel that way. I think it was a very cordial conversation, even if it at times, came across as like somewhat contentious. Chad is wrong. What do you mean? The sex cult is pissed off because you weren't destroyed at all. I mean, I know because they're not serious. The reason why I said it'll be a productive conversation is because, like, regardless of our ideological differences, like, he at least is sincere enough to not try to present me as someone who is like fucking trying to ruin the Democratic Party. Like, he understands that I hate Republicans. I think I understand the exact definition of marginal. It's anything below 13.6%. Have you heard this before regarding voter apathy? Yes. Connor Reed's pants, same person, never seen them in the same room. I do hope that there are liberals who can cut through the fucking weird clips. Yeah, I already covered this. I will fucking kill you if you answer another question more than 5 words long. He literally kept saying the harm reduction is good and the Dem should run on it. No, he didn't say that. He said harm reduction is a valid theory. The Democrats shouldn't run on it, but it's a valid theory. Both points I agree with him on. Harm reduction is a valid theory, but theories do not actually win elections. Okay? Harm reduction is it's not invalid, guys. It is a valid fucking theory. The Democrats, the difference between 50 concentration camps and 100 concentration camps is 50 less concentration camps. So technically, it's true. But the alternative is no concentration camps versus 100 concentration camps. That's where I'm trying to move the conversation to. But technically, 99 concentration camps versus 100 concentration camps, that's one less concentration camp. So technically, it's still less bad. Okay? It's true. Pessini and his orbiters are already tweeting that Adam massacred you, lol. Even though this was one of the most civil convos you had on stream, I swear to God, they ain't normal people, and this behavior is the reason he only had 5 students interested to listen to him on the campus recently. They actually can learn a lot from Adam instead of seeing politics through drama and obsessing over you. Adam understands that, and leftist socialists aren't his enemies. Yeah, they will do that. Stop. And you're wrong. We don't need harm reduction. We need fucking solutions. I don't think you're understanding. I'm saying harm reduction as a theoretical process, totally isolated from everything else, is correct. That's not how you win elections. That's not how you win anything at all. That's it. Do you think he had a point about your use of hyperbole or no? No, I don't. No. Because, like, at the end of the day, the argument revolves around him saying, like, well, liberals are clipping your most hyperbolic moments and actually trying to actively convince people that this is your point. And ironically enough, if that is demonstrating voter apathy, then he should get mad at the liberals who are actively trying to show my worldview as something that it actually isn't, completely unnuanced. So he should be taking it up with the very same fucking liberals who are right now going on the internet to be like, Hasan and Adam had a duking out and Hasan got dookied on. He got fucking destroyed, left wing destroyed. Ironically enough, that is the people that are doing the whole like broad voter apathy, which I don't even think is a valid concern, are the people that are, you know, presenting that narrative. Can you add a Dookie sound clip? Yeah, it's your fault people clip you and lie about you. Anyway. I think you should start acting like a politician you are so you can move people better instead of repeating you aren't. That's fucking nuts. Because no politician. Okay, you want me to start acting like a politician? All right, stream over. You understand that, right? Like there's no acting like a politician in 8-hour increments. Like there's no you can't do that. You can't be a live streamer. If Zoran was fucking live 8 hours a day and his constituents were constantly up his ass, people would fucking hate him. I don't think people understand like not saying that my job is so difficult or anything like that, but like there is a metric ton of like hatred and people like purposely and deliberately misunderstanding you, sometimes professionally misunderstanding you. Like it's just no one wants to be misunderstood. Now imagine if you're being misunderstood by people who are professionally misunderstanding you and blasting it out in the orbit to the best of their fucking ability. It's gonna lead to a ton of heartache and anger and resentment. He's wholly uninformed on immigration. It's not just about the stats. The history of quotas, for one example. Yeah. I don't know. I think you trap more flies with honey, right? So debating someone who was 13 in 2016, Lamau, I think he's a smart kid. Like he's a smart guy. He does a very good job on CNN, and he's a part of the George W. Bush era liberalism, the Midas Touch coalition, which I've always rode for. So if we're gonna have a normal conversation with with liberals, like Midas Touch guys are pretty good. Same with the Pod Johns guys as well. Like I don't have to agree with everything I'm saying, but the one takeaway that I think is interesting, however, is that like there is more of an emphasis on what I say on oh fuck, is it effing again? God damn it. Big F. No, you're back. Okay. All right. Well, we're back, and we're back on the Epstein files.
Has been arrested because of the Epstein files. He got stripped of his title, and now the king is saying, let me state clearly, the law must take its course. I have learned with the deepest concerns the news about Andrew and the suspicion of misconduct in public office. Now, if you're like me, you'd think that misconduct is related to women and the accusations that have been levied against the prince. But that is not the case. It's actually about the leaking of private information while serving as the UK's special representative for international trade and investment. This is because it was discovered that the Duke would sometimes forward information to Jeffrey Epstein that was obviously sensitive, like this, Helmand high-value commercial properties for foreign investment, or this, a trip report for Vietnam, Singapore, Hong Kong, Shenzhen. Obviously, the former Prince Andrew would have access to insider information or confidential information as part of his role, and forwarding that to a financial trading file is probably not a great idea. This is also deeply concerning because it blows a hole in Prince Andrew's big lies where he said he cut off Jeffrey Epstein in the late 2010s, because this is right about the time that he's engaging him once again in all of this contact. So for him to previously had said, oh yeah, I found out he was a bad guy and I cut him off, I had to travel to visit him to cut him off. Suddenly that doesn't hold water when emails come out where you're sharing possible state secrets with this guy. Here, Andrew, the former Duke, is sending a message to Jeffrey Epstein asking, I am checking, but as this is a US institution, do you know of anyone who might take a look? Talking about a company called Aria Petroleum, which was sent to him, which says the company needs a $200 million working capital line due to significantly increased business from US DOD. So Andrew would have had access to all this deal flow, all these things, and it looks like, at least in some instances, he would actually seek possible investment from Jeffrey Epstein for some of these companies. I want to call back your mind to this interview because it's so important to realize how this guy has lied to our faces for years before we address the bigger elephant in the room.
He was released in July.
Will you ever run an actual poll on the soundboard? Aren't you curious? Yeah, I have. It's called subscribe if you like the soundboard. And every time I say that, people subscribe. Otherwise, I'm taking the soundboard away. Everybody subscribe right now if you love the soundboard for free with a Twitch Prime, or with gifted subs, or with a $6 subscription. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. We've gotten 0 subs. Bruh. That's crazy. Never mind, the subs are rolling in. Oh! Oh, shit. Oh, baby. People love the fucking soundboard. Kind of feels like people like it. Kind of feels like people like it a lot. God damn, ladies and gentlemen, god damn, we're out here.
And pussy too.
We're out here with the soundboard. It's your boy, Hasan baby. What if I did it like that? What if I did it like that going forward?
Liberal.
Yeah, all the ones and twos on the soundboard, Hasan baby.
Fun, la la la, human smuggling, fentanyl deaths.
The subs are rolling in.
Chopping up children's genitals, la 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 la.
Everybody show your love to the soundboard by re-upping your subscriptions, because at the Hasan baby broadcast,
Legalize comedy.
That's right, we legalize comedy.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
Yeah, that's right. And most importantly, at the Hasan baby broadcast, all right. R.I.P. Big Kirk. Beer, 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 beer. Don't have that one on the soundboard. Have this one, though.
Within months, by December of 2010, you went to stay with him at his New York mansion. Why? Why were you staying with a convicted sex offender?
Right. Now, I went there with the sole purpose of saying to him that because he had been convicted, it was inappropriate for us to be seen together. I felt that doing it over the telephone was the chicken's way of doing it. I had to go and see him and talk to him.
Well, there you have it. Prince Andrew says he had to go see and tell Epstein personally that, oh, we can't be friends anymore because you're convicted. I can't do that for you. And this is late in December 2010, where he says he went to cut off Jeffrey Epstein because he now knew that he's a convicted. But again, if you look at the dates of all of these deals being passed along to Epstein, all these messages being passed along, it's right around the 2010, December 2010, where supposedly he had one thing in mind, and that was cut off Epstein. Actually, he might have been passing along state secrets. Now, obviously, a formal investigation by the UK police is going to commence, but that's what this arrest appears to be about so far. Misconduct in public office, his responsibilities to the people of the UK at the time, and how these emails could have affected that. But it's this larger context of Andrew lying about his association with Epstein that I want to bring to the front of this next conversation, because obviously Prince Andrew's biggest problem with the Epstein files isn't necessarily the confidential information he shared. It's obviously the allegations made against him, specifically by a woman named Virginia Giuffre, who was captured in an image with Prince Andrew at the time when she was a young lady, and then later she alleged to have been trafficked to Prince Andrew and that they had together. Andrew was asked about this in an interview and famously denied it. Not only denied it, but said it all couldn't have happened because he didn't sweat at the time.
She described dancing with you and you profusely sweating, and that she went on to have bath, possibly.
There's a slight problem with the sweating because I have a.
Fix your goddamn internet already. Oh my God. Just helping Hasan out while he was away from the soundboard? Okay, dude. Fucking chill.
Peculiar medical condition, which is that I don't sweat, or I didn't sweat at the time. And that was, oh, actually, yes. I didn't sweat at the time.
If only Coffeezilla knows, if only Coffeezilla knew what she's saying now, this same lady.
I had suffered what I would describe as an overdose of adrenaline in the Falklands War when I was shot at. And I simply, it was almost impossible for me to sweat.
Well, there's another monster whopper from the former Prince Andrew, because of course he claims, oh, I couldn't have been there because she describes me as sweating, and it's impossible for me to sweat. But of course, some photos emerged where Prince Andrew appears to be sweating like a pig. But of course, all of this is the lead up to the bigger denial, right? It's not about whether he sweats or not. It's about his word versus Virginia Giuffre's.
You can say categorically that you don't recall meeting Virginia Roberts, dining with her, dancing with her at Tramp, or going on to have sex with her in a bedroom in a house in Belgravia.
I can absolutely categorically tell you it never happened.
It never happened. And I want to say Virginia Roberts was her maiden name. Giuffre was her later name. That's why they referred to her as Roberts there. But what's so interesting about what the Epstein files have revealed, remember that we were told it's a big nothing burger, nothing's going to come out of this. But nearly all of Prince Andrew's lies in this interview have been discovered now that we have contemporaneous communication, such as this communication between Jeffrey Epstein and a guy named Thomas Landon. Now, Landon formerly worked for the New York Times until 2019. Thomas Landon says here, I think the big issue is separating yourself from Andrew. I mean, in the end, he had consensual sex with Virginia Roberts, and Virginia Roberts worked for you. The rest is atmospherics. Now, this is a huge allegation because Thomas Landon is basically admitting, yeah, of course, Virginia Roberts had sex with Prince Andrew. And of course, she worked for you. So this is a tacit admission back in 2015, I mean, way early on, that the substance of the story of them actually having sex is true. But the prince basically says it never happened at all. And so I don't really know how credible that is. He's basically lied through his teeth this entire time about his.
Your reaction to this interview is how I found you. This says, oh, fuck. My internet is so busted and dusted. Oh, my God. What is happening? I can't even turn on a YouTube link. Are we serious right now?
If there was a party, then I'd know nothing about that.
You were invited to that.
I know it's effing. I know. Chat, there's going to be another fucking technician that comes in today, okay? I know. Have you tried restarting your Wi-Fi? Have you tried restarting your brain, dude? I just like... It's fucked up. Okay, I have a technician coming today as well, every single fucking day.
Ability to sweat, meeting her at all, there's a photo of it, and then of course having sex with her. Internally they're like, yeah, of course that happened. And that's just the Virginia Giuffre part. That's to say nothing of the lies about cutting off Epstein in 2010 when it appears that the exact opposite happened and that he was passing along key information from his role as this trade envoy. I should also mention that this has been a closely examined story for a long time. Andrew Lowney released a book exploring his friendship with Epstein and his relationships, alleging a lot of damaging things related to Andrew's personal life. The book alleges that while staying in Thailand, more than 40 women were brought to his hotel room. Hotel staff were used to foreigners bringing in girls, but amazed that more than 10 a day were going to Andrew's room, Lowney writes. The book also alleges that compromising material on Andrew may have been passed to Israel's Mossad Secret Service. So it isn't as if this is Andrew's first time getting in trouble, but the Epstein files have confirmed.
I will say, as far as independent media goes, I'm happy that there are YouTubers out there, whether it be Moist Critical, whether it be CoffeeZilla, that is like not only keeping the story alive, but also covering it from the Israel angle as well. Because let's be real, this is an often avoided angle of coverage in mainstream news. It's you know, apparently I can't even fucking cover it here at the HasanAbi broadcast because I keep effing every single time. Every single time I see the Israel angle was the one I expected, and then I get destroyed. Shut up, chat. Deal with the Fs. It's just like, hopefully it's gonna go away, you know? Hopefully.
A lot of what has been whispered about or suspected for a long time about his improper handling of his relationship with Epstein, of his position in the 2010s. We also discovered in the files the DOJ actually approached Prince Andrew about information regarding someone named Peter Nygaard, who was, quote, believed to have trafficked minor and adult victims. According to the UK Telegraph, the Duke is understood to have stayed at Mr. Nygaard's mansion with his ex-wife in June 2000. Later, that same guy was convicted on assaults of 4 women, ranging in age from 16 to 28 at the time of offenses. So Andrew has been embroiled in controversy for a while. This may just be the first thing that he's actually stuck with, is this charge of inappropriate leaking of confidential information. I don't know. I am pleased, I guess, on the one hand, to see that something has come from all of this, but sadly, it's just kind of this, I don't want to say lesser charge, but it really does feel like with everything that has been alleged against Prince Andrew, this is probably the lowest thing he could be in trouble for. But then again, on the bright side, based on photos that came from Reuters after Prince Andrew's arrest, it does look like he's learning to sweat again.
Billionaire Les Wexner telling the House Oversight Committee he was naive, foolish, and gullible to put any trust in Jeffrey Epstein.
Is a Twitch issue. I've seen other streamers with the same problem. It's not a Twitch issue. It's not. I promise you it's not. It's on my end. It is directly an ISP related problem. Brother, we've troubleshot everything, okay? I'm telling you, I know what it is. There are numerous points of failure on my end, and we've gone through the process over and over again. Okay, no, Les Wexner is not dead. Did you mute the word fiber? Probably, because a lot of dumb fucks are, consistently bringing it up. Like, get fiber, get fiber, get fiber. Change your ISP. Bro, why didn't I think of that, dude? Why didn't I think of that? Change your ISP. Dog, you're so fucking sick. Oh my God. If I have a firstborn and she's a daughter, I hope in 18 years she marries you because you're the most brilliant guy I've ever encountered in my whole damn life. Bro, free market, bro? Change your ISP, bro? Are you calling in from the country of Estonia? Do you think that there is a situation here where this is not a fucking oligopoly, where the ISPs have directly dominated each individual market street by street, where they've decided that there's only one singular ISP that can offer service to one singular neighborhood? Motherfucker, you think shit's sweet? What do you think? You think this is Hezbollah-controlled territory in southern Lebanon? We don't got no fucking fiber out here, bitch. This is West Hollywood. This is West Hollywood, Los Angeles, California!
Epstein, and while I was conned, I have done nothing wrong and have nothing to hide, according to his planned remarks, and saying he never saw Epstein act inappropriately. The founder of the business empire that included Victoria's Secret and Abercrombie & Fitch, Wexner played a vital role in transforming Epstein into a financial advisor with ties to the ultra-wealthy. For 16 years, Epstein even held power of attorney over Wexner's vast personal fortune. In a more than 6-hour behind-closed-doors deposition from his sprawling Ohio compound, Wexner admitting he did once travel to Epstein's private island, but maintaining to lawmakers that he never spoke with Epstein again after 2007 amid learning of Epstein's first criminal investigation for sex crimes and after discovering Epstein stole vast sums of money from Wexner. In the more than 3 million pages of the Justice Department's Epstein files, Wexner's name appears hundreds of times, including initially listed as a possible co-conspirator. Though the DOJ later determined there was limited evidence regarding his involvement, a legal representative for Wexner previously told ABC News federal prosecutors informed his lawyers in 2019 that Mr. Wexner was neither a co-conspirator nor target in any respect. Committee Democrats accusing Wexner of trying to downplay his once close relationship with Epstein.
The more this deposition goes on, the less Wexner knows about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein.
And saying the billionaire told the committee he has never been questioned by the FBI.
There is no single person that was more involved in providing Jeffrey Epstein with the financial support to commit his crimes than Les Wexner.
Annie Farmer says her sister was assaulted by Epstein and his now convicted co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell as an adult when the two were visiting Wexner in Ohio in 1996. Also a survivor of Epstein and Maxwell's abuse at 16 years old, Annie tells me she doesn't believe Wexner's denials.
Isn't that crazy? Like, you just got like a whole ass rapist, pedophilic billionaire, and he's like, he owns half of the state of Ohio, by the way. And there's like nothing you can do about it. And he is the primary funding vehicle behind the institution that is Jeffrey Epstein. Isn't that wild? Like, just think about that for a second. Is that why Ohio is a meme? Is that the PSYOP? No, I mean, it just happens to have given us some horrible monsters. Jim Jordan, J.D. Vance. Yeah, Ohio catches that stray. Let's be real. The Paul brothers. Likud James. Okay, calm down. But yeah, I mean, his output was fine until recently. Ohio clip from the deposition.
Just wanted to start with a question around U.S. Senator John Husted, and it's been reported that you gave him something like $117,000 in donations. Is that correct?
I think you mean John Husted.
John Husted, yep.
I don't know how much money I gave him.
Would that sound about right? It's a substantial sum.
Well, I'm thinking, I met John when he was a state representative. I'm sure I helped him. I helped him politically when he ran for lieutenant governor. I probably contributed to senatorial campaigns. So is it possible over time I would have given him that much money? It is.
Just wanted to start with a question around
It's crazy, man. And you know Ohio's still going to vote. Like, they'll be like, he's not a Democrat. It's fine. What do you mean? He's our pedophile. He's our pedophile, brother. Fuck you mean? Who cares? I mean, they're doing that for Donald Trump. So
Epstein is a con man. Was there some element of con that perhaps also related to, you know, Wexner?
Oh, shit.
Sure.
You're right, though. We talked about Ohio, but you know what? Pennsylvania gave us Netanyahu. That's right. It's cooked. Go Birds, though.
But I don't think that means that he had no idea what was going on and he was not a participant in some way.
A Wexner spokesperson telling ABC News in response, the billionaire, quote, never even heard of Maria Farmer until her account surfaced in the media, and in a separate statement saying Wexner reiterated to lawmakers he had, quote, no knowledge and did not participate in Epstein's illegal conduct. George.
Okay, Jay, thanks.
Do you regret the links that there have been?
You know, we have no links. We have a very clear record that we've been willing to talk about, which my husband has said. He took some rides on the airplane for his charitable work. I don't recall ever meeting him.
Did you ever meet Ghislaine Maxwell?
I did on a few occasions, and thousands of people go to the Clinton Global Initiative. So,
I mean, what do you say? What do you say? What do you do? Right?
it to me is not something that is really at the heart of what this matter is about. They are accused, and in both cases were convicted of horrific crimes against girls and women. That should be the focus. And we are more than happy to say what we know, which is very limited and totally unrelated to their behavior or their crimes. And we want to do it in public, because let's make this transparent. The survivors deserve that, the public deserves that, but you know, the Republican member of Congress who is running this hearing or this investigation is trying to protect the president. So let's get to what's really at stake here.
Just on this hearing, and obviously I'm sure Donald Trump and his administration would reject your characterization of what's going on, and he's denied any wrongdoing.
How can they reject it? They can't answer questions, and the Attorney General was clearly unwilling to answer questions. She works for him. So let's be very clear here. According to what we now know, Mr. Trump, President Trump, is mentioned, some say, 1 million times in the files. People in his cabinet are mentioned. That correct? That's what it says, you know, on the internet over and over again. Well, so let's find out what the truth is. That's why we want it to be transparent and in public.
New messages between Steve Bannon and Jeffrey Epstein released in the Epstein have ignited a civil war in a MAGA world. In one message, Bannon suggests President Trump should be removed from.
Why do you think she's still a bill? She doesn't give a fuck, dude. What do you mean? Keep up appearances? I don't think they're like actually together. I don't think they've been actively together for a long time. They're just together. That's like that's like a known secret too. It's not even like, when's the last time you've seen them together, like physically, other than like some very few campaign events? They have not been. Actually, bro is 26. Bro is 2026. They're poly. Oh my God.
Office during his first term for erratic behavior. The Department of Justice also released a 2-hour video of Bannon interviewing Epstein for a potential documentary. This is Bannon asking about Epstein's time spent in prison in 2008.
You're telling me that during that day, you never had a moment. You sat there and go, what the f have I done with my life that I'm in a 6x9 jail cell?
You're suggesting I was sort of somewhat depressed, and how could this happen to me?
I'm not saying depressed. I'm saying a moment of awareness of how could I get myself into this situation.
No, I would just say how strange that this happens. Just, it's strange. People would either ask to borrow money or make some other types of comments about
In
the beginning.
What were the comments? At the beginning, what were the comments?
It serves you rich guys right that you're here next to me.
There was nothing about your crimes?
No.
So all this rumor you hear all the time about people in prison that commit the type of crimes you commit, that's, you're saying in your personal...
Again, another guy who's just like so closely connected to Trump, Trumpism as a movement. And here he is. Here he is just fucking chilling with Jeffrey Epstein. No notes. Remember when he bombed the city and meant as an apology to her? Where did he bomb for? No, I think it was to bomb. I think it was to bomb Yugoslavia. Right? Am I crazy? No.
Thing is not true.
I think, yeah, it was Yugoslavia.
It was all
yeah.
because you were rich.
Yes.
And Bannon did not return messages from CNN, but said in a statement to the New York Times that his communication with Epstein was all done to, quote, secure 50 hours of interviews from a reclusive subject. For more on this, I want to bring in David Urban, former Trump campaign advisor and CNN senior political commentator. David, great to see you. You're shaking your head. I want to get to why in just a second. You know, the 25th Amendment reference from the Epstein files has caused some uproar inside the magosphere. It's dated December 31st, 2018, and it's a text exchange between Bannon and Epstein. And we should note the context is unclear, but Bannon says going to blow him up right out of the box. White House says zero plans to punch back. Fort Apache with no cavalry en route. Jeffrey Epstein then says in No Soldiers in the Fort, he is really borderline, not sure he what.
Bro, does mainstream media have like a ping issue? Am I crazy? I had to literally check to see when they're covering this story. I think I covered the story, what, like 3 weeks ago? Are they, like, what is this delay? Like, what the fuck? Like, I'm glad that CNN is finally getting around to this massive deal. But, like, it's not even a Piker Broadcasting Service, like, Tomorrow's News Today type shit. Like, it's been fucking weeks, man. No, I don't think I'm ahead of the curve, chat. I don't think I'm ahead of the curve at all. This is like, this one freaks me out a little bit where they're just like, they're taking their sweet ass time with this shit. Like, at this pace, we'll get to the Israel stuff with Jeffrey Epstein maybe like in a year or two. And yeah, you know his ass is not gonna, you know their ass ain't posting all roads lead to Beijing or Tel Aviv. Tariff Wrestling, Shi Kim Judo. You showed this before you went to Qatar. Yeah. Yeah. There are a lot of files. Man, there are a lot of files. And guess what? There are a lot of matters of incredible importance. And this is one of them. And this isn't even like a tricky narrative that is going to take a while to, like, you know, massage and figure out what, like, the best possible editorial control would look like. This is just, you could just immediately cover it, right? I know there are a lot of files, but it just doesn't make any sense that they would take this much time to finally fucking sift through and arrive at the Steve Bannon files. I guess, like I said, you know, 2 to 3 years out, 2 to 3 years from now, we'll finally arrive at maybe Jeffrey Epstein was an asset for the Israeli state. I don't fucking know. Yeah, I covered it on February 4th. Jeffrey Epstein's biggest failure was that he died before he could have just done a right-wing pivot.
But now we have emails of a different side of the...
February 4th.
He may do, and then Bannon replies, I think it's beyond borderline 25th Amendment. Now, we reached out to Bannon on this exchange and have not received a response, but people like Roger Stone and Marjorie Taylor Greene are speaking out. So tell me about why you were shaking your head and tell me what you were hearing in...
I will say this. The reason why Roger Stone and like Laura Loomer or whoever the fuck is like speaking out is speaking out because they're all sharks. It's the same like explosive, the catastrophic fucking chaos that took place when Charlie Kirk got assassinated, right? Because these guys are all sharks and the knives are out at all times. They're not like actually mad that, you know, Steve Bannon was like homies with Jeffrey Epstein. They're just using this as an opportunity to gain leverage, to be like, no, you should be me. You should have me as your guy. Why do you have him as your guy? Little do they fucking know, they have him as his guy because Steve, you know who else was Donald Trump's guy? Jeffrey fucking Epstein. That's it. That's the reason why he's there. He's having that conversation.
Inside the president's supporters.
Yeah, so, you know, John, you said also, you left out General Flynn and many others. If you go to Twitter and just look at, you know, MAGA influencers or just Google, you know, or put in the Twitter search, you know, Bannon, Epstein, see what comes up. There is not one supporter, not one MAGA person that's supporting Steve Bannon for a variety of reasons. One, it looks like he signed up to try to rehabilitate a person who committed horrendous sex crimes. You hear him in the interview with Jeffrey Epstein. He doesn't say nobody in prison talked to you about being a pedophile. He doesn't call him out. He's trying to be polite to him, it seems. It's absolutely mind-blowing. And there's something like 19 other hours of tape that have yet to been released that Steve Bannon says that he's keeping because he was some sort of double secret agent and was going to really try to blow Jeffrey Epstein up. Well, Roger Stone...
Oh, he was trying to blow Jeffrey Epstein. You know? Maybe not blow him up, but...
Others in the MAGA universe think...
Are any of us a single step closer to control politically, etc.? Every day, baby. Every day our movement grows. Every day our movement grows. We're one step closer.
That's a crock. And if Steve Bannon is going to be out there trying to defend himself, he better get out there quickly because the narrative does not look good for Steve Bannon at this point. It looks like he was out there to line his pockets defending a sex offender.
How do you think the president will react to all of this?
Listen, so you know, Steve Bannon got a pardon at one point in time along the route here. You know, we know that they were close. I am, you know, from what I hear lately is that there have not been that much communication with Steve Bannon and any senior officials in the administration.
TMZ has a new pic of Andrew with a kid playing with a ball that's painted like a breast with a nipple protruding from it. What the fuck? Former Prince Andrew turned fun bags into kicks for kids with some very unprincely photos obtained by TMZ. No, I'm not going to throw a fa in there. This is disgusting. Bro, this guy, put him under the prison. What are we doing? What are we doing? What the fuck? I don't even know if it's like, if these are like weird coincidences or if it's just like, he's just a straight up like Illuminati style sex pervert.
In lieu of these revelations, and I can't imagine that the 25th Amendment revelation inures him to the president any more than he you know, he's far away, getting further, and I know that this most recent revelation is going to push that boat even further away from this administration.
Yeah, again, we'll have to see if the president is asked in any detail about this, but that comment about the 25th Amendment was 2018. It's hard to imagine what was going through Bannon's head at that point. David Urban, thank you for explaining the discussions that are taking place.
Not going away, John. Not going away.
Doesn't appear to be. David Urban, thank you.
A new twist in the Epstein files is playing out as we speak.
Les Wexner, the billionaire former owner of Victoria's Secret, is giving congressional testimony, a deposition in Ohio, about his connections to Jeffrey Epstein. Just a short time ago, Wexner told lawmakers, quote, "I was conned, I have done nothing wrong, and I have nothing."
Yeah, these guys all love coming out and be like, I'm a victim, by the way. I don't think you guys get it. Like, I'm actually the real victim, not the victims that I victimize. Me. Billionaire Les Wexner, owner of L Brands, Victoria's Secret, owner of half of Ohio.
This morning,
right.
the United States.
Yeah, Trump hasn't made a final decision on potential strikes on Iran. Let's be fucking real. This is going to be obviously something that we're going to be talking about this entire weekend. So get ready for it. Another weekend of will they, won't they? But this time, are we going to bomb the shit out of Iran? We're there. It's happening. It kind of feels like we're moving. We're moving in the direction of bombing Iran. The Wall Street Journal reports that Trump is considering a small attack to force Iran to agree to this nuclear deal, and if Tehran refuses, escalate the attacks until Tehran either agrees or the regime falls. Here's why this won't work. First of all, the deal Trump has put forward entails Tehran's completely giving up its nuclear program in return for no new sanctions, but no actual sanctions relief. Insane. This is, of course, a non-starter for Iran. There are hardly any more sanctions that the U.S. can impose on Iran, and the current levels of sanctions is suffocating the economy. Accepting this deal would not enable Iran to escape its economic dead end, but would only prolong the economic decay while depriving it of the nuclear leverage it believes it needs to free itself from existing sanctions. Second, Trump also tried the idea of a smaller attack, with the Iranians responding symbolically by striking an empty U.S. base back in January. What? Iran, in a letter to the UN Secretary General, says if attacked, all bases, facilities, and assets of the hostile force in the region would constitute legitimate targets in the context of Iran's defensive response. The United States would bear full and direct responsibility for the unpredictable and uncontrolled consequences. Yeah, I mean, look, all I'm going to say is they've done this. They've said this before. Their posture is very aggressive on the leading up to attacks. Iran will speak like a lion. When it comes to actually doing the deed in retaliation, it's very, very restrained. Now, I don't know if they will stay restrained, but this is what has been consistent about Iran. They will always say, we're raising the fucking red flag. This time we're going to fuck you guys up. This time we're going to fuck you guys up. No, they've said they're not doing the symbolic shit anymore. I think the stakes are different, but really think, last time, did you think the stakes were different last time? I did. And I think you guys did too. Well, actually, that's not true. I said last time the same thing I said this time around as well, that Iran is going to be restrained. But, it's just, this is always a matter of life and death. You saw the China satellite pics? I did. China is helping Iran with their targeting, but they were doing that last time around as well. But I think this time they're helping even more than they were before. They're also doing united missions with with the Russian naval assets in the region too. Like they're moving differently. They're moving like they got bombed pretty hard last time around by Israel. So we'll see what this actually means. But the reality of the matter is the only way to push back is unfortunately making it costly, which is incredibly costly for the population. The American government will not shy away from punishing the civilian population, destroying the electrical grid, destroying the energy production, numerous fucking violations of pre-established rules of war. They will do that. And the only way that Iran can retaliate is by responding in force, not just to the United States of America by trying to sink naval assets, but also by punishing Israel. Do they have enough munitions for both? Probably not. But that is the reality. There's also obviously the targeting of the oil infrastructure in the Gulf region. That's another thing that they have at their disposal. And I feel like you're saying Khamenei is lying on Twitter. What do you mean? Khamenei always is fucking posting on Twitter like he's going to go get him. Like, look. I don't know. I don't know what will happen. I can only tell you, what could happen. I can only tell you, I don't want to say what should happen, but I can only tell you what like Israel responds to, right? There's no pathway out of this other than punishing Israel and like making it as costly as possible for America to wage this war, because this is a politically costly war for the United States of America, right? And I don't mean just like billions of dollars in assets fucking moving to the region. I mean like costly as in human casualties. It will only become politically costly if Donald Trump, the great peaceful president, is moving tens of billions of dollars worth of naval assets surrounding Iran, and then one of them accidentally fucking sinks. This is what happened with the Ansar Allah movement. They tried to do this with Yemen. $1 billion worth of munitions being deployed. They lost 3 fucking fighter jets. Some of them due to naval accidents. Some of them potentially were shot at, right? Or evasive maneuvers. They shot one another, which was crazy because the Ansar Allah movement has one plane, and it's like some fucking old ass plane. I don't even know how the American fighter pilots shot one another. That was fucking insane. Like literally, your enemy does not have the flight capability. Like that's crazy. There's one plane in the fucking country, one fighter jet in the country. It's like a fucking F4 or some shit. And you literally saw, I forget what it was. Plane autists, don't yell at me, but I forget what it was. But they shot each other, thinking like, oh my god, it's the one Yemeni pilot. It's sick. Is it F4, F5? It was an F5. Whatever. Fuck, I don't care. I don't know enough about F-150 Ford, okay? Ford difference. Ford diff. F-69. Okay, now I want to look it up because there's a really cool video of the one pilot, and I feel like they'll ban me for it, so I'm not going to show it to you. But there is one guy. Active Yemeni Air Force aircraft. Yemeni air power is handled by Yemeni Air Force, which stocks a relatively small collection of Cold War era products. There are a total of 18 active Yemeni Air Force aircraft, entries in the military factory. I don't think these are real. I think there's one. There's literally one actual fighter jet that they have. Yeah, like they have one 1967 Bell Model 206, medium lift utility transport helicopters. They have an Iroquois Huey. They have a Cessna. Number 8 is a Cessna. By the way, like they have total 18. Show the AI videos is not real. No. They have one. They have one. I've seen it. I've seen the one guy. They have one, like, I think Soviet era fighter jet or something. No, not even Soviet era. But like it is from the Cold War. I think it might literally be this. I think it's the F5. This is what I was thinking of. And there's only one guy who knows how to fly it. Yeah. There's number 1 on the list, broski. Arrow L-39 Albatross. Yeah, F5 is an early Cold War fighter. And you know damn well that one F5 pilot treats that plane like it's his 1998 Nissan Skyline. Motherfucker in the shop washing that bitch every 2 days. Oh, for sure. No, they didn't shoot down an F-35. But they got close. at least the reporting on the New York Times was that they got close to shooting down an F-35, which I don't even know how that's possible. I genuinely don't understand why they even reported that in the New York Times. That was a spectacular flub. Because we don't know. We don't know how they did that. It's fucking crazy. It's aura. Let's be real. It is aura. Isn't that plane invisible? Yeah, you can't see it. When the pilot sits in it, you can only see the pilot. You're like, what the fuck? Is that just a guy flying in the air? What are you, Donald Trump? Fuck you mean, dude? Yes, I am Donald Trump. Oh shit, Donald Trump in the building. Beer, 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 beer. Donald Trump, this is what I got for you.
Liberal.
That's what you are, Donald.
Liberal, happy fun, la la la, human smuggling, fentanyl deaths, forced government euthanasia,
they would like to order quite a few F-35s. It's the greatest fighter jet in the world, as you know, by far. Stealth. Totally stealth. You can't see it. Makes it very difficult. I was asking a pilot, what do you think is better, this one, that one? He said, well, the advantage we have is you can't see it.
Guys, I don't want to freak you out, but I found a photo, which is crazy, and you can kind of see it. Oh, this is what I was looking. This is what I was looking for. Yeah, I don't know if I'm allowed to show this, but because you know how it is. But yeah, there is like it's the one aircraft. I love that video. It's a beautiful video. It's straight up. That's AI generated, not real. No, that video is not AI generated. Why are you saying it's AI generated? Dude, they got one plane. Why are you making fun of them? Yeah, it's also from years ago. They filmed that shit a long time ago. How dare you? Yes, it is. You know it's not real, so no ban. That's messed up, man. They got one plane. They got one plane, and you're out here shitting on them with their one fucking singular. Apologize to the Ansar Allah movement right now. That's rude as hell. Oh, they're saying, they're joking. So you say it's AI so you can show it. Oh, wink, wink. No. Not even. No, I'd rather not show it to you guys and recognize that it's a very real plane and it's not a fucking AI plane, okay? No. I will not allow slander of the Yemeni Air Force here on this broadcast, okay? That will not happen. Adam, debate logged you. Wait, they actually did? F-35's close call over Yemen raises questions about how it's used. F-35 is designed to destroy high-value infrastructure, airfield, shipyards, radar stations, and the like, ideal with long-range weapons. Costs have soared, but capabilities haven't. So it is real. Because when I read this in the New York Times, I genuinely thought, like, this has got to be fake, right? They actually cooked it? What did they use? What did they shoot it with? In war with China, F-35 missions will be kicking down the door by destroying advanced air systems. Did they shot it with an AK-47? It turns out the biggest weakness of the F-35, which is, you know, the next gen fighter jet, It's like the best aircraft. It's supposed to be the best aircraft of all time, you know, unmatched. And the weakness is Kalashnikov rifles. They shot it with a AK-47. Spray and pray. How does this not destroy Lockheed Martin stock, by the way? I'm a previous F-16 avionics technician. The F constantly loses in mock fights, is expensive and dog shit. Okay, but still quite difficult to take out a F-16, right? I mean, am I crazy? Must be raining. It's not. Oh, the CIA. This talk shit about fucking Martin. The CIA talk shit about Lockheed Martin. Said enough. Cut it out. Cut it out. Oh. Okay, we're back. It's whenever you talk loudly. No, dude, it's not. Anyway, let's keep it going.
Preparing to launch another round of airstrikes on Iran. Top national security officials have presented President Trump with military options for a strike.
F-35 is not a dogfighting plane. It's a long-range stealth missile system, as far as I know. I thought it was multi. Isn't it like supposed to be used? I don't know about fighter jets. I'll be honest, but I thought it was like supposed to be capable of everything. I don't know what's going on. The CIA is surely cooking the stream. Yeah. Not only is it supposed to be, I thought it was supposed to be multi-use, but then also on top of that, the so fucking expensive on top of everything else is that it's like each individual branch has its own version of it too, which I feel like is not very cost effective. I mean, I guess on the side, oh wow, it's totally gone. The internet is totally gone. I mean, it's like dropping and then coming back. It's so fucked. I don't know. Isn't there a technician supposed to be coming right now? Flexibility is supposed to be the whole point. I think I've at least read a little bit into it, and it with my totally uninformed opinion, I think the reason why the F-35 is designed the way it is so that Lockheed Martin can make as much money as possible, and that's why it's not. That's why there's so many different components. Like the concept is, oh well, the Navy needs different uses, or the Army has a different use for it. The Air Force has a different use for it. Like everyone has a totally separate use for a fighter jet. And the F-35 is supposed to be multi-role, and is a capable fighter that is like well-rounded and can cover all the bases. And I think it's just straight up a fucking money sink. Anyway, there's a doctrine for it behind its variance. Get Murat in here to talk about it. He's a Boeing guy, bro. He's going to talk mad shit about Lockheed Martin.
That could be carried out soon. But sources tell CBS News the president has not made a final decision. Charlie D'Agata is tracking the massive U.S. military buildup in the region. Charlie, yesterday, General H.R. McMaster told me there was an 80% chance of military action in the region. What are you learning this morning?
Yeah, Vlad, this is moving very...
Oh, yeah, the AWACS, the 68% of our available E-11s are now in place as well. Last check, like 2/3 of the E3 fleet. Again, the MilSim / OSINT autist can inform me on this, but isn't that a lot more than last time? Which feels like they got really spooked by the 12-day war, and they want to make sure that their surveillance capabilities are intact, and they want to make sure that they can hit more missiles in the air before they actually get to, before they actually reach Israel. Like, they are deploying a fuck ton. They are deploying a fuck ton of airborne radars in order to try to intercept the missiles before they reach Israel. And I don't think, like, given all of the assets that we're moving there, I don't know if it's just like an intimidation. I feel like they wanna do something. It's not big enough. I don't think it's still big enough of a fleet that means that, like, there's full-blown invasion, right? Because I think we had a higher percentage of assets in the invasion of Iraq, no? But I do think it's large enough that they are worried about. It's large enough that they're maxing out as many radars as possible, and their strike capabilities. And it's not like, it doesn't look like they're gearing up for a full-blown military occupation with boots on the ground. I might be totally wrong. I'm reading the tea leaves here, but it kind of feels like they want to strike, and then they want to be able to defend Israel after they strike. It's too small of a force for a boots-on-the-ground military invasion, not enough ground assets, but larger than last time around, especially with radars. And it's a fairly significant military buildup in the region, one that, to me, looks like they want to bomb Iran and try to take out as many of their missile launchers as possible. Try to take out their air defenses, whatever remains of their air defenses, and then hopefully pray to God that Israel doesn't get punished too hard. Invasion predictions? No. I'm not making such a crazy thing. I would never gamble like that. Don't be crazy.
Very quickly. So U.S. officials we spoke to said they're preparing for every contingency. Will be ready to strike as soon as Saturday. Now, that could range from, like, limited airstrikes to what could be a drawn-out conflict with Iran.
Isn't it cool, by the way, that we're just all talking about fucking blowing up a foreign country? Isn't that wonderful? It's wild. No one is like, hey, maybe we shouldn't do this. It's like 80% of the country doesn't want to do this. Every other foreign ally in the region doesn't want this to happen. Saudi Arabia doesn't want it to happen. Except for one ally in the region, of course, and that is Israel. And it's like, you got everybody in the region within striking distance of Iran going, please don't do this. Like, please don't do this. This is not good. Not good for anybody. Let's not do this at all. And Trump's like, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it.
I'm going to come.
That's where we're at. It's fucking awesome. And then people will be like, "Whoa, Hasan, why do you care so much about Israel? Why do you care so much about Israel?" It's like, go ask that to fucking Lindsey Graham, man.
It means an incredible show of military might, moving not just one, but 2 aircraft carriers to the region, the Lincoln, which is already there, and the world's largest warship, the Ford, which just crossed the Atlantic after playing a key role in the operation in Venezuela. So in total, you're looking at like 20 U.S. Navy ships already that are there or headed to the Middle East. And this isn't about like just possibly attacking Iran, but defending against possible retaliation, strikes on the U.S. forces in the region or Israel. So the Pentagon has begun to pull some of roughly 30 to 40,000 U.S. troops out of the region to places like the United States and Europe.
So, Charlie, help me understand something. Why is this happening now? Aren't we holding talks with Iran in Geneva?
Vlad, listen, it's a fair question, right? But it's what the White House calls maximum pressure strategy. So they have this massive buildup despite the diplomatic talks, or together with the diplomatic talks. Second round of talks this week hasn't led to a sort of definitive agreement as far as the White House is concerned. The U.S. wants to be prepared if and when the talks fail. So the U.S. demands a tighter hold on Iran's nuclear capabilities, monitoring of uranium stockpiles, and this is important, the restriction of ballistic missiles. So President Trump is seeking a more comprehensive deal with Iran that offers more control and transparency than previous deals. Nate?
All right, Charlie, thank you.
Bad things will happen if Iran doesn't make
really
a
bad
deal.
things.
What will that
I'm not going to talk to you about that.
Okay, can you explain, though, what is the goal if there is a U.S. military
Well, we're
strike?
going to make a deal, or we're going to get a deal one way or the other.
But with a military strike, is it to wipe out their nuclear program?
I'm not going to talk to you about that, but we're either going to get a deal or it's going to be unfortunate for them.
And you said today 10 days. Have you given them a deadline firm to make a deal?
I would think that would be enough time, 10, 15 days, pretty much maximum.
This morning, a proposed tax on billionaires is turning some Democrats against each other. Senator Bernie Sanders rallying supporters last night in Los Angeles, arguing it's time the ultra-rich pay more.
Never before in American history.
My people are genuinely being talked about like cattle. Chatter. I don't know. If you're Iranian, I feel for you. I will also say we are also cattle. We're just kind of trekking along, you know. Most missile launches in Iran are deeply hidden underground in missile silos. Israel's already destroyed 80% of mobile service launchers. Destroying the underground launchers would be a huge military operation involving bunker buses and even tactical nukes. Whatever Trump is planning is insane. We're all cattle together. Some of us are more fortunate cattle because we get to be, you know, not necessarily wearing the boot, but not in the direction of the boot. The boot is on your neck. We just happen to be outside of the distance of the boot, but we're cattle all the fucking same. The reality of the matter is people don't want this. Americans don't want this. I mean, I'm sure Trump will want this, or Trump's Trump's audience will want this. Oh, by the way, it's cheaper to buy an AR-15 rifle than 64 gigs of DDR5 RAM, for the record. Sagar says the reason why Trump and regime change hawks in Congress are not even trying to make a case for a massive war with Iran is because the more the American people learn, the more they would see through this ridiculous farce. Yeah. By the way, this is how little they fear us. Like, this is another cattle moment, right? Like, it's cheaper to buy a fucking mass murder tool than it is to buy RAM. Like, they clearly don't fucking worry, right? Like, they know we're cattle. Like, not only are we cattle, but they also fucking totally know we're cattle. That's it. That's just, how else am I supposed to look at this and be like, oh, I don't know. Every American has the capability of purchasing a fucking arsenal of weapons, right? And many Americans do. There are more weapons in circulation than there are people in this fucking country. And they're not even like a little bit afraid of us. They're not. And that's because we're fucking cattle. That's it. We're just fucking cattle. Sorry, sucks to suck. It's just the truth. Yeah, we're just never going to be able to make the change. Your boy Punchu got an important update. Why do they keep fucking up this monkey, bro? All right, so he's tight now. He's got homies. Bro, every now and then there's just like an animal that props up. And then they have a fall from grace. Like Moodang was like, Trump is going to win. And like, fuck you, Moodang. And now nobody cares. You know what I mean? Remember Moodang? And then Moodang got fucking canceled. Because she came out and was like, I like Trump. I'm MAGA. And everyone was like, fuck you, Moodang. We're going to make soup out of you, bitch. I mean, she was right, but you know, fuck Moodang. My wife says they're bullying him again. Heart-wrenching scene. Little Punch was bullied again by bigger monkey who dragged her harshly across the ground. She cried and ran back to clutch her adoptive mother doll for comfort. Oh my God, they're fucking that monkey up. Yo, why are they so ruthless to Little Punchy? What the fuck? Yo, you think he knows he's being surveilled? You think he's like, oh, y'all are about to get your asses beat when I fucking clutch this little toy. Every single one of y'all are about to get your fucking asses beat. Monkey, Lil Punch goes up to them and is like, fuck you. It just says a slur. I don't know what a monkey slur would be. Right? They're like, you're hairless, bro. You look like them hairless apes. And then the other monkey's like, fuck, what'd you say to me? Fucking roll your ass. And then he runs away. He's like, I'm gonna show you, motherfucker. I know I'm famous. I got hella clout, bitch. Lil Punch's like, I got so much clout. I'm about to fuck you up, dude. Watch this. And then he runs and he clutches his little mother toy, okay? Yeah. He's like, just you wait. When the fucking zookeeper finds out what you did to me, dude, this shit's gonna do numbers on Twitter, okay? They are gonna fuck your ass up. Do you have no shame? I have no shame. Men victim blaming even monkeys. They think he's dragging a corpse of another monkey. I think his cortisol level spiked when he got alpha mogged by this one. Speaking of Trump, was unbelievably gay today. So much that he had a moment of self-realization. Yeah, I know. I saw. First ever monkey school shooter coming up. No, this is not an American monkey, right? Where the fuck's this monkey? Andrew Tate is going to buy it. No, he's not going to fucking buy shit. Macaques are so mean to each other. Ha ha ha. Yeah, but don't they also... Wait, macaques are the rapist ones, right? They like fuck like crazy. Or no, those are the bonobos. My bad. The monkey is from Japan. Definitely has the potential to be a danger to the prime minister. In macaque society, the young have to learn their place in the hierarchy. It is unfortunately natural. I mean, why are they fucking her ass up? Like, what was she doing? She wasn't doing nothing. She was just picking her boogers and eating them. Look at that. She got fucking height, dude. Look at that. She flew up. Oh yeah. Joe Rogan, what is this? I was extremely unprepared for what his guest looks like. Joe Rogan calls Zohran Mamdani a fucking psychopath.
Like, you see the amount for migrants is crazy. There should be $0 for illegal immigrants.
But
Zero.
I don't think you can have zero, because if they're going to.
The fuck am I looking at, bro? I'm sorry, what? How do you conduct a normal conversation with this guy? What is this? My GTA Online character? Wait, why is he doing that? What's he up to? What is that? What's the fucking what? He's cartoon maxing? No, come on. Someone must know what is happening here, guys. That's a thing? Like this, a new guy. We got a new guy. Joe Rogan talking to a Batman villain being like, I hate Zohran Mamdani. Man, look at the room you're in. How can you make like a sincere plea at all with what the fuck? What is this? Okay, it's pissing me off, man. What is this?
Because if they're going to be there, they're going to be. You have to feed them. You have to take. You have to do something with them. Like literally, if
bro, no. You can't have a normal conversation. The conversation has to revolve around what the fuck is going on in your face. That's what the convo has to be about. I can't see a clip about anything else. Okay, he has to go wash his bitch ass face before we continue the conversation about Zohran Mamdani funding the migrant crisis or some shit. No, someone's gonna tell me that he has like super cancer or something. What is this? It's this guy, Michael Malice. Known professional as Michael Malice, Ukrainian American anarchist, author, and podcaster. Why does his name sound so familiar? Wait, he made Overheard in New York? He doesn't want facial recognition tech to mog his ass. I'm using that word right. I'm 34. He's a fucking anti-migrant immigrant himself. That's anti-immigrant. How is that possible?
if you don't feed them, they're going to be robbing stores. They have to. Human beings need food. What are you going to do?
Get them jobs.
How are you going to get a migrant a job?
Get them a job in Guatemala.
Wouldn't you rather give him food than a job? I don't want.
Wait, never mind. They're not that bad, I guess.
Them taking American citizens' jobs.
Well, the whole thing's a mess.
The whole thing's a mess. But the
Never
point
mind. No, he is an anti-migrant. I take it back.
You can't just.
I don't know why. I'm trying to understand what's going on with this motherfucker's face.
Throw him away.
Right.
That's the
Unless
problem.
you're going to remove him from the country.
Right. Unless you're moving. Even if you want to put him in jail, that's not cheap.
Right. That costs a lot of money.
Right. So
Yeah.
what are you going to do?
He's fucking.
Bro, these guys will sincerely tell you that like Democrats are crazy. Like, brother, the guy you're talking to is insane. Like, you can't have a conversation about how crazy Zohran is. Like, I'm sorry. Is he walking around with that face paint? No. Shut the fuck up. Oh, yeah, dude, it's the Democrats who are crazy. They're all furries. Joe will literally have anyone on instead of you. He will never have me on. Michael Malice, Kim Jong-il's. Wait, what? Michael Malice jokes that everyone in the country would have to be high-functioning learning disabled. What? I don't want to know, man. Put it back in the bottle. I don't want to know. No, I know too many guys. I just learned about Little Punchy. Okay? I'd rather know about Little Punch and the trials and tribulations of Little Punch. Okay? This is too many guys. I don't want to know about this guy. Trump is releasing the UFO files. Oh my God, I can't believe it. Remember what I told you a couple days ago about how this whole like UFO revelation shit that the government just like leaks UFO information whenever they feel like the conspiracy theorists are actually getting closer and closer to the truth about like real conspiracies that kind of are not dissimilar to the conspiracy theories about like an international pedophilic cabal of ultra wealthy elites. Yeah, go ahead, dude. Talk about UFOs, I'm sure. What is this? Can you get Zoran to do something about Punch? Okay, I got it. I'll text him right now. I'm gonna be like, Ramadan Mubarak, brother. You got to fix this Punch situation. You know? Speaking of cortisol spiking, just wait till Clav sees this one. The Neo Manosphere is a truly incredible kayfabe production. They know how to put on a show. The ASU frat leader arc is awesome. This guy's like a goofy supervillain. He's like Clavicular Skeletor, except he's Magator, dude. The fuck? Put some respect on his Albanian ass, okay? He is the Albanian stallion. Rah! See, these are the type of new guys I love seeing. That shit is terrifying. These are the new guys I would love to learn about. You know, I don't want to know about fucking Michael Malice. Ugh, yuck. I had a 29-year-old college colleague of mine unironically used the term cortisol spike when discussing cops of that frat. I didn't know what to do. Kind of feels like he convo mogged you. Kind of feels like your cortisol was spiking. Ever since I found out that the ASU frat leader actually isn't in a fraternity though, and he's a goddamn independent. I don't know what to believe. It really fucked me up. Anyway, bro, build like Johnny Bravo. Yeah, I'm done for the day. I'm tired. I don't know what I have on the docket tomorrow. I think I have something, but there's plenty more Epstein files to cover. Hopefully, we won't like go to war with Iran. We're still starving Cuba, by the way. That hasn't really stopped either. God, we're a fucking repulsive, evil, cancerous force on the planet, actually. Unironically and sincerely, it's just the worst. Anyway, that's all I got for today, folks. Love you all, and I will see you tomorrow, okay? Hopefully tomorrow, we'll have the internet fixed. Peace.
All the chatter's trickling in. Hostile people hate. Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. It's stun luck to the stun luck to the topic's just begun. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There it is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving Greening's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left to me, a dumb himbo still on course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to sea. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, that's PBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, that's PBS for you. But he'll do jet advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.